What is up, everybody? Finally, after doing a stream, and of course now there's echo when it literally was not doing echo. Imagine that. But yeah, I was gonna say, after all the votes, all the different polls I did, it did eventually lead to the ATAT. And there goes the echo again. This is annoying. It literally does not do anything until I literally start doing the stream. So probably just rock this with one camera because this is not gonna work out. Alrighty, I'm gonna rock it this way. Let me know if you can hear me in the comments. Just trying to do the two cameras, but for some reason, literally the echo does not happen until I literally hit the stream or go live button. It was going perfectly fine until I literally started the stream. So that makes no sense to me personally. I may just have to do some headphones or figure out what's going on every single time that actually happens. Let me actually post to show people that I am indeed alive. Alrighty, there we go. Turned up to the audio a little bit. Alright, now let me actually post on my community tab that I am indeed live. what is up to everybody that's actually stopping by? Probably turn my camera real quick to actually show me ripping this bad boy open. Let me angle it. Oh wow, now it's on me in the camera. There we go. Okay, so this is a big one, and I mean, it sucks for me personally, just because the whole idea was during Black Friday, since there was like a big discount on the actual UCS AT-AT. I literally ordered two, and my plan was to sell one of them for obviously like a profit, and then use some of that money towards eventually getting like a used UCS, either AT-AT, another one, or the real plan was to get an actual UCS Imperial Destroyer. But Lego, unfortunately, for some reason, like a month later, just said no, canceled it, and then obviously it was sold out, so it's not like I could do anything about it. So now it kind of came down to having to rip this one open. I guess I will find more fun out of actually building it compared to getting a used one that's already built. Although if I sold this one, then technically I would have got probably around $200 after fees, eBay fees, but that is also a hassle to go through. So honestly, the more I thought about it, it's just worth opening mine up and not really just saving it or holding on to it, because this is a lot better experience to actually stream it, build it, and obviously just draw attention towards it. So that's definitely something I'm doing, and I hope it goes well. I am afraid about the actual, well, one, the sticker plaque, always mess those up, but that's going to be towards the very end. And there are a couple of stickers, as I saw and have seen, but I don't think those should be too hard, since they're just rectangle stickers. It's not like a circle sticker. But then obviously the legs seem to be one of those issues where it's like if you mess something up, you can't go back, or you can't like take the whole pin connection out. So that's going to be interesting, but at least I will get my first Lego screwdriver or whatever it was to adjust the legs. So this will be a fun one, and I definitely can't wait to see the actual size, because I haven't really seen it in person yet, or out of anybody I know. So pretty much all I have to compare it to is the Playscale UCS. I mean, Playscale AT-AT, not UCS AT-AT. So yeah, I'm really interested to see how big this one is, and just like every other Lego person, you figure out where you're going to put it at the very end. None of us usually have a plan where our things are going to go or where we're going to put it. It will just find its own spot, and then I don't know, might have to give this fella a name, since it is dang near like size of a dog. So maybe just comment some names to name him or name it. I think that'd be pretty funny to do. Hey, what's up, Joe? Every time I say someone's name now, after just one of the experiences I had, because there's one person I had a long conversation with, and then I didn't realize that for some reason the chat doesn't save after the stream ends. So now I learned to actually put someone's name up on the actual screen when I talk or respond to them, so therefore I remember who it was. And then if they do want me to follow them on like Instagram, for example, I can actually do so. So yeah, I've learned my lesson, but at least I'll do that from now on. But I hope it's going well, man. All right, so let me actually, there we go. Let's look for my box cutter. Okay, which side to open it on? I wish there was a side I knew where it was like, you know, box 1 and then box 3. So therefore it's not like I'm opening up the complete opposite side and then having all the boxes or trying to like dig to it. Or eventually have both sides open, although most likely, I don't know, I may store sets in this box, or I may just flatten it and just hold on to it. I don't know yet. But hopefully this is a box 1 this side. And once again, it's about a $1,000 Lego set now. But after fees, probably about $900. So here we go. We're ripping the seals, getting into it. It is officially done. And this is another one that I honestly did not plan on actually getting until the Black Friday sale. I saw it and I was like, Airstrike now, because I feel like this is one I'm going to want in the future, especially since there was one point where I actually wanted to build a Hoth mock, or at least like put together a bunch of Hoth sets to make a large one. So therefore, I was like, might as well get it. I feel like eventually I'm want them anyways over the play scale ones. So yeah, in the future I may go after used ones, although that is going to be a pain in the butt. But at least I've seen them at least half the cost of a sealed one, which usually is what happens. But that'll be something later down the line if I even truly feel like doing a Hoth mock, or else I'll just stick to one. I've seen some people that have like 3 of these, which is crazy. But saying that now, and I may eventually one day have 3. Okay, so okay, good thing. Good thing that's how it is. Did not realize that actually this was the top. So therefore I can just pull them out one by one instead of actually having to see the flat side and then pick up one to get to the next. So that's good. But now I'm assuming, is this box 1? Probably am going to have to do that, aren't I? Flip it over and dump it out. Actually, there's a big enough gap right here. I can take this one out. Okay, so this is going to be the head and the plaque. So I'm assuming that's going to be the last box. I didn't realize they were actually like that, where they actually showed what parts they were. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I guess I should probably do a better job at that. So like this one, for example, it's basically highlighting that you'll have 3 snowtroopers right here because they're kind of highlighted. There you go. And then here on the body, you can see the body part, or the internal structure of the body is highlighted. So that's what this will be and have the instructions for. Never realized that, because like I said, I haven't really watched any recent reviews. And then this will be box 2. At least I'm assuming you'll start building the actual legs. So you can see they're highlighted as well. And last but not least, the parts were not highlighted yet. I just realized. Okay, so this is going to be the, what do you want to call this? The midget legs getting built. I'm going to say this is the midget legs. Yeah, let's just go with that. Okay, so then, actually, I just realized too, is this, let me check something. Okay, so another thing is, didn't realize this as well. So there's like these different bars up here. This is one bar, and then, so basically that's showing that it is the first box you're going to start with, and then here is bar 2, so therefore this is the next one you'll be getting into. Did not realize that. I mean, I probably watched personally like a lot of reviews on this, like obviously when it first came out, and they probably went over this, but since I'm actually personally doing it, I can't remember them going over all those details. But that is some great details. I don't remember the vendor doing that by any means. Okay, so let's now unseal box 1. A lot of unsealing going on here. Yeah, if you have any questions, go ahead and ask them in the chat. I'm a definitely very engaging person. I like answering questions, so, or you can just chill and just watch me mess up, or hopefully it doesn't get to the part where I get to the legs and then I screw that up, and then I'm over here having like a whole midlife crisis trying to get the legs undone. Hopefully that does not happen. That's probably like my biggest fear. Okay, so that's back 4. This is bag 1 already. Let's put that there. soon I'm gonna move the camera back up to where I had it, and therefore you're not gonna see my face, but you're gonna see me actually building the set. I was trying to get it to work with 2 cameras, but for some reason the echo started coming to play once I literally started to stream, but it was not there before I started. So I don't know. That's something probably years from now I'll figure it out. Or I'll actually get headphones, and hopefully real headphones will help out in that case. Okay, that's bag 1 as well. So there's 3 bag 1s so far. Bag 3. What is this? Bag 4? Let me put them in order. 2, 3, 4. And this is 4. This is probably gonna be a 3 or something. Nope, 2. And then 3. And then another small bag. Bag 3. And then instruction manual number 1. Now let me put this box back in there. Boom, 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 and boom. Okay, so let me just show them the top part. See, like, I know the boxes are just cardboard and stuff, but at the same time, when there's like that much effort put into a big set, also since me personally, I haven't really started getting large sets until the past year, or like a year and a half now. So I kind of like just keeping some of these boxes, especially if they are super detailed like this one is so far, with the different art on each separate box, and then just like those small details I point out with the lines showing the progression kind of bar and where it's at, and then highlighting the parts that are going to be made based on the bags supplied in that box. Alrighty, so there we go. It's definitely a little less thick than I'm used to in terms of like the cardboard here. At least it's less thick than some others. Okay, so instructions. Let me just show them off to you guys if anyone cares. There you go. And then get to the next page. There you go as well. Then after that, get kind of more like a say this is really like a architectural type page, just kind of showing the parts of the AT-AT with some history there. And then, I mean, this is all in a different language. So if there are any other people that know any other language besides English, there you go. And then I think that's the last. See, that's kind of okay. This is something that I don't understand. It's kind of showing already, like the do's and don'ts. Yeah, I mean, this is just box 1, instruction number 1. So I mean, won't really need that right now unless I somehow literally just look at the bags and they just built themselves in like 2 seconds. But that's not going to happen. And then just, I think this page, dang near, they just ran out of ideas, so they just threw some brick separator tips and tricks there or something. It's the first time I've seen that. And then just the typical, okay, now it's just showing what each bag is going to build out of from this box. So bags 1 through 4. And then now we're on step number 1, so let's get into it. Hey, what up, Lord Starscream? Had to make sure I had read that properly before I said something else. Hope it's going well, man. And yeah, definitely hope I can build this decently quick. At least the good thing is, compared to some of the other choices I had on the poll, like put up yesterday, I think it was, or 2 days ago. At least this one doesn't have many stickers, although the plaque sticker is something that I'm going to hate doing. I always seem to mess it up. There's always some crease that ends up happening, the bubbles. I hate that so much. I wish they printed this one, although I know it is a little older. Even some of the new plaques they don't print, so that's something I always hate. And usually I just request one from Lego for like a replacement sticker when I mess up, but this case, don't know if that's going to happen since it is retired and actually they sold out pretty much, I think, of all the AT-ATs, since I did say I had one of mine canceled out of the two I did. Okay, so now let me put it into the actual build view. So there we go. Now, don't even ask how I have it set up right now up there, because let's just say living on a prayer is basically what my MacBook's doing right now. Alrighty, let me put the instructions down here, and then I'll put the bags right here. Now, I'm not really a organized builder, so I'm just going to pour everything out. Hope that doesn't bother anybody. I would hope it doesn't, but there's probably going to be somebody. Or if someone wants to fill in that role of being the complainer, go ahead. That's up to you. And I did plan to start this stream at literally 6, but there's always something that happens, and then for some reason I decided to change up the Funko Pops I have on my actual desk. So that's what ended up happening. I kind of used some points I had from GameStop and just the coupon I get every month for being a pro member. So decided to really add them. And then, so if there's anyone interested in Funko Pops, don't hesitate to ask, to see them. I don't mind. I'll show them off. No, let me just throw all these plastic bags into the outer box that the AT-AT came in. I think that's probably a good idea, so therefore they're not all over my floor. I don't think anything was left in that bag, but for some reason it sounded pretty intense when it fell. So I'm just gonna assume that there was nothing until I get to a point where I realize I don't have a couple of pieces, but pretty sure I did not just make that mistake. Okay, so there we go. Okay, step 1. Here we go. Long journey ahead. It'll be nice to finish this in technically one stream, but we shall see. Because the next set I'll probably build after this whenever I decide to go live on stream again. It'll probably be the Daily Bugle. The sail barge seems to be the least popular out of every single one. Hey, what's up, Greg Dillon? I'm assuming that's how you say it. Hope everything's good, man. Hey, what's up, Mr. Target? Glad to see you here, man. Hope everything's going well. I'm not joking. I literally read that as I currently have bread at work. I was about to be like, dang, man. You're really going through. I am planning to get the AT-AT helmet ×2 to go with this. That is a smart idea. I personally don't collect the helmet line, but I think that would look pretty cool if I'm being honest. And then you have that nice display, and then it'd be even cooler if you have like some white base plates and maybe can do some just like, I don't know, snow building to make a really nice scene going on. I think that would look fantastic. Yeah, you already know I had to give you a special nickname for the channel. Man, that's rough. A cheese sandwich, now I mean a grilled cheese. Reason I phase 2 helmet hole seemed to cause some gap. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like, some people don't realize there's like pros and cons to literally like the helmet holes, but one is, first off, they're not in the right area, but two is like, if you didn't have helmet holes, then you probably would have good printing, and then literally the 2/12 helmet probably would not have happened to the point where literally the triangle was not present on the helmet. So I think definitely like the helmet holes are causing a lot more issues, and people just kind of like are blind to that fact. Like, you don't necessarily need helmet holes by any means, and especially when it's messing up the actual print. Because I'm also, yeah, like Fives, for example, I mean, I'm looking at him right now. To see how spaced away the actual lines that are supposed to be literally against the fin are, most likely is because of the whole helmet holes going on. Without a doubt, I bet that's pretty much what's going on. You should be worried. Clips film. Some reason I am not understanding that reference. I'm from Indiana. More like a Indianapolis is the city I'm in. Although one day I'll probably move away from Indianapolis because it is kind of wild here, needless to say. All right, there we go. Yeah, I did indeed miss literally what you said first. MCT rumor having Commander Blood. I fear the worst is helmet. Yeah, I fear a couple of things. One, I feel like, because he's supposed to have, I believe, like some different. He's supposed to have brown on his actual like pauldron and stuff, and then the regular 327th they're supposed to have like just regular tan. And for some reason, I have a feeling Lego is literally just going to make them all look the same, because who knows if they're even going to include cloth for every single one. We shall see, but I'm afraid they're just going to do the same cloth for Fly and the regular 327th fronts, when that's not how they should be. And then, yeah, like you said, the helmet hole is going to cause the line on the helmet to literally look funky. Yeah, I'm scared. That's why I'm like, personally for me, I'm sick of phase 2. I mean, I don't know if anyone else shares that same like sentiment I do, but phase 1, I want them to get back to those, because 1, don't have near as many of them in my army compared to phase 2, and then 2, they haven't messed up phase 1 yet. As long as they don't add some or drill in another hole for no reason whatsoever when it's already in the perfect spot, phase 1 is literally the best cologne they have. "2013 works for name or troopers don't have attachments and Rexons 18 inches." Yeah, that's one that I feel like in some cases, yeah, the intent is nice if it's in a good spot, but sometimes, especially if they're going to do this, I'd rather not even have an antenna to put in if they're going to, for some reason, drill another hole in. "Grandfather's family moved out of Bloomington before my mom was born." Yeah, that's kind of well, it's basically a college town, because but yeah, that's I move, I'd probably still be in Indiana, but I would not be in Indianapolis, that's for sure. All right, I want to answer this or respond real quick, and then I need to I'll get back to buildings. I'm literally on, actually technically not even done with step 2 yet. 327th yellow helmet fin may look off with gap printing, though I don't mind white helmet fin version of 327th since it was concept design and original mini. Yeah, it's just gonna be a lot to see. That's why I'm afraid if they do, for example, like kind of switching the topic but kind of not, I'm afraid of how the phase 2 wolf pack will actually look. I can't remember if any of the leaked sets are going to have any of them in there, but I have a really bad feeling how the current state of the helmet, if they were to make it wolf pack, how it's actually going to look. I feel like it's just going to be, needless to say, I feel like the wolf on the helmet is not even going to look like a wolf. It's just going to look like almost like some 3-year-old just splattered some dots around the helmet. Alrighty, getting back in the building. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, at this point I have like a decent amount of VIP points, although obviously nothing close to the amount of the potential Death Star. So I don't know, I may save some of it for the Death Star. Seeing rumors go around where there's potential of up to, I think, 40 minifigs is what I've seen recently. So that's nice. I think that minifigs, I think, will carry the set, if I'm being honest. If there's not enough minifigs, or if they're not super detailed, then I definitely think there's going to be backlash there. And then I think, I think it's going to be interesting just because, like, you know, they're obviously going to have to do an interior. Like, there's no way they're going to be able to get away with not doing an interior and, like, impressing someone. So definitely think they need to do that. Potentially break it up into scenes, but obviously larger rooms like they did in, like, the play scale versions. And then I definitely feel like they're going to have to add panels on the outside, so therefore you can pull down a panel, and then you have the interior to show off, and it'll be like a different scene. So I think that has to be what's going to partially look like. But how is it going to be executed? There's just a lot up in the air. Like, I feel like this is probably a really bad route they're going down right now, and I fear that it definitely is not going to be near the value of what they're asking. UTAT Galactic Marine, the issue is LEGO can't use word marine in military term due to name, trademark since canceled V-22 Oscar. Yeah, that's one thing I've heard a couple people mention is it makes sense, and I kind of like know that too. It is going to be interesting what they do. I think they're just going to say Galactic Troopers. It's probably what they're going to go with. Or for some reason, you know, Bakara Trooper. I don't know, but I can say they're probably just going to change the word Marine to Trooper, and then that's just going to be a quick fix. Hey, what's up? Okay, I'm going to assume this is probably a little different than what I'm about to pronounce it, but what's up, Cyrus on Blitz? I'm assuming that's what it is. Hope everything's going well, man, and happy International Lego Day. I guess I could do that too. Just say clone snowtrooper. I'm just thinking maybe they would just say, well, I guess yeah, 21st Nova Corps as well is probably what they could go with. I don't know. They may just say Galactic Trooper because, you know, that will kind of save some text on the box or a little less printing, I think. So that could just be something they go with. But yeah, definitely there are multiple options what they're going to call them. Holidays, and I finally feel completed my homework as I head into year 12 studying politics, drama, and legal studies. Yeah, that's yeah, it's definitely been crazy because I've been job searching and like I never, for some reason, just like being on kind of like the outside now, I guess you can say, I didn't realize how many holidays there were until I came to like job searching and obviously waiting for a job. So definitely like now I'll put in perspective, I'm like, dang, there's January is absolutely loaded and like kind of like a slow month just because of everything that's involved with January. Okay, that's good to know. Literally, it's like when I just saw that long name come across the screen, I literally was like, I had to break it down. I was like, okay, that's the most logical way to say it. Also, the enterprise name. Yeah, that's going to be that is going to be a pretty mouthful, that's for sure. But I mean, they've done it before. I wonder if there's really going to be much difference with how he looks compared to the appearance he made in that little clone trooper battle pack. I wonder if there's going to be much difference or if it's just going to be almost identical. Okay, times 2. Oh crap, almost did that wrong. It came in so much of like a habit. I don't know where it came from, but like sometimes I literally just look at the picture instead of literally the area. It tells you what pieces you need for the step. So there's been a lot of times building sets recently where I literally found myself just like skipping a couple of parts just because I literally just look at the picture instead of actually looking at what parts are necessary. So I hope I do not do that here. That's kind of why I'm really looking at it hard. Okay, I think this is times 1. All right, there we go. To gap. Then, okay, there we go. That there. There's there. Oh, there we go. Almost missed that. And then add another one. Definitely not that one. Okay, I think that's pretty much it for that step. And this bad boy goes right there. Don't fail me now. There we go. Add 2 of these. Go there. Then another one. Okay, so this one's going to go dead center. one's also dead center. And then 2, where they at? There we go. Here. Alrighty. It's kind of crazy how small it literally is, like, looking right now, but once I start getting into everything, this is, yeah, I'm definitely going to take back that statement probably pretty quick. Probably once I get to steps 2 and 3. Okay. There's the other one. Heck. Where are you at? There you go. Blend it in. Oh, almost made that mistake. All right, on step 12, move this out of the way a little bit. Alrighty, let me see what's going on in the chat. Yeah, about that. About that, I definitely think they have to be coming in a battle pack. Like, I just don't understand how you can make, like, a trooper for the first time, but then not potentially throw them in something cheaper. Because, I mean, they did that with, I guess, technically the 212, they didn't do that unless you're not in the United States, and then they were throwing in a polyback, so therefore they're kind of cheaper. But I think one of them was in the advent calendar. I can't remember which year, but I do remember that now. But they have to find a way to make it more available in a cheaper set. So that's something they also have to think about, unless they go against their word once again. Yeah, I can only imagine how much that Death Star is going to cost there. That's going to be crazy. Yeah, that's like us here in the US. We literally are over here like, oh, this is too much money. And then you literally look at other prices elsewhere and you're just like, you know, we should be kind of thankful about how cheap they look compared to other countries. 327 battle pack, 40 USD, my guess of homing spider droid kind of makes some sense, but it's rumored to have ATRT, which is add for side build. I know some people want crab droid. Yeah, I haven't really been following, like, you know, all the add-ons, I guess you can say, to the set, but I have seen, you know, there's like memes going around about the spider droid, or yeah, spider droid going around again. So assuming that's what it was about, crab droid would be nice. And I think, can't remember what it was like on Felucia, if there was crab droids, spider droids. I can't remember. But if there were no crab droids, then technically Lego was correct there by using a spider droid. But if there was crab droids, then once again they did wrong. So I mean, yeah. Crab droid can ambush clones in jungles of Felucia. I know last time Lego made homing spider droid back in 2015. Box art is Kashyyyk. I think the bigger debate is really, why is it $40 compared to like the first battle pack a couple years ago being $30, and then obviously the clones androids battle pack for $30. So they're really gonna need to step up their game. So that's gonna be interesting. I get mixed up between the sets and which leaks are what, but I saw there's one set with potentially 10 battle droids, but that might be the UTAT set, or maybe that is the 327th quote unquote battle pack. I can't remember exactly. Yeah, that's one thing. It's like I said, we're like, oh my gosh, it's expensive here, but then there's other people that want to be here to get the prices we have. I know for a fact though, it seems like, sometimes usually Black Friday deals are either better between us or Canada, and usually Canada seems to be at least getting better Amazon deals compared to the US. But it's not like ours are bad by any means. Thoughts on the Luke Skywalker mech? So I don't see, that's one thing. I probably would have picked up the Luke Skywalker mech if they just added like the dual molded legs, because I don't have that version. Also, even though it is pretty cheap to make yourself now, at least, but that's probably what I would have picked it up for. But I'm staying away from it just because like it's kind of hard to, when I see a battle pack on the shelf for like $20 and then I see a mech for around $14-15, it's just hard to justify to get the mech. So I haven't gotten it. The only one I did get, and I believe it was on sale when I got it, or I might have got it day one, was the Boba Fett mech, just because I really liked the figure. But another pilot, Luke, I already have plenty of them, and like I said, the game changer for me would have been if it had dual molded legs, and then I probably would have picked it up, although most likely probably would have just threw the parts in the bin and then built the figure. I think I don't know, like Lego, ever since the day they literally decided to do that random price hike of sets. So like obviously that was when we saw like $300 sets go to $350, and then we saw like some $200 sets jump up to like $275. After that point, when they randomly decided to do that, their prices have just been insane. Like no matter if you're in the US or overseas, like it's just, ever since that day, it's like that day changed everything when it came to Lego prices. Like there will be some sets that feel like they're priced reasonably, but that decreases every single time. Like there's a new releases, there's less and less sets that seem to be priced accurately or reasonably. So I don't know. I feel like that pretty much that day changed everything. All right, getting back in the building. Is it going that way? I think it's going this way. I'm gonna change the song. Every single time I hear it do the little pss, 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 I think there's like something catching on fire behind me. Where are you at? Nope. that is done. I put those in two completely different areas. That's nice. Oh crap. All the sets I've built recently, I think I've only literally had one that included some cardboard bags or paper bags. And that's still shocking considering that every single time it's like they're like, oh, we're now doing paper bags, and then I'm over here just like, I built one set that only had like a couple of them in there, and that's it. And that was the 1966 Batmobile. First set of paper bags, and there's only like 4 of them in there out of, I don't know how many bags are in that set, maybe like 30, not more, and only 4 of them were like paper. Okay, so I did that, and did that. Right. Oh crap. Okay, I should probably start with these first. Where are they? See, right now I feel like I'm just building like a play scale one. But like I said, that's I'm gonna say that now, and then eventually it's just gonna start racking you up in size. Okay, so yeah, don't even get me started on the Rex because but actually I'm gonna get started. So here we go. Be ready for a little story time. So I mean, if you haven't, so I feel like this, I talk about this almost every single stream, but I think I even made a video on it, my first UCS, or again, my first UCS set. And yeah, the vendor technically was my first UCS. So really what happened was, beginning of the year, I got a used UCS, I think forget what year Batmobile, I think 1989 Batmobile. Yeah, I got a used one. So technically that was my first UCS. But then later in the year, I pretty much used all my VIP points or insider points now when the vendor was released. So technically I say that was like my first UCS set, because it was the first time I went through the experience of a brand new UCS, first time I went through the experience of getting a UCS set on release day, and then just having like that special feeling in general. So can't really say that was my first UCS set, Now, if I were to say my first UCS Star Wars set, then yeah, that's 100% true. But I was glad to get it because, you know, I just liked it being my first experience. Again, the UCS set sucked that the promo was bad because usually I don't keep my promos, but I kept them in that case because it was my first experience, you know, getting a UCS Lego Star Wars set on release day. But too bad it's just the patches, so that sucked even more. And then I was glad to actually get exclusive figures. So I was like, you know, this is so much better. It makes everything a lot cooler. But then, sure enough, Lego decides to, for once in their life, include a UCS figure that was said to be exclusive before in a microfighter. And that really just like kind of peed me off. Like, I'd have been perfectly fine if they just did a simple change by changing the head print, so therefore the one of the UCS remained exclusive. But now, since they literally did the same figure, I'm just like, you know, it's not near as special. Like some people say, it's the figures aren't everything. But at the same time, with that being like my first time ever getting a UCS set, Lego Star Wars UCS on release day, it would have been nice to have that more special feeling. So like, yeah, sometimes when I just hear people say those things, I'm just like, you know, you don't know the full story. And in my case, first Lego Star Wars UCS set, it would have been nice to have 2 exclusive figures that were mentioned to be exclusive, remain exclusive. And then, like I said, I would have been perfectly fine if they just simply changed the face print, but they didn't. So that really just kind of triggered me right off the bat. And I was like, why? Because I'm just like, I haven't seen the, even though, like I said, it's cheap to make, I haven't seen the UCS pilot Luke or X-Wing Luke with dual molded legs be released in a cheaper set. I haven't seen, at least so far, haven't seen just a regular UCS Boba Fett be released in a cheaper set with like, you know, special arm printing or anything like that from like the Cloud City one a few years ago. I haven't seen, you know, there's just so many figures that they have not done. And I'm just like, why does it have to be the one that was like my first experience? I don't know. Okay. Hey, what's up, the Lonely Clone? That was a pretty easy name. Hope everything's going well, man. And yeah, it's a really great set. Glad at least out of the 2 I placed orders from Lego when it was the Black Friday sale, at least one of them went through, even though, like I said, they kind of crumble some plans to resell the one and at least get a little profit to use towards another used UCS set or just another set I wanted in general. But everything happens for a reason, so at least I got one. That's pretty much all that matters. Four. Okay. That's tan, right? Yeah, tan. Sometimes I can't tell if a piece is supposed to be yellow or tan. Sometimes they look pretty identical color-wise on the instructions. That goes there. Bam. Alright, some more. Alrighty, gotta take a water break. Let me fill this up. Oh, I had a couple more waters, I guess not. Yeah, I think I was gonna replace this too. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you looked at my channel, honestly, I'm primarily a Lego YouTuber or Lego, but at the same time, I like showing off my mini collections or just doing reviews and like other things I collect. So it's not always going to be Lego specific stuff. Like you may see, you know, like those DC multiverse figures. I do a lot of reviews on those. Also on occasion I do reviews over, you know, just like helmets, or I still have a lightsaber to do. So eventually, whenever I decide to do that one, that'll show up. But I think I kind of stuck to a plan where I want to try at least do, you know, a Lego video every weekend and then leave the DC multiverse reviews for during the week. But also sometimes it really does depend on if it's because, like in that case, if I find a figure early, then I like jumping on it right away. So therefore, if it's on the weekend when I find that figure that was just released, then I may release a video or review on that figure over the weekend instead of a Lego video. So I mean, really, if you're just a fan of DC stuff, Lego stuff, or, you know, certain themes, you're probably gonna like my channel. Even though I also don't like the Mr. Beast type editing, I feel like that's just not my style. So I'm kind of more like the laid back video style, kind of the classic style. I may add some features here and there to the videos, but it's just usually if I do that, it's just kind of like experimenting, or I at the moment thought it was cool. So my channel's kind of all over the place, if you were to say the least, but pretty much all my live streams will always be building a Lego set. Pretty much that's about it. Thanks, man. I appreciate that as well. Have a good one. Excuse me. Hopefully that didn't come through camera. The audio. Yeah, the Funkos are like something I really just collect kind of like here and there, or on occasion with the $5 voucher I have for GameStop, I may use it. Or if they don't have any figures, I'm after at GameStop, then I pretty much go for Funko Pops. Especially since it is Pro Week, it's buy one get one half off, and I have the $5 coupon. So a couple of days from now, I might, because I think Pro Days or Pro Week still will last a couple of days, and I should have another $5 coupon. So I may get. I'm just gonna angle a little more. So I have pretty much, you see all the man. Why am I spacing what it's called? Old Republic stuff. Yeah, there we go. That's where I remember. So I had pretty much all these Old Republic ones that kind of like came out, and there's a HK 47, I believe is his name. So I'm probably gonna get that one with the new $5 voucher, and hopefully Pro Week's still going on because it's buy one get one half off. So technically one of them will, in a way, be about $1, $2. So I plan to do that, and then pretty much complete the Old Republic set, at least to me, complete the set, since these are all Old Republic. And then there's a animated Mr. Freeze. So those probably be the two I get next, because currently there's no figures I'm after in terms of the DC Multiverse figures. So therefore, that's pretty much the case here. I'll go towards Funko Pops. And then I decided to pick up some Pokemon ones because I'm not as big towards Pokemon, but I may get, some cards here and there just because. And then I kind of regret the decision selling some of my Pokemon cards years ago when I was younger, because I had some cool cards. But pretty much I saw these four. And then Lucario was always one of my favorites. Blaziken was really one of my favorites, like favorite overall. Chimchar, and then obviously Pikachu. And this one was the Diamond collection, and I thought it looked pretty cool instead of just the regular Pikachu. So I got it. But yeah, it's like I'm not gonna collect every Pokemon one because there's only some Pokemon I really connect to because of growing up and then having their cards. So that's pretty much another reason why I decided to get these. And then you got this one is a new recent addition. It's the glow in the dark Boba Fett when he's in the chamber, carbonite chamber. And then yeah, this one was a new pickup, Darth Malgus, Darth Traya. And then I think that's about it with the newer. Well, actually, and then underneath my computer here, like I said, don't want to know what they're on top of or below. There's a Catwoman, and I picked that one up, and that's a GameStop exclusive with the pumpkin. So this is some of my recent pickups, but that's pretty much the heaviest I went on Funkos for the past probably year, if I'm being honest. Definitely was a lot more crazy on them for like a year, and then I just stopped because there's just so many, and I only need so many as well. I'm going to subscribe to your channel, most definitely. Here we go. Let's see if I... Man, what the heck? I'm trying to find your channel. I thought it'd be pretty simple to find. I put the Let's see if I do this, it will change. For some reason, every time I look up the lonely clone, there's a 5 lonely clones that pops up. All right, let me see if I can hop into my own live stream here. It's not gonna allow. Oh, okay. Okay. Wonder if I can hop into my own live stream because there's maybe something that's guarding it. I don't know. Yeah, so I literally typed in the lonely cologne, and like, at least you're not popping up anywhere near the top, and I still haven't seen. Yeah, put in your tag name or like something in the chat. I'll be able to hopefully find you using, because the lonely clone for some reason is not working. I had videos popping up that were titled The Lonely Clone. I had 5 lonely clones, another YouTube channel pop up. I had, I think there was a channel that came up called The Loner Clone. Okay, is that supposed to be hovering right there? Okay, yeah, it is. Crap. You know, I feel like I should type in a question to start another topic. Let me see here. Oh, I just found you. I had to scroll down a decent amount, but just found you. There you go. Let me take it. See, my phone's literally locked in this little stand thing because it was when I was trying to get 2 cameras to work for the stream. There you go. Subscribed. Always try to support any way I can. Even if I may not be able to watch everybody's video every single time, I may just throw it on in the background, so therefore the person gets watch hours. Because I know how that works. Hey, what's up, Loop-de-Loop Adventures? I literally almost just messed up that name to begin with. Yeah, no problem, man. See, the thing for me, I'm not a Harry Potter person whatsoever. If I'm being honest, I do like the castle and stuff. But that's just another theme I would go down the rabbit hole in if I were to watch the movies. So I kind of stay away from it for that reason. Just like Lord of the Rings, but also at the same time, I can't prevent myself from liking some themes on purpose or stay away from getting certain themes. So like Marvel, for example, I kind of stay away from getting many of the sets, or really any of the sets. I kind of just go after the cheaper ones when they're on clearance on occasion. And really, I kind of just stick towards now at this point. If I were to get a Marvel set, larger sets, as you saw, the MBS Daily Bugle would be my first true large Marvel set, and the next one would be like the Guardian ship, because I feel like the Guardian ship is the best priced set for Marvel in like years. But then eventually, hopefully, Avengers Tower. I don't really care for the Sanctum Sanctorum. I don't really care for the what's it called? The mansion, X-Man mansion. I don't really care for that set. Also, I feel like that set's too small. So if I were to really get Marvel sets, like I said, it'd have to be on an extreme discount is when I go after some. If it has every figure or something, a figure I like, then I'll go after it. But yeah, pretty much I kind of just stay in the realm of large Marvel sets, or if it includes like, I got the fighter jet set because I saw it on like 50% off, so I got that. So I definitely keep my Marvel selection limited. I like Marvel, but at the same time, pretty much out of all my collections, Marvel is kind of something I stay away from on purpose. Besides helmets are kind of more heavy into for Marvel side. Hey, welcome to the club. I'm gonna try to complete these 2 sets before I just like have a brain fart and then for some reason skip the 2 sets on accident or forget a piece. I did that, and still need to add the other one. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay. And honestly, kind of going back to the whole Marvel thing and staying away from it, when I compare Marvel and DC, I would say I'm more of a DC person, if I'm being honest. which on the Lego side of things, DC has been pretty abused, price-wise and set-wise, and really minifig-wise as well. I have seen that they're going to come out eventually with I think it's a Arkham Asylum set is the rumor, but it is, I think, play scale. Honestly, I wish they would just release like a MBS sized Batcave or MBS sized Arkham Asylum. I feel like that's something that's much needed, especially when they only give us the typical characters: Joker, Harley Quinn, Batman, Mr. Freeze now, and then Penguin. Those seem to be the typical DC like villains we get, or figures in general. I mean, heck, even Robin is over here getting abused. Can we put him in the 1966 Batmobile? Hey, what's up? What set did he get? I'm curious over here. Yeah, this, I don't know. There's something. It may help because DC makes better like animated stuff, but I just feel like I have a better even though it is confusing right now, but I feel like I have a better understanding of a lot of the characters. And then I feel like DC, there's more variety, just because I feel like there's a lot of, DC, you have like a lot of the more kind of like original style looking suits on most superheroes or villains, and then Marvel is over here kind of like having everything now armored up. I don't know. Okay, the land speeder. Yeah, I've seen that one available, in box for a good price and out of box. But for me, kind of when I go after UCS or large sets, I kind of like have my boundary in a way. So like if it's a building, then I'll probably go after it. Or if it's a ship that makes sense to be UCS sized or larger size than other sets. For example, like the vendor, got that one. Then the cantina, got that one. Then AT-AT here, even though it's a vehicle, it's a much larger vehicle. So therefore it made sense for me to get it personally. And then I have, Java sail bars I still need to make. So therefore, I feel like the barge is a little larger of a vehicle or ship as well. So I feel like that was kind of reasonable to get. And then one day I like the, a Star Destroyer UCS because it's a reasonable one to get. And then pretty much the only thing that kind of goes against, what I just said is the Batman sets I have, which are the UCS Tumbler, the UCS 1966 Batmobile, the UCS every single time I mix 1989 Batmobile UCS. So I have those three, which kind of go against what I said, but that's also DC compared to like Marvel and whatever. Then, like I said, eventually I hope to get the Guardians of the Galaxy ship UCS, because I feel like it's reasonably priced. So I mean, like, there's boundaries, like the UCS Django Slave 1 that's rumored to come out. I'm kind of tempted, and that would be kind of like the first ship that kind of goes against what I just said I would get. But I did see that there's later in the year rumored to have a playscale one, although I was hoping that playscale one would be more of the size of the 20th anniversary Slave 1, Boba Slave 1. But it's not. It's going to be the size of like the recent playscale one, which sucks because it's going to look worse than obviously the 20th anniversary one did. I mean, I guess that's kind of worded wrong. The 20th anniversary is like peak, and then the playscale Boba one that came out like, I don't know, a couple years ago, that one was way downsized and didn't look near as good. So I don't know, has me kind of debating, but I'll probably just get the playscale one and then pass on the UCS one, because another thing I think about is if I get the Django UCS one, then I'd be tempted to get the UCS Boba, and I'm like, is it really worth it? Goes against what I said. Doesn't make sense to have like a larger size ship being UCS compared to, you know, then having it against or next to like the vendor and stuff like that. It just kind of doesn't make sense to me. So I may just do the playscale one there, and then save any VIP points I have towards hopefully the Death Star if it looks good and if it's executed properly, which it's gonna have to nail a lot of parts and a lot of specific like points to be worth the amount. So there's just a lot I kind of like goes through my mind when I decide on which sets to go after in terms of UCS. But the land speeder, I mean, it looks nice to me, but I did stay away from it because, yeah, like I said, it just doesn't make sense, especially if I were to have it near, you know, like the barge. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me there. Yeah, the vendor was a pretty nice build. Like I said, it was like my first Star Wars one, and it's just crazy. Like sometimes it's like it's weird because when I stare at it over the months, right, it's almost like it gets smaller to me, and then the next day it'll look like super large again, and I'm like, dang, it looks like it grew. I mean, I guess part of it is because it's been up on one of my shelves, but then I look at my shelf, and then I'm just like, okay, actually, when I can put it in perspective, that thing is quite large. And then especially if I put it on the floor, for example, then it'll look even larger because my room's not big by any means. Like, it's dang near like a dorm room sized. But I remember when I was building that, I had kind of put it on the floor because I didn't know where else to put it, and I had to move some things around eventually to fit it. And when I had it on the floor, it looked huge. And then, like I said, over time, it looks like it's got smaller. But then I look again another day, and it looks like it's just as large as I remember it. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, when it comes to the barge, so that's one. It's like, you know, I'd like to build the Daily Bugle, but at the same time, all the stickers scare me, like really scare me. But the barge, I was able to find some printed tiles. And that's the same thing I did for the vendor, because once again, it was the first release like UCS Star Wars set I actually got, or first UCS in general. And I saw how the grays contrasted. So therefore, the vendor, I actually got printed tiles that replace the stickers. So it looks a lot better, and I didn't even have to mess with stickers. I did the same thing for the sail barge. So I have, whenever I build that, whether it's on stream or behind scenes. Most likely it's going to be on stream, but who knows? Or I may just do some on stream and then finish the rest off stream. But I won't have to deal with stickers for that one. The daily bugle, though, yeah, that's going to have to deal with stickers. And usually stickers kind of like influence my decision if I'm going to build it soon or like later, which I'm sure many people can relate to. Yeah, the destroyer is kind of like controversial for me because it's my first Imperial Star Destroyer. Because yeah, I had like many years there where I had dark ages where I didn't buy any Lego stuff. And obviously, you know, I like the size of the old ones. But yeah, this one, it was until I got to a certain step. I mean, it's still very small, but when I was building it, I felt very underwhelmed because it almost looked like a, you know, extra large pizza slice in terms of size. It got a little larger. It is the best detailed, but like I said, it'd have been nice if it was a little larger. Which is why one day I hope to get like a Star Destroyer UCS. Yeah, thanks, man. I don't really go live many like times at all. And sometimes obviously I'll say like, you know, going live at 6. Well, that pretty much never happens. Usually it's like 30 minutes later or an hour later, just because I, for some reason, always get into doing something else. So therefore I end up having to stream much later than expected. But really it's just sometimes, you know, it depends on my motivation to do a stream or not. Usually I would like to have like an ongoing conversation, because if I don't have an ongoing conversation or like the chat's not active, then the stream's honestly personally pretty boring, because I like to talk. So I also do maybe one day hope to have another guest, so therefore I can actually talk to somebody instead of it just being like, yeah, waiting for chat to say something. So yeah, don't go live too often. And it really depends, yeah, what sets I have to build as well. Oh crap. Yeah, another one. Yeah, I still need to figure out why it is every single time I have 2 cameras set up, there will be no echo until I literally start the stream, and then the echo just suddenly comes out of nowhere. But I may just do one camera and set it at an angle like this, because I feel like it actually works. Although, like I said, what I have it currently set on, like what my MacBook's setting on top of, let's just say if this was like a construction industry, would not be OSHA approved, especially if, you know, for example, if the MacBook was like a person and then this was like a structure holding them up, definitely would not be OSHA approved. Very untrustworthy and not safe. So yeah, I may just have to go the unsafe route and then go with this camera angle. So therefore, don't have to deal with echo. It sucks I won't have 2 camera angles, but at the same time, I feel like this is pretty much all I need is to show when I'm building. I would also like to eventually, I don't know, everything costs money, which sucks, but I would like to have like different music to add, because I did do that with my other stream, but it was like where I got the music from is only one-time use, and then I think the next time I tried using it at the end, the stream got like copyrighted. So I was just testing my luck, and sure enough that happened. So I would like to add different music, so therefore it's not the basic music going on over and over again. Speaking of that, now I'm just gonna change the music to one of the other basic ones. rare set I own is the 2013 Republic gunship. Yeah, so official set wise, the first gunship I actually owned was the Coruscant Guard one. But when I was first getting back into Lego stuff, I really missed out. I was like, dang, they really released a nice looking gunship during the time I was like in my Dark Ages, which actually I think when it was on the shelf was a little bit before I went into my Dark Ages. So I remember picking up some of like 2 battle packs. Like I picked up the 2/12 battle pack, picked up like one of those, and keep in mind I was younger, so I couldn't buy multiples of them. So therefore I got that one, and then I got the Death Star like Gunner and Royal Guard battle pack. And then I think once I bought those, soon after is when I went into my Dark Ages. But yeah, I really missed out on that gunship. So therefore, I think it was 2020, I bought parts for a gunship I saw, which somehow the instructions were free, which eventually I figured out because they commented on my post, since I did credit them. They said it was free because they knew the instructions weren't 100% complete and they weren't the best, which makes sense after they said that or commented that, because when I was building it, it was almost like it would have like parts just hanging up, and the next step would be them all together. And you're just like, how the heck do they do that? So it was a lot of rearranging, but I did buy all those parts for that through Bricklink, and then I put my own together. So it's kind of like, it was labeled 501st, although the blue that's used for it is a navy blue, but it is the scale of the 2013 gunship. So it's a nice size, and I like it so much. It's probably a set I'll never put in storage. It'll always be on display in my room just because I'm proud of it. I think it looks nice, and I would go grab it, but since my room is small, and then obviously this is a large set, all these separate boxes are right on the side to the pathway to get to that gunship. And then I have the outer box that held the actual set right there. So be hard getting to it. Even though I'm probably gonna have to use the restroom here soon, because I am not one of those people that can hold it in all stream, especially when I go for vast amount of hours. That's why I would like to have like a second guest, so therefore they can take it over when I would just have to, release the river, should I say. Alrighty, let me get back in the building. Okay, so that goes there. Wait. Okay. Is that 2 times? No, it is not. So I've been going for about, an hour and a half, I think? If I really grinded this out, I could probably be like on back 2 right now, but I like to be on the chat, like I said. But yeah, I figured I might as well go live today, since it is International Lego Day, which I did not know it was until I think late last week. Another thing too is I haven't mentioned Lego Ninjago yet in the stream, but that's one theme that I kind of like. In terms of sets, I stay away from, even though I do on occasion get the smaller sets. But if I ever had enough money, I would get into Ninjago and I would buy like all the building sets and then buy all the mech and dragon sets. But really, pretty much what I do with Ninjago is I pretty much just buy the, some figures here and there through Bricklink. Because I do like Ninjago, I watch Ninjago, but that's just another theme I kind of have to limit since obviously Lego is expensive and you only have so much space. So it's like, I do like that theme, but it is one I partially stay away from internally or mentally through my mind to make sure I don't go crazy and then have multiple other themes and stuff I would want. But maybe one day I may just go after the mechs because Ninjago, they have some pretty cool looking mechs. And I did at one time have the Ninjago City, but it was from a big lot that I got. And then, so I pretty much just planned on selling it. But I've been really tempted to get like, I was tempted to honestly keep it, but it was worth a lot of money. And I definitely need the money. And like I said, we just went down probably a rabbit hole in winning all the buildings if I kept that one. So maybe one day, but probably not anytime soon. Also did, or I do, actually not really anymore, but I was like a big Hero Factory person growing up. But obviously that started from Bionicle, even though pretty much all my Bionicle came from a couple of years ago when I started going crazy over them. And I was finding people selling some insanely priced ones for very cheap, which some of them I literally decided to drive like an hour away, almost 2 hours just to pick them up because they were such great deals. And I did buy like a bulk bin of parts for Bionicle, which ended up having a lot of rare ones as well. But I did have to buy a bunch of different parts and pieces, and I sold some and then kept some others based on how much I liked them. So I do have a big Hero Factory collection, which most of those I had from my childhood. Got into it more than Bionicle, but also at that time Bionicle pretty much phased out, then Hero Factory took over. But I do have a lot of those stored away. Wouldn't be able to say all their names, if probably even 5% of the ones I own their names, but did like them. Gotta say that. Now Hero Factory, I probably would be able to pretty much say all their names, no issue. Besides maybe the villains. And maybe one day or two I'll show off the collection, but I already know there's gonna be some people, since I don't know all their names, will probably be like, you're a fake fan, why would you get them if you don't know their names? Even though pretty much the main reason I got them is because I always just like the look of Bionicle figures in general. So that's probably a potential future video, but that would be probably years down the line since I would have to take them out of storage and then have enough space to set them all up for the video. And since I won't know other names, if I were to make that video, I'd probably just be saying, oh, I like this one because, and then I probably would not mention their name. Yeah, so yeah, about that, I do, and actually literally just did my first clone army video about a month, 2 months ago. So if you want to, you can go ahead and watch it. Yeah, thanks for stopping by and having a good old conversation. Hope everything goes well, man. And whenever you see me live again, whether that's in next week, 2 weeks, I'd appreciate if you stop by as well. Or just if you want to stop by, have a conversation, you already know I'm down to do that. It's going to be pretty crazy to see how thick the structure is for this, because this is all bag one, and we're just like stacking stuff on top of one another. Which some people said it's not super like sound in terms of the structure. Like I've seen that sometimes it seems to collapse, so that's going to be interesting to find out for myself. But right now, just like based on looks, it's kind of hard to believe something like that would happen, just because it does seem like it has a good structure to it. But a lot of times people say it's because of the legs. So maybe if they spend as much time on the legs as they did the structure for here, then maybe that wouldn't happen. But like I said, that would be interesting. Kind of afraid to do the legs, if I'm being honest. Just because I feel like that's going to cause me to say some words if it does just collapse like mid-build. Alrighty, gotta flip this over. Let's go. Can't remember which part's the front and which is the back. Oh well. I feel like the temperature in my room just dang near became Hoth. Probably gonna have to throw on a freaking jacket here soon. I don't know though, whenever I finish this, if I want to dig out all my snow troopers, which I think I end up having less snow troopers than I thought I did. At least the newer ones. I have a lot of the old ones too, but I don't know. Kind of debating if I should display it where it's filled up with all the snow troopers required, or that can fit, or if I should just display it without. I don't know yet. Okay. Okay. Oops, almost forgot that part. Let me pin my comment from earlier, so therefore whoever comes in, there we go. Or not pin, at least put it up on the screen. Around. You know, I think there's like a Lego mallet that they included with some set, I thought. Surprised, if I'm not mistaken, I'm surprised this did not come with one. Considering how thick it's starting to get just with the structure. Once again, just like building this right now, you wouldn't think it would end up as big as it actually is. But I'm sure that's coming. Probably bags too. Oh crap. Okay.
Two times. Here we go. Oh, crap. Alrighty. Sure I don't put this the wrong direction. It's there, and this is going out like that. Bam and bam. Alrighty, now 4 of these. Okay. Okay, that's four times. Four. Two times. Oh. Alrighty. At least that dropped somewhere I could easily see it and find it. Okay.
All right, from bag, I guess all 3 bag 1s or 4, can't remember how many. But there are the extra pieces. And then here is after all the bag 1s, is what it's going to look like. So there you go. Try to get every angle there. Yeah, that took a little longer than expected. Now let's actually move into literally move 2 since it is the bag 2s. But before I do that, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. So let me put that in here. Now I gotta dang near like hurdle and move around all these boxes. Oh, there we go. Now let's just hope I don't bump into my MacBook. That would be bad. Oh, I'm back. Hey, what's up, Stiffy? Hey, what's up, man? I'm not gonna lie. If I'm being honest, I really hate being by myself on the stream. I kind of was talking to the chat earlier, and I was like, dude, I really hate when it's like dead times like this, because then I'm a talker. I hate being dead silent, although it is a good thing when I'm over here building, because I can get a lot done compared to if I was talking constantly. But yeah, definitely was like, hey, hopefully someone pop on. But okay, sweet. Yeah, I'll send you the link. As long as I'm not setting up my own camera, I know it won't echo. So I originally was planning to do like 2 screens, you know, so therefore it was setting on like me building and then my face, although my face isn't important, but you know, just to keep that vibe, I guess, compared to every other stream. But I kid you not, once I literally hit enter stream or go live, the echo just came out of nowhere, full force, and I was like, you gotta be freaking kidding me. It's probably because I don't have actual like headphones. I don't know. Kind of gave up. So actually, I think in the future, I'm just gonna go with this angle. Although right now, my MacBook is literally setting on top of some Funko Pops, and it's like kind of off to the side. So if I get up and bump into it, that might be a tragedy on stream. Yeah, I am not a. If I'm going live, it's always just going to be more towards night compared to early in the day. Well, one, when I get an actual job, that's especially going to be true. But even like, you know, now I'm just like, I can't stream early in the morning. It just does not have the same feeling. And that probably would screw up like 50 billion times just trying to, I don't know, put like a 2x4 plate on top of one another. Oh, the tune. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I don't really know the names of every song, so that kind of got me. Maybe one day I'll actually be able to add different music that I won't get copyrighted for. Four times, crap. Yeah, you went pretty wild there with your like one of your first streams, 24 freaking hours. Yeah, no, I can never. Dude, I would be embarrassed doing 24 hours. I know I'd have to use the restroom probably good like 3-4 times minimal. And that's probably just like, you know, if I'm lucky, only 4 times. I mean, right now this is a like circle, so basically it adds flavor, and this is a caffeine one, so basically that's kind of keeping me going. That's for sure. Yeah, honestly, usually it's like I shoot to try to at least get like 50% way done. But sometimes I'm motivated to like not stop. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll I at least try to go till like midnight, but I don't know if I'll end there or if I'll keep going. Who knows? I kind of just, it's a last minute judge. If it seems like chat's dead, if it seems like no one's hopping on, or if I just kind of like out of energy, then I'll stop by midnight. That is partially how I am. Like, because sometimes I'm like, dude, I know if I stop right here, right now, and I'm not done, then I probably won't be motivated to literally like finish it. So therefore, sometimes I'm just like, I'm just gonna stay up as long as possible. So therefore, I finish it, and then I can actually move on to another set. Because who knows, like, since I already set the kind of theme of like building a set when I'm only on stream, then who knows whenever next time I stream, which in that case I may just force myself to stream again like later this week. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really think things out when it comes to YouTube. Sometimes I do, but then when it comes to streaming, it's kind of like last minute decisions. Or when I'm actually running on time for a stream, I literally just find some other BS thing to do, and then I'm late. Like I decided to got some Funko Pops, and then I decided to rearrange my desk before stream with updated Funko Pops, and they're like barely showing. So don't know why I did that. Simply by you just saying I gotta cook and stuff, and then dinner earlier, I'm like already hungry. I just made like I don't know what you should call it, but I made like a late lunch around like 2 to 3. And just had some cheese-filled ravioli. So I don't know, I may get fat on stream and decide to go down, grab a snack, and then bring it up here and eat it. And then you'll just watch me chat and eat for like a decent amount of time. That's got to be the hardest question ever, even though it seems so simple. I can't really give like a straight up my favorite character because there's just like so much variety. I don't know. Sith wise, even that's tough. Sith wise, I mean, kind of like some typical answers there because it would be between Darth Vader and Darth Maul for me personally. Clone Trooper wise, I actually really liked Echo, but then Bad Batch, I feel like kind of killed him for me. So then, I don't know. I really cannot give a good answer of who my favorite character is. I'm like all over the place. I gotta say though, if Kylo Ren was literally, if he was actually written properly, I feel like I actually would like Kylo Ren a lot because I already liked how Kylo Ren like looked, especially his Supreme Leader look with the reforged helmet. And I wish we got more of that look. But if he is written properly, I feel like he would be potentially in consideration for being one of my favorites if he was written properly. Well, we know how far off they were from writing his character actually properly, so.
Shoot. I can't wait till like a couple of hours from now when I'm probably feeling drained. But then, since there's so many great pieces, I'm just going to dang near see like the same piece times like 54, and then realize it's not the right piece multiple times. So favorite Funko. Like I said, I went like crazy for. Well, actually, even then, saying crazy is probably like an overstatement. But now I just kind of get, excuse me, I get some Funko Pops here and there, but it's really just like, you know, if I go to GameStop and I so happen to have my coupon still available for being a pro member, and if there's not any of the DC figures I'm after, then I may get a Funko, but sometimes I just walk out of the store. But this time, I bought a decent amount of them because I saw some Pokemon that pretty much they had all the like ones from my childhood I kind of liked, or at least had a card of, which unfortunately I sold those cards years ago when I was younger to get some money, and I regret it. But I got a couple of those. But when I say, when it comes to favorite Funko Pop I own, I'm trying to remember which ones I have stored away too. But honestly, if I were to be honest, I think all the ones I like the most are currently on my desk. Even though a lot of them, like I said, are ones I literally set up right before the stream. But I'd probably have to say my favorite is potentially... Oh, man. That is very tough. I'm really indecisive when I come to think about it, but... I gotta say, I actually really do like Darth Cylon that I have right here. Let me see if I can angle it a little bit better. I actually really like Darth Cylon. Just the way he looks. And then a lot of, I kind of like Darth Nihilus too. And I have Darth Raven over here in the very corner to try to... There we go. So yeah, I have Darth Raven right there. Yeah, I do also like a lot of the glow in the dark, but like I said, I just try to limit myself since Funko releases new characters like crazy. So yeah, I'd probably have to say maybe Darth Cylon is one of my favorite. Although I'll have to see what he looks like actually glow in the dark. But this Boba Fett here with the carbonite chamber seems to be a pretty cool looking one. Yeah, I mean, I have all the wrong they literally did in like all the sequels. I think what really topped it off the bat to make it even worse was the freaking Disney princess style kiss and death of freaking Kylo Ren. Dude, literally, that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen done, or that they could have potentially like imagined to make happen. Like, he literally was just becoming good. He changed around his life after all the terrible writing already that went on, and then you literally have him die because of freaking kiss that like transferred all of his energy to Rey. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. On top of freaking Princess Leia going to space and then all of a sudden using the Force to fly back in, like another Disney type princess story there or situation. That was so dumb. I hated that so much, and yeah, they just killed him off like nothing. Yeah, I know. Because sometimes on my own like research, or if I'm bored, I just kind of like look at the value of some things I own. And I saw Raven was like around $40 or something, I think. But that could have changed since the last time I looked. And I do have a lot of Black Series, which obviously from this camera angle you can't see. And I do have a Darth Revan Black Series, and I have the light side Revan in Black Series as well. And I have many others, kind of like on the shelf I have. It's, I think, 2 or 3 deep for the top and middle section, and then the bottom one I think is 2 deep. And then I have some on the walls, and then I have some on the ground that I currently could not fit. So I have a lot of them. Which one do you have? I didn't even know there was like another one besides the one I have right there. Like I said, Funko makes so many, I just like lose track, and that's why I kind of just like get them here and there. Gotta say though, like they don't look bad for being kind of like a collectible, but they don't really retain their value too well. But I think it is like a nice thing to collect, where you can get a bunch of variety for a cheap price, because usually they're on sale, which is a good thing in some people's minds at least. Shoot, so let's go. Nope, that stops right there. Oh, anyway. Well, dang. I'm assuming you probably have, if I were to take a lucky guess with the little knowledge I have, I'm assuming if it's $100, it's probably one of the original looking Funko Pops, where I think usually it was like blue or something on the box, as in like the little label was typically blue. I don't know, that would just be my guess. And like I said, I really don't know anything or a lick about Funkos really, besides that they make a lot of characters. Don't know any of the history. You're gonna make some knives with your friends? What the heck do you mean by that? All right, sweet man. What the heck am I doing wrong? Alright, so that goes at that angle. This looks like it goes there. Alrighty. Thought I did something wrong. It was just looking weird for a couple seconds there. Oh crap, I didn't do that for the other one. Oh boy. At least it's something small. But what the heck is it? Nope. There we go. Dang, if I can get my, if I can pick it up, it's like, okay, there we go. All right, let me find the other one, since I forgot to do it. Go. Nope, nope. Yeah, if I'm being honest, it like, based on just the bottom structure. It doesn't look like it's going to be as big as I thought, but it's really all on the legs. All on the legs. Okay, so this is down all the way. So that's my assumption. Maybe I should actually look at it. Oh, okay. It's found its groove. There we go. Now I need to find where the heck is blue. Nope, that's two separate plates. All right. The heck is that going to be? Is that going to be the top of the bottom? Yeah, bottom, I think. Oh well. Alrighty, yeah. It's getting flipping cold in my room. Oh. I wonder if this will add any light to the bottom here. Yeah, that adds some light. Okay. Oh, nope. Well, let's switch the setting with that. I have so many lights, just kind of like you guys can't see. At least you can't see based on this angle. If I had two cameras, then technically you would be able to see it, but I have a bunch of lights going on there with my shelves and even the side shelf. Honestly, at this point, it's kind of like just to see how long they last with the charge they're on, which they should all be 100%. So at this point, yeah, I'm just trying to see how long they last. And right now, they don't really seem like they're gonna give out. At least not within the next 30 minutes, probably next couple of hours or hour, since it is about what, 2.5 hours into the stream. Let me see if I can turn this one that's right above me too. This one's more of a there we go. Don't know how long that one will last, since it's more of a motion type light. I mean, I guess all these are, but that one I feel like has less hours of a charge that can stay on. But that made it a little lighter. And then the other two I literally just turned on were right here on my shelves, or shelves of my desk, should I say. So now it definitely looks brighter. You guys can see more. Let me just move my bottle out of the way so you guys aren't staring at my bottle. Let me actually move the structure more towards over here so you guys can actually see it better. These are extra pieces, so I'll put them to the side. There we go. I stared right into one of those lights. So now I'm like partially blinded for probably the next couple of minutes. Even though I'm wearing glasses, so technically I'm already bad vision. Oh, shoot. I was about to say. I'm wondering how this one step got to the next and realized I skipped the whole step. There we go. Around this one. Oh, shoot. All right, 2 more. Oh, shoot. Where's this other one? There we go. Well, headphones are dead for a little bit. Where did my case go? There we go. While I'm charging my headphones, I might as well charge the case too, because I know it's been a while since I actually charged the case. Assuming my headphones or earphones there lasted quite a long time. That was pretty. I mean, it's been 2.5, like 3-ish hours. See, all these gray pieces are starting to look the same to me. It's not a good sign. All right. Where the heck is this piece? Oh, there it is. All the way up the top corner of my disc. Alrighty, so I think I did everything from this step. Yep. Alright. Next step. Where you at? There you go. Oh shoot. It's gonna be fun. Okay. That. Oh, I gotta do technically the same thing twice. Alright. Now I gotta find the other one. There you go. I'm assuming one that's probably gonna be an extra piece. That would be my guess. Yeah. Alrighty. Now I need to find one of the small circle pieces, which is in there. That down. Got those. Put this up here. Rotate it. That's 3, 3. Oh. Two by two. Stack on top one of that, right? It's there and that. Now for these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alrighty then. God. So, yep, that's what I needed. You know, building this small little part's a lot more involving than I thought it was going to be. So, this is what I'm supposed to do. Hope that's right. Seemed right. Guess we should find out later. I was thinking like the same thing. I got sometimes in Lego instructions, it'll be like some steps for some reason will show and you'll add like one piece, and then the next step you'll be adding like dang near like 8 pieces. Or even like within one step, how sometimes you'll like you build this part and then you add it on top. Some of the additions already for that step. It's like first one you just add or put together 2 pieces, and the next step you add like 8 more pieces. Sometimes I don't know how they make that decision because it just seems so random. Okay. Where? Yep, now I'm starting to go crazy. We have parts that data already can't even remember you forget. Good thing I noticed that, because that would be done. Okay, so this is okay. I'm gonna add to this. Okay, this is gonna get interesting. Okay, so this, nope. This, yeah, maybe it's just. I guess that might have been more simple. Now I gotta make sure it works really solve that. Oh, we got this locked in place. Please hold me. Please be connected. Please be connected. Please be connected. Please be connected. Okay. Think it's connected. It didn't fall off. I have trust issues though, even though it did not fall off. I'm pushing it everywhere I can to make sure it's not going to randomly just fall down in a random area of the building. Or a random piece in the building chest. Like these two. Can I put that on? Ooh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I have to stick my fingers back in here. You have some put this back where it should be. I swear I'm not tripping. These aren't like aligned with this compared to the other side. Oh well. Rather not break anything off again. I'm gonna let see if I can even flip. Oh shoot. Alright. Yeah, that's pushed now. Just gonna leave it alone, not touch it again. I guess until probably a couple steps from now, I will have to touch it again. Just like right now. Okay. Yes, this is where fun begins. 2 times? Yeah, 2 times. Should have. Okay. That's. Wait, what the hell? Just angle this now. Thank goodness. Okay. Next one. All right. And this on top of some pieces. No. The bigger round plates was. Couldn't find some of those pieces there for a couple seconds. And dang, I about to panic. Not really, but at least I would have been somehow short of the pieces. Alright, so there's other one. Yeah, dude. Oh. say this part is big should be. Hey, okay, this one go in. Yeah, I love technical pins at times. You want to go through the slots where you'll have to like squeeze some into those slots. In this case, there's no way to even do that. There's not enough space. Then it's like something wants to go in, one wants to go in, the other doesn't. Try doing a little reversal if I can. Stick in there first, and then rim reveal. Doing it the way they wanted. There we go. That's a lot easier. Now I just need to go back and see. Be one of the areas, struggle areas. Man, did this part disconnect now? Let me get down all the way. Disconnected. Alrighty. Same thing. First. There's the first season. There we go. Yep. This. Like it takes forever. I am going to all the number 3 bags. Here's so far after 2. There you go. Man. Just neat. I'm ready to move on to doing the top part. It looks like we're going back down. Here we go. One, two, three. Oh crap. Alright. We got the same thing. Assuming doesn't show, just says times 7. Oof. Yeah. Real. Right now, it looks like a futuristic paint. Yeah, look at it. Let's see the angles. Same time. So, He's leaving in the window. Like, who the heck is the instructions for this? So they it's yeah, right? Yeah, this doesn't even. Hey, what's up? Say how everything's going. I've been running through some of these types of situations now. This shall get interesting. Okay, ready this. Man. Ah, search for it. Yeah, I guess you could say that. And so, like, look at it like back three. So, yeah, a lot of progress. But when you look at it in terms of that, yeah, little to no progress. Yeah, I have two of the basic, but now they're building this UCS future. I may just want to get more UCS sized ones. Then one day we'll do a which I planned to do 6 years ago. It just didn't work out with all the skill sets I had. Or really just more space. So maybe off and get 3 UCS pieces, I think, and then combined blocks have cost make a mock-up. And you think a lot of housing rights. Definitely is. Oh, it is. Yeah, I had no idea. I don't know if it'll make a difference. I didn't take that for earphones, but I don't know if it even would make a difference. I guess I could. It's probably just going to sound the same. There, can you do that again? Oh my gosh, did this goofed on there too? Supposed to flip it around. This supposed to rotate, and then I put it. So actually, this needs to be. At the bottom. This. Yeah. Yeah. Dang. Jeez. I hate these rotating ones just because every single time I'm about to push it in, it freaking rotates. And there's two of them. Okay. Or then this situation, one wants to go in, the other doesn't. Okay, there we go. Finally. Yeah, so still have to build the UCS sail barge, and of course he's in there. But definitely I do prefer the old one since it doesn't look like it's being like mind controlled or a zombie. Is this about to mean orange for danger? I'm assuming I was supposed to. Okay. Let's say I'm pretty sure I was supposed to do this 2 times still. Wasn't seeing the one pieces though. So find the other one. It seems to be. Okay, there we go. Starting to get laser focused now. Say that, and eventually I'll somehow mess up on something that's like super easy.
I'm gonna turn off these lights because they look like they're about to give out. Hey, what's up, B1? How's it going? Okay. One of them. Where's the second? Where is the second? Nope. All right. There. I was about to say, I looked dang near everywhere, couldn't find it. You know, the one thing about UCS sets is like when you're building them, dang near it feels like you're going nowhere, even though you know you're making progress. Because then you literally just think about the fact, like, for example, I'm over here just still on all bag number 3s. And I feel like I've done way more than that. But nope. Shoot. Alrighty, let's not throw things. Alright, get that one up there.
6, 10. All right. Wow, you have me move one step forward just to add 8 more of these and flip the thing around. You know, I'm not going to complain though. It is pretty satisfying just slowly putting these smaller pins in and hearing that sound the whole entire time. Yep. Alright, time to push around, do the other one. Oops, good. Oh, I'm gonna refill my water bottle. Alrighty, back to the pins, it looks like. Okay, what the heck side am I? Oh, here we go. Okay, so one goes there. Man, there's so many freaking pins now. I'm over here like having to analyze each step, figure out where they go. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, space it out, space it out. And move to this one. Do 7 again. Got 1, got 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6, and 7. Now I gotta flip it around. 7, yep, 7 again. Two, 3, 4, and 5. Out 6, 7. Now back to this one. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, and 7. I'm surprised there's no extra of these pins for this step. There was one earlier, but not here. And it's usually a typical extra piece. Surprised they add another extra one. Even though a lot of the newer sets, there's some like crazy extra pieces. This one is probably just the same basic extra pieces. So I know like some of the newer large sets, even some of the smaller ones actually, there's like a bar piece I don't know the exact name for it, but it's like a, seems to be a common extra piece now, just different colors. Alrighty, so getting back to it. There we go. Seems to be right. I gotta do this one. Excuse me. Okay, so this is the same area. Oh boy, oh. 6. Nope, that goes down one more. And then that's this here. And okay, there we go. Shoot. Almost didn't see that. We'll add one right here. Assuming the last bag is probably going to be the other legs that I am not going to be doing right now. So I believe it showed all 4 kind of like upper legs being done. So I'm assuming that's probably what the bag number 4 is going to be. Whatever 2 legs I don't do this one is going to be the other one. A lot going on here. so that goes. Right, we're giving the dog some of his legs. Okay, so that's gonna be okay. I gotta figure out which. Like that. Yeah, there you go. Okay, this might get interesting. Don't break on me, please. Don't break on me, please. Don't break on me, please. Don't break on me. Okay. I think it's in there all the way. Soon it is. See if this, if I can lock this into place properly, and then guess I can judge. It's in all the way on the other one, or no? Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Please don't break again. Or two. Please don't break. Please don't. Oh. Okay. Okay, they move about the same. So I'm assuming that one's in all the way. I mean, it's definitely not. Seem like it's sticking out. Alrighty, what do I gotta do here? Logo. Hey, look, a printed piece. That's pretty rare nowadays. Dang near. Even in expensive sets, they for some reason don't want to print anything. Okay, so that's there. I don't think I've ever seen this piece yet. See if I can even show it off all the way. Don't think I've gotten that yet. Actually, I might have, maybe. But I can't remember every piece I do. Oh wait, Is this the screwdriver? I think this is the screwdriver. Okay, so let's see how I use this bad boy. So the sole reason I got the set is for this screwdriver looking thing. Which is the front. Okay, so this hooks onto this here. Yup. Get in there. Get. No. Oh. This is satisfying. Oh yeah, looky there. Move forward, move back, back, forward. Man, this just might be my favorite part of the set so far is the freaking screwdriver. MVP. The screwdriver. This is fine. Now let me make sure everything's working properly on this leg before I move forward. Okay, get in there. Get in there. Wait, are you in there? Yup. There we go. Moving forward and back again. There we go. This is oddly satisfying. I don't know why. I'll be that dude that finishes this set and then literally just keeps moving the legs for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Oh. Okay. So this one's gonna go there. And turn it around. This one there. Boom. Alright, now let's see what these other pieces are for. Okay, that's it. Okay. Sometimes the same thing. And then got a little small extra piece here, just a 1x1 blue string tile there. Alright, so this, looking at it from all angles, looks like this. You're just gonna flip it around, and then you just put it on like so. Don't break, please don't break, please don't break, please don't break. Okay. Whew. No pressure. Please don't break. Please don't break. There we go. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to adjust the legs, need to use a special MVP screwdriver. Okay. Well, it's what it is after, you know, I'm afraid to lift this, lift it up. Well, from a distance, this is what it looks like after bags 3. Pretty much it was just the legs. And then bags 4 are just going to be the other 2. Yeah. Oh. Everything's small. Where did you go? That's not flow. home. It's a little dark down here. Fresh. Where'd you go? At least I swear it, though. Okay, that wasn't it. Alright, share. I don't know where it went. I literally saw it roll down. I didn't even get long enough to look to see what piece it was. Looks like it, assuming it was this. I think it was only one piece. Don't know how it fell off this way, but ended up on the other side. I don't know. Right, moving on. I think I'm gonna have to have another restroom break. Sorry for anyone who's here. I'm gonna have to go on another restroom break. I don't know how people do it. I really don't. See, if I had a second person, I wouldn't have to do this. Bam. I'll be back. Oh.
Alrighty, I'm back again. I mean, at least I guess I'm not constantly having to use the restroom, but at least I'm stretching out my legs every now and then because they definitely would be dang near tired. Didn't realize it was like 11 already. Holy crap. I don't know though. I feel like I can keep grinding this through. I don't know if I started box 2, I may be tempted to try to finish all of box 2 as well. Just I'm not gonna lie too, I don't know like exactly how many subscribers I gained, but I just looked and I think I was around 837 and now I'm at like 850 something. So very glad and thankful for all you guys that have joined and already subscribed to the channel. That means a lot. What's up? Yeah, I'm completely gonna mess up your name, but what's up, El Inspata Aros? Yeah, I totally butchered that. I know that for a fact. Alright, I'm gonna have to move all these pieces just to do this next part. Or at least be able to move it, I guess. Bam. Another thing too, I saw that actually the AT-AT, it still may be up or it may be sold out already, but it did actually go back up on Amazon, I think an hour ago or something like that. I just saw that. Okay, now I gotta figure out if this is front or back, man. Gosh dang it, I gotta flip it the other direction. Alright. So yeah, if you want to pick up, it's not going to be the same deal, of course, like it was during Black Friday on Lego.com, but it does beat paying $1,200 on eBay plus fees. Yeah, I figured it was. I figured it was Spanish. I just knew I was gonna mess it up. So like, once I saw your name, I was like, yeah, here we go. You'll see my white boy self come out and try to pronounce that.
Alrighty. 3 on the bottom. Oh. Okay, is that in all the way? Assuming it is, it won't go in anymore. We'll go in our space, and that one goes there. Now I gotta go to the freaking back here. Add the 7 again. Okay, so 1. Oh, Scarecrow. Is that DC or like, you know, the Batman villain Scarecrow reference, or is that just kind of like inside type of thing? Okay, now I need to do that. Well, shoot. All right. Where y'all at? Okay, there's 1. Now there's 2. 2. And then I gotta find these pieces somewhere. 1. Then second one, where are you at? There you go. Ah. Well, I hope you're having a good night or day based on wherever you're located. I don't know when I'll exactly stop for tonight. Yeah, it's like I get motivated and I want to continue, but then I'm just like, no, because then I'll never stop and I could pull an all-nighter accidentally. The music stop or... Yeah, which one? Change it anyways. Did I do that? Yeah, let me do this. So what episode? See, I prefer Revenge of the Sith, but honestly, if I were to do my top 3 like Star Wars movies, I would probably have to go Revenge of the Sith, Rogue One, and then it would have been Empire Strikes Back, but now kind of like Return of the Jedi kind of like creeps up on it for me. But I think I might still have a slight edge to Empire Strikes Back, if I'm being honest. It's crazy to me how Disney can start off with such a good positive note with Rogue One, and then after that just completely fall to crap. It's crazy how quick they made a 360. If I were to ask, what are your top 3 Star Wars movies? Dang, man. I forgot about this part where I gotta somehow use my big size hands to try to get this squeezed through. At least that time seemed a little easier. Yeah, Revenge of the Sith, yeah. It's just, I don't know, I feel like, see, personally, my girlfriend is not, every time I try to get her to watch Star Wars films, like, she only lasts a certain amount of time, but honestly, I feel like I may just have to start off with Revenge of the Sith and show her, because it is the most, I would say, most action, and just kind of like, plot twist compared to the other movies. Then honestly, like, how many movies do you know where it's almost like the bad guys win? Pretty much none of them. In Revenge of the Sith, pretty much like the bad guys, which aka like Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine, pull off with the win. So I think it's one of the few movies where the bad guys actually like win in the end. Because usually when the good guys win, I mean, it's predictable. Like you already know they're gonna win because how many movies have it good. Alrighty, flip this over now. I'm sure I do that compared to last time. I wish I could show my Lego stuff, but pretty much the only camera I'm using is my MacBook, and it's currently like setting on top. And then, do I really trust myself rotating that much to show everything? Really, no, I do not. So my bed's also partially a mess since my room is super small. So like I have obviously all the UCS, AT-AT stuff either on my bed or right by me. So I would if I had a little bit of a different situation currently. but I have like recently started to put away some of my small sets, or at least saran wrap them, because I got some saran wrap, and then store them away. Pretty much just, yeah, the smaller sets that I don't really care to have on display anymore. And I still got some I want to do back there. I was having all my Batman sets on display, but now after like thinking it over, I'm just like probably going to saran wrap a lot of those too, and then put them in storage. Just because I feel like I'd rather have more, how to say it, more special type sets, I guess, on display. And then, yeah, I do have a lot of other Lego stuff in mind, like minifigs and everything are all kind of in a crate. And then I have a lot of Hero Factory and Bionicle, which are also like stored away. So a lot of my collection, honestly, besides like the large sets, are all stored away. Man, remember this for the other legs when I did it. I hate these freaking rotating ones. One side wants to go in, but then the other doesn't, and then when you're about to put them in, they rotate and then don't go in. Gosh dang it. Yep, there we go. It's doing the same thing. Literally what I just said is freaking doing it. Gosh dang it. Okay, there we go. Finally. That's only one of them, though. I gotta do the freaking second one. You have a good one. I don't say it's currently 11:35 where I'm at. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by and having a little combo there. Oh, I know that was not it. That is the second one. Here. Here. Dude, so much blue and I can't find the one Technic piece of blue. Actually, is it in here? Yep, it was. Oh, now we're using white instead of the orange ones. I wonder what's the purpose of that. The same exact thing. So you got those two that literally use the orange ones, and then you have this one that uses these two that are going to use the white. Sometimes I wonder, but I'm not going to question. Welcome back, Luke the Luke Adventures. Oh, looks like pretty much all the lights behind me died. So I'm assuming it's around probably 5 hours that they died after being on constantly. It's longer than I expected, that's for sure. There's one of them that's still barely on. Yeah, so let me find. There we go. Alright, get in there. Alright, oh, here we go again. Oh crap, forgot. Yeah, this may be a job for the freaking screwdriver again. I mean, last time I got this to rotate. But I'm not sure if it'll do it again. Okay, well, same noise I made last time. That sounded bad. Alright, I'm about to ask a question. See if anyone stops by and wants to give their input. There we go. around. Now go into this part. About to get. Actually, I don't know how many steps it is away, but the satisfying part with putting all the smaller Technic pins in. Yeah, let me just do this step and do the next one. Nope. So far, I've had no blood drawn, so that's at least a positive. Oh yeah. This first. Yeah, that's probably my biggest question so far of this set is why did they use white of this piece for these two legs, but then use orange in this piece for these two? That's probably the biggest question I have. Like I don't know. Was that a cost saving measure? Was that is one somehow just I don't know. Was one just more readily available? Was that a hint of something? I have no idea. Yeah, I kind of really want the ARC 170, but it's not necessarily for the build itself, but mainly for the clone pilots. Because I think, personally, the clone pilots carry that set. Because I did bricklink the parts for like some of the to make two of the older ARC 170s. Because well, when I did it, I had no idea. Like a year and a half, almost 2 years later, they would actually put one out again. So I built two of those, but of course I didn't really have the stickers because the stickers are a lot of the cost for the set, I guess, compared to the parts. Even though the parts weren't cheap either, but put two of those together. So honestly, kind of like having two of those, despite not really having stickers for them. I think I still prefer the old one over the new one. Even though I think Solid Brick Studios did how to like upgrade them so they look a little bit better. So obviously that's going to be more of a cost you got to put into it than what you already paid, and also the price for the ARC 170. I can't justify spending that much for it. I really can't. If it was the size of the old one, then I definitely would be able to justify it. But I can't. Yeah, it's definitely nice to get more ships and stuff for Clone Army. I mean, when I did my Clone Army video, I didn't include ships or anything like that, but I hope they make a clone turbo tank that's actually a good size. I know there's that rumored one, I think kind of based on Rebuild a Galaxy, but I know that's going to be super small considering the price tag. So I hope we get an actual size one eventually, hopefully soon, within the next like year and a half. Oh, correct. Oh, I hate doing that. When the heck did we rotate? Oh, it's gonna set that. Alright, gotta rotate it. It's on sounds. Like I'm breaking the crap. Actually, hold on. Did this rotate it for me? So it doesn't have to sound like that? Okay, yeah. Slow and steady wins the race. Just moving very slow, but it is rotating it. You know, it's kind of crazy how simple this screwdriver is, made of Lego pieces. But it's like so entertaining at the same time and fascinating. Hey, that's a good start. I gotta say though, like the clones versus battle droids battle pack definitely helps a lot, especially for, even though they have helmet holes. At least, you know, I was glad to build up my Coruscant Guard army. Although once again, I had to deal with the helmet hole clones, and Coruscant Guard is my favorite. But just being able to grow up the plain phase 2 was nice as well. Even though one thing, you know, I'm glad to get that many droids, but at the same time, since for some reason super battle droids outnumbered B1 battle droids in that set, I'm afraid to do my battle droid army and then eventually potentially find out that I damn near have as many B2s as B1s, because that wouldn't make sense whatsoever. But I would like to build up my droid army even more, so I hope that, I know it's supposed to be like a, it's kind of hoping Phantom Menace, spacing the name of it, but the one droid carrier thing, MTT, that's what it is. MTT, it's supposed to be like a Clone Wars version. I just hope it's going to be a decent size. I kind of was hoping it was a Phantom Menace one, just because I really like that 2007 MTT, and one day, hopefully I can get it, but probably not because it's super expensive, used or obviously in box. Yeah, there's a lot of armies I want to build up, but I gotta calm it down for now. The army I probably build up next is most likely going to be my Imperial army. I've been trying to like get more officers and kind of like make my own custom officers. And I honestly don't have near of an issue with the dual molded stormtroopers as some others. So I probably would look overseas to get them in bulk for a reasonable price. Although the cost to import them would probably end up being the same as if I just got them from someone here in the US. Yeah, I know they've been on sale multiple times here, but I got the amount I wanted personally, which would end up being I think 32 or 34. I know quite a lot, but I wanted to take advantage just in case it was a while before we got plain phase 2 again. And then apparently did it because of shock troopers. Yeah, that one I think I stopped at 10 just because I was like, you know, I didn't really, back then I was less willing to spend on like a bunch of battle packs, so therefore the 5 first battle pack the one from 2020. I only picked up like a couple of those. I think I picked up maybe 10. So therefore, I didn't want to pick up a bunch of that one, the specialty clone one or specialist clone battle pack, because it would have looked weird if I had so many of those guys and then less of just the grunt file first. Round, I gotta do 8. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, there's just so many. There's so many sets I still need to get, like the Dark Falcon, the Skeleton Crew ship, and some of the others. But I also, the most important one is I want to get a bunch of the Imperial, what are they called? Kind of like that one battle pack with the Mandalorians and then the Imperials. I still want at least in total 20 of those, and right now I have just 2. So, yeah, long way to go. I'm not gonna lie, like I'm tempted to get a second one, just because you know they're never gonna make that Moff Gideon again, and considering his regular appearance, I guess, from the Mando season 1 and 2 shot up tremendously in like value. I'm tempted to get another just in case, and they're definitely not gonna make Paz ever again. So it would just be nice, and then there are good pieces that come in that set, so I definitely think I may eventually pick up the second one of that. But it is a nice set. I did get a cape from like the original Moff Gideon to put on my Mando Moff Gideon, just because I feel like that was a big part of that figure that was missing and should have been added. And it definitely makes the figure look a lot better, at least to me personally. Oh yeah. You know, I wish the price was a little cheaper on the Imperial and Rebel, but at least I guess it didn't retire when some were acting like it was going to retire, because some said it was going to retire like by the end of 2024 for some reason. I'm glad it didn't, but at the same time, like I would get more of that set if it was maybe $30, just because I'd be able to army build a lot more. But it's just easier and cheaper to eventually buy overseas all those figures in bulk to build up the army. And then when it comes to the Sarlacc pit, yeah, I need to pick that up because I do want to do like a little kind of like scene whenever I build my UCS Java sail barge. I want to have obviously the Sarlacc pit and then have 2 skiffs, but I may just get, buy a brand new one and then get, if there's anyone out there, buy a used skiff and Sarlacc pit set with no figs. So therefore it's cheaper unless it really drops down in price. But I can't justify spending that much for that set. I really can't. Which seems to be a common trend of LEGO Star Wars recently, is having a tough time to justify spending that much on a set. Yeah, that's probably going to be a smart decision. Don't know when the vendor will exactly retire, but I can see that's definitely getting close to potentially being retired. Probably by the end of this year at earliest. Guess I've got to do this. Yeah, it's probably honestly partially where I'm at, although it kind of depends, what's retiring and what I'm after. Because before the vendor, like I said earlier, I don't know if you were here, but before I got the vendor was my first UCS Star Wars set. But earlier that year, I got a used 1989 Batmobile UCS, and that was used, and that was my first UCS. So it hasn't been long in which I actually went after UCS sets, but I don't go after every single one. I just have my certain criteria as to which ones I go after and which ones I do not. Yeah, I'm not a really big Ghostbusters person, but I gotta say that's it. Every time I partially see it, or like see it, someone selling it, it is kind of in my interest, especially if I were to get a light kit, because then it just goes well with Halloween. And I'd probably most likely get a light kit that actually plays sounds for it, because then it'll just make it even better. But then when it comes to Rivendell, I've never watched Lord of the Rings, but that set I do have to say is pretty nice. Yeah, I would definitely say, like, honestly, I really May 4th and around Black Friday or like Christmas is when I usually kind of go after more of the larger scale sets, because it's hard to beat, potentially 4 times VIP or insider points with the promos, or obviously the big sales that happen uh, Black Friday. But obviously Black Friday, that's probably going to be more sets that are close to retiring. So usually I can hold off or wait depending on the situation. I almost forgot to do it again. All right. Yeah, I'm Sail Barge is one, like, I didn't, expect to get that early, but when I, the promo, I usually sell those. And since I'm already behind on the lightsabers promos, I'm just like, I'm going to sell it. Still currently have it, but I am trying to sell it. But it was hard to beat, having that up there, which that's potentially $100 technically off. And then having Rakuten, which I use as well, available. It was just hard to pass that up. I think Rakuten was maybe 5-10% cashback, if not more than that. So couldn't beat it, so therefore I ended up just getting it right off the bat. Even though, is it worth that much? Probably not. And I already bought, like I said earlier, replacement printed tiles and stuff for instead of the stickers. There's no reason something that expensive should come with stickers. And also just how they treated some of the figures. Like I said, what's his name earlier? It's mentioned Salacious Feet Crom, just the way they took away his pupils, it does look weird to me. Like, there's some figs that look good, but then him, for example, it's not the same as the old one. And I don't have the old one. And then even again, that kind of caused me to buy an older Bib Fortuna, since they for some reason kept the same fat headpiece for him when he should not have a fat headpiece. So there's just a lot of things they did with that set alone that kind of just like, are you serious? This expensive of a set, and then you have this low effort? I just don't get it. Yeah, I got this one, like I mentioned earlier, during Black Friday. So therefore it was like $200 cheaper. Plus, obviously, you had, I think it was like double VIP then, or maybe it was just Rakuten that was like 15% cash back. So I decided to strike because I knew it was going to retire. I originally never planned to get it, but it's just too hard to pass it up. Then also I have like pretty much most cost sets. So one day, plan to make an actual like a mock using everything. I may eventually just see if anyone's selling used AT-ATs then for a reasonable price. UCS AT-ATs, that is. And my play scale ones will just be over here cheap. yeah, when it comes to like the UCS, the UCS TIE fighters, UCS X-wings, I don't go after those just because, you know, if I'm getting a UCS set, I'd rather it be more of a typically large vehicle that would make sense. So like AT-AT, we know it's large, so it makes sense. The Bender, and then well, the Cantina, it's not really a vehicle, but I have that one. And then the sail barge is a little larger of a vehicle, so I figured that was reasonable to get. But like the gunship, I passed on that. Passed on the X-wing. Passed on the TIE Interceptor. I'm not gonna go after that. But the one that has me debating, that kind of goes against my rule, is the UCS Jango Slave one coming up. But I probably will pass on that too, just because it would make me want to get the Boba Slave one UCS, and I don't know if I want to deal with the dark red pieces since they're prone to cracking, and then seems like they're going to come out with a play scale one anyways, even though it is going to be based on the same size as the previous play scale one instead of the 20th anniversary slave one, which sucks. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, that one has me debating, but at the same time, they just eventually pass on it. Because I'm like, if there's going to be a smaller one, reason I'd probably just get it just because it is a nice ship. But also for Jango, since it's a play scale one, it's kind of just makes me question if it's even worth it. If I already had the UCS Boba Slave one, then I probably would get it. But like I said, it goes against pretty much my way of thinking. Sorry. It would be like the first regular size ship that I kind of get if I do get it. Yeah, so I actually really like Kylo Ren, and let's just say when I was getting back into Lego stuff, I picked up his Starfighter, which I actually have above me, and I also picked up his shuttle. I gotta say, the black shuttle, that is, not the gray one, they definitely really impressed me. And his interceptor, I remember the name of it now, it's way larger than I expected, which is a good thing. I like the larger scale sets. And then the shuttle was really cool as well. So I definitely would pick it up if I'm being honest. Especially if you find a good deal, you could not go wrong with that set. Yeah, I would definitely get it if I were you. And like I said, if you don't have his interceptor, I would go after that too. Now, when you have them side by side, the scale doesn't really make sense. But I still like the big size of them compared to obviously how everything is nowadays, which is scaled down. Yeah, I got mine. So I got mine around, I think. Well, there's a whole situation with the one I got, which I'm not going to get into because it's a whole crazy story. But I got mine. I think it was new in box, I believe. And I forgot how much I paid for it. It might have been $80. So I got mine for like a steal. Even though honestly it just kind of like recently retired then, I think. But still, couldn't say no to that, and I'm definitely glad I did it when I saw it. Even though, like I said, I did have to go through a situation where the person was basically trying to scam me and multiple other people, and then eventually someone said they were going to call the cops, and they were sending up the cops to track them down, and then they actually ended up sending everybody their sets. So it was a long story and a lot of frustration and being worried because I was in college at the time. So thought I was going to lose money. And then eventually, you know, there's a couple other people that I eventually figured out I also was trying to buy something from them, from that same person trying to scam them. And we all kind of like came together. And then, yeah, the guy that was trying to scam us all eventually sent the sets. And so I eventually got the Collar Run shuttle. So yeah, there's a long story about that. That is a nice set. I always kind of like, I don't have it, that one or the one I'm about to mention, which is Hoth Dameron's. The black and orange one. So I think that's pretty cool color combo. But I don't have either, so might be a little too late, maybe one day, but it's not like a big priority of mine. But like I said, I like larger scale, and that was larger scale. Yeah, I personally, for me, I actually do like the MBS sets because I like buildings. So really like that one, and then it also honestly kind of like helps you create a scene compared to obviously a vehicle. So I'm glad I got that one. Even though, like, honestly, when you have it built, it does seem a little smaller than originally thought, or compared to what you see usually in like videos on someone's shelf. For some reason, yeah, it just looks smaller to me. But also too, like all the figures that came with it. That's why it is very nice set, is because a lot of the figures. And actually, the cantina I did get during last year's May 4th, since it was, I think, 4 times insider points, or it might have been 3 times. I can't remember. But I couldn't pass up that deal. The only thing about UCS sets, though, is that, like, this one, for example, like I said, I feel like I've gone through so many more steps, or at least bags, and then I just look at it and I'm just like, dude, I haven't even gotten past technically box 1 of 4 yet. So, like, I'm just now about to essentially finish box 1 after all these hours. Alrighty. Time to say this again. Please don't break. Please don't break. Please don't break. Please don't break. I really do not need you to break. Please don't break. Okay. Okay. Are you here? I didn't hear a click. So, I mean, the first leg I put on for the other 2 didn't either. Just want to assume that's good. Okay, yeah, it's not moving a whole bunch, though. Oh, push that. Alright, here we go again. Please don't break. Shoot. Alright, here we go. Nope. Nope. Not feeling confident. This one didn't slide on as easy. Oh. 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 Okay, there we go. There we go. See, this is what I mean, though. Like, I don't know why they use white for these 2, and then use orange of this piece for these 2. Like, I don't know what the thought process was for that. So that's definitely my biggest question, like I mentioned earlier, about this set so far. Yeah, let me straighten this one up. But yeah, this is definitely the funnest part, is literally using this screwdriver. And then, well, that latch on, but here we go. And then you can straighten it up. This has got to be the funnest part of the set so far. Yeah, it literally looks like one of those robo dogs that I've seen like streamers and stuff just jokingly buy. Alright, gotta flip this back here for this one. I'm gonna have to straighten this leg up too. Screwdriver, let's go. Crap. There we go. Didn't need much. Alright, well, I already know that this is the next step. Yeah, I really hope they do too. I mean, technically, the Death Star will be an MBS, since it is technically like a scene or building, and then pretty much all. Another way to tell is when it's an MBS set, you get a lot of figures. So that's another thing. Even though the price, you would hope for the price you would get that many figures, but yeah, technically that will be an MBS, and I definitely do want to see more MBS in the future because, like I said, it just helps you. It's cool because it gets your kind of creativity going, like trying to set up a scene for it, and it just looks nice in display, especially since you can put it with other, for example, they make the indoor bunker or they make the Ewok village, you can set up a scene for that and it'll look pretty cool. But one that needs to be made is the Geonosis Arena. I know many people know one that. Indoor bunker would be cool again in UCS form. Oh crap, where is this? I know for a fact this is not an extra piece. Where was this supposed to be? Actually, okay, it's got to go on one of the legs somewhere. Where did I not put it? Oh, this one. Alrighty, so Dog Boy, so far this far along. Right now, it looks like that one ship from Star Wars with the 4 like wings, just kind of more mechanical looking. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't. I mean, it's going to be covered up, but like, I just don't understand why they used orange for 2 legs and then used white with that one piece for the other 2. And yeah, it is. I mean, they even have like the one door where I think Luke throws the little grenade up into. I don't really want to pick it up, but yeah, the door where Luke throws up the grenade and blows it up is right here. At least I'm pretty sure that's the door. It's crazy though, like the body for it being a UCS set isn't. I have the play scale one where you're like over here. Well, 2 of them, which the Hoth AT-ST will look better right by this one, the UCS one compared to that one, because they're kind of out of scale. But it's kind of crazy. Like I said, with it being UCS, you would think the body would be much longer and bigger. But I wouldn't really say it's much longer than the playscale version. Although the legs will probably be the difference, and then the height of the actual body will be the difference. But lengthwise of the body, it's not much larger. At least based on a quick glance. Anyways, there's part 1 done. And then you get this nice logo on the back. Did not know about that either. Has its own kind of art style to it. Definitely looks pretty cool. Yeah, I am too. But I'm not like super excited just because, I really like the 2007 MTT. So I kind of wanted a brown one again, just so I could have one. But the main thing why I'm not too excited is since everything's scaled down, like really have been wanting 2007 one, so I want one around the same size. And just based on where they are now with scaling down and compared to the previous MTT was already super small. It didn't look right. And then this one, who knows how large it's going to be. And so that's like my main concern. They really did. It's like some UCS sets, it's like they go all out for, like the boxes will have their own like design to them, the instructions, each and every single one will have their own design. And then it just feels premium. But then it's like other ones they'll just put like no effort into. So I don't know how that works. But it is what it is. Let me put this one back. Alrighty, so it's 12:37 where I'm at. I think I can probably go a little longer, and that will mean I will start box 2 out of 4. So yeah, let's just get into box 2. I'm feeling a little motivated, although probably going to want to grab a snack. Let me put that back down there. Ready? Let me dig out the instruction booklet. This one's feeling pretty light, so it may not be that much. Actually, I take that back. It is going to be a lot. This feels lighter compared to booklet number 1. Okay. This is tape, right? Yeah. It looks like there was tape. Maybe it's just glue on finding these. Yeah, I guess that one was glue. Because, like, I think even this one is very thin paper for the instruction manual. So it's like, there's, even though there's some UCS sets they don't put near as much effort or creative effort into, like the boxes and everything, they did for this one, but then it's like the instructions are like the cheapest paper possible. And then there's others where they put near as much effort into the boxes and like the instruction booklet in terms of like design, but then the paper will actually be thick paper for those. So I guess that was a way for them to kind of save money. I don't know. So here's the pictures for instruction booklet number 2. And then it's just going to show what I will be doing. So all the feet and legs. And then step number times 4. Okay, so I'm just going to be making 4 of these all at once. So step number 223. And keep in mind, this is literally just box number 2 of this build. And it starts off on step 223. So, yeah. Let's talk about massive. Alright, so what bag? Okay, bag 5. 6. Here's a bag 5. 7. Oh yeah, it does. It's like the same detail as the AT-AT here with all the designs and like digital stuff, so that's definitely nice. I just saw that thumbs up pop. I don't know if that I don't know if someone else did that or if I said a code word, but yeah. Anyways, getting back into it before that random thumbs up popped up.
Yeah, I was gonna say that vendor, since I do have it, does have like all this special packaging as well. So it seems like maybe there's a certain price point when they decide to do that. So another bag 5. Yeah, I gotta say, like, some people are sick of like, Hoth this, Hoth that, especially in like Lego, but I don't care. I would rather have as much Hoth stuff as possible compared to like, getting another Luke's land speeder or another X Wing. If I'm being, because like I said, you can use those sets to eventually build a larger scene for Hoth, and I think that's pretty cool. I was done with getting all the bags out. Okay, I guess bag 7, or all the bag 7s are going to be heavily pink and purple, or at least a lot of them. All right, so that's every bag 5. Nope. Actually, yeah, every bag 5, but then there's the bag 6 and this nice. Okay. Ooh, let's dump this all out. That would be cool. Like, I think if they did an MBS Kashyyyk, I think that would be pretty cool, and definitely would be a lot different than what they've been doing. Like, the earlier days of Lego Star Wars, they made a decent number of Kashyyyk sets, but now it's like they don't do really any. But doing like a MBS Kashyyyk, where they kind of like do like the big trees and everything, I think that would be pretty cool. Yeah, I don't I don't have any of those, but the droid gunship I always thought did look pretty cool. Oh. I'm not seeing another plastic bag being hidden by the pieces, so let's start. Actually, let me put that back. Okay, that's the only thing that's built in. Yeah, I do like that one. Once again, though, it's like it is nice. But like the older Mandalorian Starfighter, there was some pluses and minuses. The biggest one for me is obviously larger back in the day, but
Gar Saxon definitely carried there for that set. I really liked the Mandalorians because black and red is like my favorite combination or color combo. So that's a big reason as well why I like Gar Saxon. Definitely can tell it's the beat just based on a couple of steps into it. Oh yeah, that one. That one definitely has tempted me, although I don't really see it. Because usually I'm checking Facebook Marketplace because that's usually where I find the deals. I haven't really seen it pop up many times, but I have been tempted when I do see it, just because it is red and black. And honestly, that's probably like, you know, the sequels weren't good, but they honestly did pretty good with all the sequel sets, because that one, for example, well, good size, but also the, you know, first order TIE fighter pilots, those are probably the best TIE fighter pilots they've made, because just having that I guess tube coming down from the helmet, you know, I wish they would do that for their actual Imperial TIE fighters, is find it where you can have the tubes to come down. But maybe it's just because obviously for First Order they use one tube, and then Imperial they use two to hold like a chest plate. But just that tube alone just makes it feel like premium, and honestly kind of like not really Lego, but honestly it is Lego just because it does have that extra effort. And that's a figure. First Order TIE Fighter pilots are like a figure I just want to have like more than one of, just because of that sole reason. And I currently only have one because, well, I'm not focused on building my First Order army. Even though there was a video, I did buy like a couple of them just because I wanted to expand it a little bit, but I'm not like to the point where I truly want to expand it. Even though First Order Stormtroopers are decently cheap, but it is hard to find someone that has like a bulk of them, especially at this point. But they are the probably cheapest army to build. And I think First Order Stormtroopers don't look bad at all. Like for real, like the sequels did have a lot of cool concepts for like the First Order Stormtroopers, like even the Sith Troopers. But it was a big letdown how weak they seem as an army. Like Phasma was weak, even though she had a cool design. The Sith Troopers, weak, defeated pretty quickly. Especially for having all the ships. And they were hyped up and looked pretty cool because they were red and black. Such a shame. So much potential they had, and they just did not know how to execute or even write the script. So I definitely would want to build up my Sith Trooper army. But they are like $6 to $8 each. I do like them. Yeah, that's one battle pack I kind of wish, like at the time, I was in college, so it's like I wasn't spending near as much. So that's one I kind of wish I did build up. It sucks though that in that battle pack, which was kind of part of the reason I stayed away, is that there was more jetpack troopers, and then obviously there was the officer, which the officer doesn't look bad, but when you only get one Sith trooper, when there was more Sith troopers than jet troopers, that's where the problem kind of lies. So yeah, I don't know, even if I wanted the army build them, I don't know technically if I could have, since Sith troopers were only, you know, in the battle pack ×1. and then you would have had so many jet troopers. So therefore, it's like, yeah, you could buy 30 of those battle packs. Literally, you only have 30 Sith troopers and 60 jet troopers. So that kind of like defeats the purpose of, you know, it being called a battle pack. Yeah, I don't own any A-wings. There's a lot of stuff, and the more you bring up things that I realize I don't have like any of or don't have. Would be nice to get, you know, an actual Rebel A-wing one day. At least add to the collection. Something small, but it's kind of crazy how many red bricks there are in like right here, right now. And for being, you know, something that obviously is all gray, just seeing all the different colors they use for like the internal parts and stuff is kind of crazy, because there's probably like every color almost that Lego has and thing are being used. Every non-translucent color, that is. I hate one-by-one plates. Especially having to put them around here like this. Because honestly, like, I mean, I guess this makes sense. I was about to say something and realized that what I was about to say was not true. But yeah, I just hate one-by-one plates. Thanks, man. It was a good convo, and yeah, feel free to come back, watch any of the videos, comments. I'm always going to respond back any way possible. Really appreciate it, man. Have a good one. You know, at this point, I guess it's no longer International Lego Day, so technically the title is now not true, but yeah, it's currently Literally 1 a.m. for me. Yeah, thanks you. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Where do I go one by one? Just one of them. And another. You know, I don't think this one up here came quite. There it is. I was gonna say I was about to grab from the extra pieces that I have from the other bags. You know, I kind of find it funny when. Oh crap! I put this on backwards. Okay, that's not funny. But I was gonna say, you know, I find it funny when it's like a build like this, where you know people know they're going to build the legs times 4, right? So, you know, you should be prepared for repetition. But then there's people that literally complain that a set's too repetitive, and it's just like, you knew what you were getting yourself into. Do you want 4 different size legs, so therefore it's not repetitive, but also inaccurate at the same time? So it's like, I don't know. Sometimes some complaints are probably the dumbest complaints I've heard in my life. It's like, it's just logical thinking. It's like building a cat and then saying it's too repetitive when you know it has 4 legs. Or, I don't know, building a car, then getting upset that you have to build a wheel, like, well, times 4. Alright, I'm tired of hearing this song. I'm gonna switch it again. Alright, if I can find. I keep forgetting where the heck it's every single time. Okay. Okay. Maybe I was not supposed to. These over here were different bags, and then I ended up grabbing like basically these same pieces from those others. Guess I was not supposed to do that. Oh well, I'll just use some from this side for the ones that should have been from that bag. Okay. So this is like, some people get mad and, repetition, like I said, even though they should expect it. But at the same time, it's like pretty fun to do 4 of the same thing at once. Even though probably the people that are complaining probably do each one at a separate time. But like doing them all 4 at once, I think it's pretty fun. So I suggest if you for some reason complain about repetition that you already knew was going to happen, that you just, if you're doing them one at a time, to just do them all at the same time. So therefore it's actually fun. Just my 2 cents. Alrighty, need to find 4 of these. Where are you at? There's one. Okay, there's another. Maybe for some reason they're just spaced out. I guess they're all bag 5, so maybe they just put some in a different bag than others. Okay, now it all is down to 1. Where is the last one? Wait. There we go. There it is. The bottom of the feet literally feel like I'm making like just random, like, I don't know, Beyblades, just the shape of them, or those little things that typically ninjas would throw. I forgot the name of them. You know, I feel like I should put another question up there to start a conversation, but everyone here in the US is probably asleep. So there probably won't be many viewers still out there, but if you do show up, probably gonna have, you know, you can ask as many questions as you want, or have as long of a conversation as you want, because there'll be no one else. Alrighty. Oh, okay. That's the one.
I'm cooking up another question to start combo in the chat. But bam. There we go.
I feel like I'm building what's it called? Yeah, I forgot the name of that one resistance ship that I think they're actually going to redo this year, but I feel like I'm making that just because I'm seeing the same colors it uses, which is blue, white, and yellow. All right, going without the headphones for a little bit. They didn't die, but I think they probably were close. Surprised this light up here too hasn't really dimmed down. Didn't think it would last this long. Because usually I just have them set for motion sensed. One over there died down, but that one also been a couple of days. This one is still lasting, looks to be pretty strong. And probably once I say that, it's probably going to die down. Oh, looking at the wrong step. I was about to say, I was like, I already did that. And I definitely should not have done that because I'm now blinded. Looked right into the light. Okay, so that's 3 feet. Probably gonna have to use another or do another restroom break here soon. But I feel like I got a couple of minutes before I need to. Dang. Alright. Oh, crap. Okay, so I put too many of these compared to what I should have. That's interesting. I guess this is almost just like well, it is the play scale along, because I know there's one side that's different from the others on purpose. And it looks like the same thing goes for the UCS one. This one just is going to use the yellow and the red compared to 2 white ones. Alrighty, so that's 1 down. Got the second one to do. Bam, bam, bam. Now moving back to the white. There we go. I guess since I put away my headphones, it just stopped playing the music. I don't think I played this one. Actually, I might have done this already. But this one, I probably did every single one. It's been going for a couple hours. Should I say a lot of hours? Alrighty. That step's done now for 2 of them. Third. Hey, what's up, Lego builds? Or Lego buildo. I was about to say, once I said builds, I was like, wait a second. Don't think that was an S. Yeah. At this point, it is yesterday for me too. It's 1:26 a.m. So technically, my title now for this live stream is false. But when I started, it was International Lego Day. So. But yeah, I felt like not only one taking advantage, but like I have many big sets to do, which technically I would have more if I didn't build 2 of them outside of the live stream. But yeah, I was like, might as well on International Lego Day go live since I haven't for a long time. It's going to be fun, and just build whatever set was voted on the most out of all 3 polls I did on different platforms. And then I just took which one was voted for the most and did that. And technically, out of the 3 choices, is really between the AT-AT and then the Daily Bugle. And I was debating on opening this one or not because, you know, it's a lot in the aftermarket right now. And I could get a used one for about, you know, a couple, just for like half the cost of a new one. Even though after you take out fees and everything, it probably would have been like the same price as the original retail, even though I got this one during Black Friday. So, you know, I was like, you know, it's going to be more fun actually building it myself. And then if I, you know, down the line, I can just buy some used ones. And so it wasn't, you know, I started thinking about it more. I was like, it's just going to be a more fun experience to not get a used one, just open this one right on up. The like the outer box, or do you want to see like the inner boxes? As I say, if you want to see like the inner boxes, I can do that too. Or if that is what you mean, I can do it. Definitely unlimited on space, so basically like they're all around me. I probably can only fit so much on the camera, but I'll definitely do my best. Okay, the box. All right, so, oh yeah, this is gonna be difficult. Just because, like I said, how small my room is, so everything kind of a mess. So I'll try to do my best at showing it. But there you go for the one side. So it has the head and it has all the figures. And then rotating it around. There we go. Rotating around, there's the main front of the box. And then you have the other side, which is underneath view, which I didn't scan the box that much before I opened, so I did not realize it had an underneath view. So good thing you asked that. And then here's the interior kind of view of the box with some of the movie scenes. And then pretty much, let me see here. And then here's a little logo that they kind of had on the instruction booklet. And then furthermore, on the same side is that logo, kind of like before you open it, you got kind of like the, you know, looking through the binoculars and then seeing the ATATs. I'm trying to hold it together and show at the same time, so that's probably not the best, but that's what it is. And then you got the butt view of the ATAT. And I think the only side I did not show is the bottom, which is the front of the ATAT. And somehow one of my lights on the cabinet behind me is still on. And the others literally died out almost like 2-3 hours ago. But somehow that one's surviving. And it had the same amount of charge. So that's kind of weird to see right now, but yeah, it's huge. Like, I mean, right now in front of me, it's not as big based on like the underneath as it seemed on like camera, but I'm sure once I add the legs and build, eventually the shell or body of the ATAT, then I'm sure that's where the size will really, be apparent and actually look a lot more larger. Basically, as I see in like other videos. Let me bring it back. There we go. Move it over. There we go. Hey, I mean, we all have our different preferences. I mean, there's only, I wish I could collect everything. Like I was mentioning earlier, Ninjago, I just get some figs here and there. I don't really go after any of the sets because of space reasons, also cost reasons. Can't go after everything. That's going to be a lot of money. Unless you're a land member and then you just get them sent for free, then it doesn't matter in terms of cost. But yeah, like Ninjago is something I wish I could get into by buying sets, even though I probably would go after just the mechs. One day I'll just go after the mechs. And then dragons would have been cool. I did at one point have a couple of Ninjago sets, but I sold them. Which right now, currently I do have some, but they're not complete. So I got them on Marketplace, mainly for the figs. But I'll probably keep the sets, but just buy the missing pieces. And I have some Harry Potter, but those are going to be sold once I buy the missing pieces from Bricklink, because I don't like Harry Potter. But yeah, getting back to Ninjago, I think it would be cool to get in there, but I probably would try to be selective with pretty much any large size mech, not like the small ones. I'd probably go after the dragons, I would go after, and then any building I'd probably go after. Although in terms of like Ninjago City, already far behind on there, so maybe I would stay away or just get the ones that one day pop up for a good deal around me. I did have Ninjago City like unbuilt and everything, but I sold that one because, well, I've been job searching, so needed the money, and it was from a lot, and it would have taken up a lot of space. I was like, I can't afford that much space to be taken up. So I sold that one, and like I said, it was a lot of money anyways, and it was brand new besides just the box being ruined. So I mean, it is what it is. It is nice just to know I did own it at one point. Creator 3 and 1, I mean, those sets are getting pretty good compared to obviously where they were. I've been tempted, just like many other themes, but I kind of have stayed away because I'm already behind in terms of like the animals. The animals 3 and 1 are probably the ones I would go after, like the giraffe. Probably would have got the tiger, but at the same time, it's like, where am I really going to put them at this point? So that's kind of why I've been staying away. But they are improving, that's for sure. And definitely with Creator 3 and 1, you could probably make a whole like full size zoo at this point, using just all the different animals. Hey, that's more skill than I have. I mean, and I mean that's a decent amount of money too. If you have like the parts though, it helps. But that's definitely a lot more creative than something I could do personally. And mocks are cool, especially if you are doing a lot of detail or doing even like something that hasn't really been done by many people. Then it's even cooler. But that's why I like MBS, Star Wars sets, for example, like the Cantina. I like that because I want to make a video, but it's not going to be like, a big upgrade. But I want to make a scene using the Cantina. But once again, I have way less space than I thought I would around it. So it's going to be smaller than originally hoped or would have hoped. But I hope to do like a scene using it, and that's why I like the MBS sets, is because you can basically use them to create a scene. So it's almost like a cheat code to mock building, since you basically have the scene already technically built for you. You just gotta maybe build around it a little bit. Oh, okay. Times one. I think I know which one you're talking about. I remember growing up, I was a big dinosaur person, which when I was younger, for some reason, I thought dinosaurs were still living. Like if I went to a certain part of the United States, I would find them. I don't know. Must have just been a kid thing for me. Okay, yeah, I think I know exactly which one you're talking about. It's just crazy how it seems like every year there seems to be, like one theme that there's a lot of love and care put into, and then it's like the next year you can just kind of like go back downhill. Because like Speed Champions, I mean, they're great sets and I collect them, but it's almost like they kind of downgraded just a little bit in terms of love and care. And then it's almost like, Lego City got some more love and care, and now it's kind of like a little bit dialed back. And then Lego Friends is another one that seemed like a lot of love and care is put into it, and now I feel like it's still up there, but it's dialed back a little bit too. Because that botanical set, the garden, for Lego Friends, my girlfriend wanted that one so bad, so I got her one. But then I also saw a rebrickable model in which you could change it into a like modular set, or at least combine two of them. So then I bought a second one, and that's the plan, is to make like modular, or at least like not really having the modular component with the base plate, but like being the size of a modular pretty much. So that's the plan, and technically will be my first modular set, unless I build the Daily Bugle first, because I think that's modular, or at least building type set. And that's where I kind of saw the opportunity. I'm just like, well, there's a botanical garden out, but it's like $300 something. and so it's technically half the cost to get 2 of the friends ones, put them together, and then honestly I think it looks better. So that's another thing that came down to. Yeah, this is my first time like streaming in I think a couple of months. So the last time I did, I was doing the cantina, and this one, there's no way. I've already been streaming for a couple of hours, although I plan to go for maybe a couple more hours, but no way I'm finishing this all in one. So I don't know if I should just let it sit out until I stream next time and then finish it, or else I finish it behind scenes and the next stream I'll build a different set. I don't know yet, but sometimes just having a set incomplete laying around takes up space, or at least feels like it takes up more space than if it were complete. So that's basically like the situation I would be in. So that's what I mean, if I should just build a new set next time, finish this behind scenes. Yeah, usually it's like when I watch a live stream, I just be vibing. Like I could just be editing the video. I just like hearing something in the background going on. And then obviously having a conversation. It's pretty nice. But usually like the more where there's like more people on live stream, sometimes that's kind of like, really you're just there to listen, because most likely if you don't know them the best, they're probably not gonna see your comment, or like it pops out at them as much. And then there's so many people saying things that won't really have that like personal connection. So I try to respond as much as possible, even though I can get very focused into what I'm building, just like anybody else probably. But I gotta say, like live stream myself too, is fun until there's like no one like interacting or saying anything, because then it just feels like I'm talking to myself. So it's like in the future, this time I tried getting someone else to come on stream with me, but everybody was like busy. So basically I've been hoping that someone would stay in chat at all times, so therefore I'm not just kind of like sitting and building in silence, because I do like to talk, and it's not awkward. Alrighty. Hey, yeah, that's sounds like a great set, that's for sure, to build. I did build like a Speed Champions set on stream. But I gotta say, like the more stickers I have for a set build on stream, it's like there's so much pressure because it just feels like everybody's watching, and then they're already so difficult to try and not mess up. So in this case, ATAT is a good one. Although Bugle, I probably will live stream. That would be a pain in the butt, just because of all the stickers. It'd be fun to build because it's a building, but at the same time not fun because of the stickers. And when I build that, you're probably gonna hear me complain about why there should be less stickers, just like many other people would. Yeah, I have currently my camera is actually from my MacBook. I tried setting up 2 different cameras, but for some reason once I literally hit go live, the echo came into play, like very bad, although it literally was not present before I hit play. So or go live. So I just gave up on the 2 camera plan, and I decided just from now on I may just use 1 camera. It's just going to be this view because I feel like it captures me actually building, and then I'm partially on the screen or in the corner. Even though currently what it's sitting on, what I mentioned multiple times kind of like earlier, is it's on top of some of my Funko Pops, so technically it's not the safest, most sturdy way to do it. But like I said, my room is very small, so I'm kind of just working with what I have. Shoot. Hey, what up, Staffy? Hope everything's going well. And welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand, like, if it's a, cheap set for there to be stickers, but, like, when it's, a $200, $300 set, I think it's pretty ridiculous. So basically, a lot of times now, I literally just work, even if it's just a small crease and it's an expensive set, I request a replacement because I'm just like, the only other places go to Bricklink, and those people are going to be selling stickers for a lot of money. And this set honestly should not have stickers, so if I mess up any slightly, and once again, I would want it to be perfect since it is an expensive set. So I would want to apply the stickers perfect. So, or even if I feel like it's slightly off and could be better, I order a replacement, but I may just have that sticker just chill in the instruction booklet until I feel like I want to change and try to do the sticker better. But like on the cantina, the little like, I don't know what's called, but it's like the big white probe droid looking thing that a minifig can sit in, or a person can sit in. I put like the stickers close together, and I was going to order replacement stickers from Lego. Because, like the longer I looked at it, I put 2 of them close because there's like the red, white, and blue stripes. And I didn't want there to be a gap in between, but then afterwards I was like, should I order replacements just because I decided to, not want them close together, but instead have the gap. But then the more I thought about it, I was like, no. But when it comes to like plaque stickers, like I'm gonna have to deal with this set, which I'm afraid of because it's retired. So I don't know if Lego even has that sticker anymore. That's gonna be a lot of pressure because all the other Batman ones I had to deal with recently, I would get like some bubbles, or there would be a crease that obviously is like super noticeable to me, but like from a distance you can't realize it. But like I know it's there, so it bothers me, and so I request a replacement. But yeah, I just hate stickers, especially for plaques. Like, come on, just print that, please. And we know they're capable of printing them, so I don't know. It just makes no sense. It's like sometimes they just want us to struggle. I'm just like, well, if I mess up, you guys are just gonna have to go through the process of ordering a replacement for me. Even though I get the message now all the time, like, due to your profile's recent history, we may have to cancel the request in the future. But it's like every single time I go to the customer support. So I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. But there should not be stickers in expensive sets. Now, when it comes to answering this question, it is 1:51 a.m. So, yeah. No, shoot, I gotta do technically, what, 4 legs, 12 legs? You see, I would have probably already at this point, but I decided to start box 2. Now I kind of feel like I need to finish box 2 before I stop the stream. But I am currently job searching, so it's not like I have a reason to really go to bed right now. So there's that. But yeah, I was just feeling too motivated to stop. But once I'm done with potentially box 2 here, then I'm probably done for the night. Or if I just randomly get like super tired, but I'm not really feeling that tired. I am hungry, and I potentially may have to take a restroom break again, but some people, I don't know how they do it. It just seems like they never have to use the restroom during live stream. I'm like, how? You've been going for like 6 hours. $4.52. Yeah, I'm completely like completely different time zone then. That's what I was thinking though. I was like, no, I'm probably not gonna have much interaction here because it's probably gonna be a lot of overseas people that are gonna tune in now. But that seems to be like YouTube, for example. Like when I post a video, it seems like it blows up, you know, like over the morning hours or like overnight compared to during the actual day. Could just be the algorithm, but could be because I just have a lot of people too, like a lot of overseas viewers. I don't know. Sometimes the YouTube algorithm is confusing. Like one of my recent Lego videos that I decided to finally do a Lego video again. It randomly just started getting a lot more views than the first like 2 days it was up. Like I think it got just as many views in one day as it did in, well, actually more views in one day than it did in the first 2 days. So Oh shoot, I put this upside down. And I put some of those upside down. Alright, time to redo it. Okay, so that's all right. Is that the what the Lego community joked as the butthole tiger? I was tempted to get that one, not only because of the meme reasons, but because I thought it looked nice. But I do not. Because if I do get that one, then potentially I may want to get every other animal set. Although I have been tempted to get the giraffe set, just because that was kind of like a joke between my girlfriend and I, since I like to call myself a giraffe. So have been tempted to get that one. It's kind of crazy. Like, I mean, I know this is ×4, but kind of crazy how many pieces there were on my desk. Just to make these 4, and like it's only for the foot and not even the leg yet, and there's that many pieces. Oh, that's interesting. One of these, and then you put a tire around it. That's pretty cool. I mean, cool is probably not the right word, but that's nice. Oh, there's the bottom of the feet. You're going to have the little tire here. But yeah, let me show what I kind of find to be pretty cool. At least, and also I haven't really seen it done in a Lego set. So basically, you're going to have, yeah, I keep angling it wrong. Anyways, I think you get the idea. You're going to have a little cylinder piece right there, and then you're just going to take a tire, and then you put the little tire piece around it. So then you take that and put it at the bottom of the foot. I don't know, I haven't really seen that technique done yet. Now, I was about to say, now do I know why there's a gear piece being used? No, but now I see it, because that's going to be the foot, and I'm sure there's going to be a mechanism probably running up and down it where it's going to like help move the leg. That's probably what's going to happen. I don't know. Educated guess.
Let me look it up. Lego 311. Oh yeah. I had to look it up, but yeah, that is the quote-unquote butthole tiger that many in the Lego community refer to it as. But yeah, I do not have that one. Even though I was tempted.
right, all 4 feet are now done. Bam, bam, and bam. There we go. Now I have to move them out of the way because I've got to dump all the new pieces down. But before I do, I'm going to have to use the restroom. So let me just type that real quick. I'll be back. Oh, let me spell correctly. There we go. Oh, it was already broken, so. Ugh. Alrighty, I'm back again. Yeah, that's always a good time. I still have multiple gift cards I needed to use, but at the same time, I kind of wanted to see some sales before I actually use them. Because, like I said, like even though it's a gift card, same time, I don't feel right using them on a set I know is overpriced. So I'm kind of waiting, but hopefully you get some really good sets, or at least get enough in gift cards to buy the sets yourself. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. And just for being here, having a good conversation. I hope you have a good one, man. Hey, what's up, T-Mog? I haven't really paid attention to my phone, so I don't know. If I can send you the link if you're up for that, because I definitely think I will probably be at least going for another hour and a half, potentially 2 hours. So let me know if you want to hop on. Hey, I'll definitely appreciate that, man. All the support definitely goes a long way.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay, I'll send you a link. Hopefully this goes well. Dang. I mean, I haven't looked at my phone for a decent amount of time, but seeing all these spam emails in that time is crazy. Alrighty. Copying. Oh crap, I forgot there's some figures I need to pre-order around noonish today. Since that's when they go live. Forgot about that part. Alrighty. Just sent you the link, T-Mog. I mean, as you can tell, it's definitely kind of a dead, I guess, time. Well, kind of obvious since all the US people are asleep by now, besides me. Alrighty. On to bag 6. Or bag 6. At least there's no translucent pieces, at least so far. Sometimes I hate dealing with those because I might accidentally throw them in whatever I'm throwing all the plastic bags into and forget about or not see them. Okay, so technically I need to do this 16 times, so alrighty, well. The heck? Is there another bag 6 I didn't see? Oh, yep, there is. I'll say there's no 1x3 green plates in any of them. Alright. Alright, time to grab 16 of these.
There we go. And mute the site.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going?
Going well. I'm pretty much, I would say, only awake because of me drinking some caffeine. Although honestly, I keep pouring water into it, but since it's a circle, I don't know if you know about them, but it's like changes the flavor of the water, and it's a caffeine flavor. So
Interesting. It sounds like just what I used to do, which I'd get like, what was it called? It was a way to flavor the water, so it just sounds like that, just with caffeine in it.
yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Like technically, should be only using the ones that don't have caffeine, but
there are like this other one that makes like the circle type flavor,
Right.
that adds caffeine to them. So
Fair. Yeah, I just finished my shift and got settled in, and I was like, yeah, I'll hop in. I'm not going to bed anytime soon. At least I shouldn't. Not until I get something productive done today.
yeah, I kind of at this point I just accepted the fate. I'll just get like a few hours of sleep, and then just like try to start my day early.
Yeah.
Kind of just.
Well, for me, I'm fortunate. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I was gonna say I'm fortunate that my shifts are all in the afternoon, so the fact that it's like midnight for me right now, I'm fine. My shift's at like 5 p.m. in the afternoon, so doesn't matter. But to be fair, I am running on like 4 or 5 hours of sleep, which might make me a little slow.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like if I get like less hours of sleep, somehow I feel like I'm more productive. But when I get more hours of sleep, I feel like I'm less productive. Like I'm just more willing to want a nap when I get more hours of sleep.
I get that. Well, for me, it's always it's random. It really is. It's just how I wake up, I guess, that matters. I need to stop waking up with being the cause of my heater waking me up, because like I have a heater in my room because it gets cold because Canada. And sometimes my room overheats, and that's when I wake up, and I feel like so tired waking up that way. So I end up getting more hours than I should for sleep. So
that's like me during winter, like months, or when it's colder outside. I always want to sleep in, but like when it's hot as heck outside, I feel it indoors.
Right.
And then I'm like, dude, I can't sleep. So then I wake up.
Holy moly, you've been going for almost 8 hours. That's impressive.
I just I don't look at that.
That's fair, yeah. You kind of get sucked into the build.
Yeah. Because yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, for me, I feel like once I start something, it's like I have to finish that part. But then I decided to start whole box number 2, and I was like, nope, gotta finish whole box number 2 now.
Yeah, that makes sense. I try and pace myself because I can end up just finishing everything all at once. So if I pace it, it kind of makes me like enjoy it a bit more, I find. But I get it.
Like, I'm kind of like, I'm obviously not going to finish this. I've already been going for multiple hours, but
yeah.
I'm debating. I'm like, whenever I do a live stream again, because it probably won't be this week, but potentially next week, I'm like, I don't know if I should just complete this behind scenes and then do a new set next time or what. So
it's entirely up to you, man. Like that's my rule of thumb is, or at least I'm trying to with this year, is like, if I feel like the set doesn't really need to have it be built on stream, I'll just build it myself, unless I really want that speed build footage that I do, because I do those speed build videos just because it's content, easy content. I want to say, but I don't know.
That's like those that I built. I was like, I'm gonna save all the big sets to do on live stream, but then I'm just like, am I really gonna want to stream that much? No, I'm not. And if I were to hold every set to do on stream, I'm just like, I may have some of these sets until dang near 2026. Just waiting to build them.
Well, for me, it's like, I got a bit of a backlog right now, but I also have a backlog of boxes I need to go through for reviews, and so it's like, okay, I'm not adding to the box backlog until I start reviewing some sets, because some boxes I'm only hanging on to because I haven't made the thumbnail / done the review for them yet. So, and then of course it's like having autistic burnout for myself. It's like, oh man, I don't really want to. I'm burnt out with life. I just don't want to do it, and then I don't do it. So then it just ends up being, it just sits there longer, and it's just.
Yeah.
It's great. It's great.
That's like another thing too. It's like when I start thinking, I'm like, this set's just gonna probably sit somewhere incomplete for months. So I'm like, I should probably just finish it off stream.
Yeah.
So therefore, I'm not gonna have it because somehow, even though it's incomplete, it feels like it's taking up more space because it's not technically where it should be.
Well, yeah, there's also the bags too. Like you could be like, I don't know how you store your boxes or what boxes, whatever. Like, let's take this set for example. There's bags inside that box. If you get rid of the bags in the box, then you can put other boxes inside that box. If that's like store your boxes like me, I don't know. And then there you go. That's freed up space. Because that's literally what's up with me. I have all these boxes that I could totally stack into each other and save myself so much space.
Yeah.
But I haven't reviewed the bigger sets. So I can't do that little effect. And I just don't want to do the bigger sets right now because I'm just like, it requires at least like 2 hours of free time to film.
Yeah.
On average, roughly, how long it takes me to film for big set review. For smaller sets are easier to do. Like, I'll admit, like, I put out an ARC 170 review today. That was filmed, edited, and then put out 4 hours before its release.
Yeah, that's...
Like, I rushed that because I was like, no, I need to get back on the horse of Tuesdays and Fridays having a review out. And I was just like, I don't want to do anything that requires, like, too much thought. And then I go and spend, like, an hour and a half editing, like, unnecessary shit. It's just like... Yeah, this scales out.
Yeah, like when it comes to boxes for me, I won't throw away the bags until I'm finished with the set. But
really?
It's like, yeah, like I don't know. Like, I guess that's just because I'm just like dang near using it as a way to finish the set quicker. I don't know.
Well, for me, like if I stop at some point for like a larger set, I'll like double check the bags to make sure there's no pieces in them, but I'll throw it out just because like it's taking up space. I can just throw it out, and then the sealed bags they stay in the box. That's how I do it at least.
Even too, like before I was a little more, I guess, kind of strict. Like it's before I didn't really get UCS sets, so therefore I was keeping all the big boxes I had. But now it's like I'm decided to just eventually flatten the 1966 Batmobile box and then the tumbler, because like the boxes aren't near as big as these, but when it comes to like the AT-AT, the Venator, I'm keeping those in box form and not flattened because I can use all those boxes for storage. And plus, I mean, it has all the nice art on it, so I'm just like, I feel like I'm being disrespectful if I'm destroying it.
I get that. I don't know. Bigger sets, they're normally pretty nice box arts. I've never gotten to the point where I need to flatten a box.
Yeah.
I've gotten to the point, though, where I feel like I don't need to keep a box for a set that just, if I'm being honest with myself, just won't have any... It won't boost any resale value, which is the first step in terms of, like, flattening every box. And then once you flatten every box, then you're like, well, it's kind of stupid to keep every box because like how many people do you see have boxes and how much of a deal breaker is it? I know all this, I know the steps for it, I refuse to take that step.
Yeah, well, that's
stubborn like that.
Like I told myself, okay, I'm gonna flatten those Batmobile boxes, but like they've just been chilling downstairs. It's almost like my mind every time it's like, should I really do it? 1966 Batmobile though, so that one there is already kind of a crease in the front, so before it kind of just influences me to want to break it down. But then for some reason my girlfriend, because I built it at her house when I was over there for like 2 weeks while her mom was like out of town, she decided to open up both sides of the box, so therefore it was like one, hard to transfer everything or like put it in my car and then bring it back here home,
right?
And I'm just like, well, now technically it is almost all the way broken down since it would just be like flattened on the front. So it is what it is. I guess by her doing that, it influenced me to break it down. But like, there's nothing special really about the tumbler box because it's just image on the front. There's no like stylistic.
Yeah, it's not like a piece of art in a way.
So I'm just like, that one also is easier to break down.
Yeah, that makes sense. My productivity for tonight is I've uploaded my Friday review clips to my laptop, and I'm going to see if I can just make the thumbnail in advance. If I can get that done, then hooray, I did a thing.
It's always
Meanwhile,
like,
just,
what I planned to do for the day, then at the end of the day, I'm just like, man, I really didn't know that.
yeah. No, legit, like, I put on Instagram, I think under close friends the other day, that I was gonna, like, go pick up, I made, like, a list of things I wanted to do in the day. I only got, like, half the stuff done, and it was just the easy stuff. Like, film and edit reviews, nah, that didn't happen. I came home, built the set, hung out with Ahsoka, and then just went right to bed.
That reminds me of, like, me the past couple of days. For some reason, I've just been super unmotivated. Like, because I've been wanting to record. I have a lot of action figure reviews I want to do.
Right.
But, like, now since I added a couple of extra parts that I do compared to what I used to do, it takes a little longer to just get all the, like, filming done. And then editing as well. So it's like, I may just decide to open up a couple of those figures. A couple of them they came out like months ago, so there's probably not going to be near as many people that care about them. And also a couple of them are like more Batman or Superman. I'm just like, I feel like I've done a lot of variations of those two characters already. So I'm like, do I really want to do another figure about the same character? So I'm just like, probably open those up, and then I don't do any reviews on like 2 packs or 3 packs, because I'm just like, that's going to be a very long time. But I have so many figures just to do, so I'm just like, past couple of days I'm like, oh, I'm going to do this one, do that one, probably try to knock out 2 to 3 a day. I still haven't. I haven't done a single one, so that's the
I'm trying to think. There's a YouTuber I'll watch for his Transformers reviews, and he doesn't, like, I don't know, he's big enough a channel, it doesn't really matter what he reviews, it's gonna do well for him. But I don't know where I was going with this, but just basically, he does like older Transformers reviews sometimes, whenever, as well as new, so he like flip-flops back and forth. Works well for him. So like, I don't know what, if you've tested the waters on that to see if, like, maybe if you could flip-flop between older and newer, see what works.
I kind of have realized that, like, it almost seems like, the algorithm, as we know, is, like, weird. But it's almost like if I take, like, a 2-day break to post another one, eventually that previous one will blow up. But if I do 2 reviews, almost like, from one on Tuesday and one on Wednesday, only one of them will blow up, but the other one will be, like, your views would almost be very low, so it's kind of weird. I kind of learned, I'm just like, if I do one, I'm probably going to do like a 2-day break in between, and then, like, since there's obviously a lot more action figure reviews to do, I'm going to do those during the week, and then I'll do like 1 Lego video every weekend potentially.
Okay.
Just honestly, like, the 2 things I have the main parts of my channel alive and kind of like satisfying both sides.
Okay. I debated stepping out and doing non-Lego reviews more frequently, but I keep spending most of my money on Lego, so I just kept it as a Lego channel. I had a brief moment where I was really buying Transformers like almost once a month, and I was like, maybe I should start doing a Transformers channel or just content, and I was just like, nah. That would mean I'd go down the rabbit hole even further. And I was like, no, I need to put a stop on that. Because, like, I went from spending only, like, $20 on a figure. And I think I spent as high as, like, the TMNT one was the last one I bought. And that one was, like, an $80 Canadian figure. So it was, like, in the span of, like, 6 months, it gone up in what I was willing to spend. And I was like, if I start making content on it, I'm going to feel more inclined, because to purchase like a masterpiece one, and those ones are like 300 Canadian and up. Well, don't get me wrong, I've looked at them, but it's like that $300 price one, I'm like, there's so much more I could get, man. So much other Lego.
that's kind of funny because like there's some like doing YouTube. I was like, there's some it has enticed me to get some figures that are hard to find.
Yeah.
That are out of the budget or want to complete. Just like have two variations of two of the same, I guess, figure, but paint scheme. Even though I'm just like, is this really worth it? But at the same time, I've kind of like gotten better, so therefore I just kind of get like ones I 100% care about. Or since the platinum version on a lot of them now is like the classic version, I'm just like, I don't have two of those already, so I'm just not going to get them because I'm like already behind. It would make me want to go back and get the older ones. So I'm just like, I'm just going to stay away from that.
Well, that's kind of more or less the strat I applied with Transformers. Just go for the stuff that I know I'll enjoy no matter what. Yeah. If I'm like buying it for the sake of it just looks cool, which is sometimes what I do with Lego, but that's fine. That's a whole nother ballpark. But with Transformers, it's like, no, I need to stick with the stuff I really need. And that's where I was like, hey, I'm sticking to just the Transformers Legacy line, which is like where they remake Transformers from past. Yeah. Just think of it as like Ninjago Legacy for what Transformers Legacy is. That's essentially the best way I could describe it to you, what that is. So I was going to stick to that line because it's like, okay, they only release like 1 or 2 figures every year from that line that interests me, at least from what I've researched. I'm not going to go hunt down the older retired ones, but like if I come across it like a flea market or something, sure, I mean, it's right there, but like not actively hunting it. But then it's just like the Transformers collaborative line, which is like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I keep going back to it. That's just an easy reference to. That stuff, it's like they release one every 3 months, and it's either a hit or a miss. So I think the recent one that released was a Knight Rider one, and that was in December. And I was like, I don't need that. I have the Lego Dimensions. That's all I'm ever going to have for Knight Rider. I know there's a Naruto one coming out, I think either this month or next month. I think next month. I don't know. I have to check Amazon. But I am excited. I've been keeping tabs on it. I know it's released in the US. It's like a Walmart exclusive. But it might not be the same way in Canada because your Walmart exclusive is literally just our everyday availability. It's just the way it is. It's a Star Wars Transformer of the Mando.
Oh, snap.
Yeah. Here, I'll pull up some pictures if you want to have a look here. Transformers collaboratives. And see, the thing is, like, that's one of the things I remember as a kid is the Transformers line for Star Wars originally. Like, they had a whole line when I was a kid. And I have a few in a bin somewhere. So it's like, if I ever see that Mandalorian one, I know it's probably gonna be overpriced, but I might pick it up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have one of those. Now, do I remember how the heck I ended up with it? No, but I'm pretty sure I must have got it for like a birthday present or something. But
yeah,
I have the it's the Mutilist Arc 170 is the one I have. But obviously it has playware, like some paint that has been smeared because I went pretty aggressive with it as a kid.
It sounds like what happened to my gunship one is I kept transforming it, and I kept I had a huge thing when I was a kid where I wanted to blow up my characters or rip them apart to have like battle damage, like, oh, they lost a limb, stuff like that. So the ARC Trooper gunship transformer I snapped in half, and I hated myself for it. I mean, I could go... okay, just for funsies, let's look up. How much would it cost me to replace that nowadays? Not that I'm going to.
I don't know, this is a good idea.
No, literally, bank account is holding me back. Star Wars Transformers gunship. I know there's like a variant of a regular gunship. Oh, there we go. Really? So the regular one is $60 plus shipping, and then the one that I had would cost me $100 plus shipping Canadian.
Well,
add to cart. No, I'm just kidding. That's crazy though.
There's so many regrets I have. Just like I still get some Pokemon cards here and there.
Yeah.
But when I was younger, I remember some of the cards I had, and then when I started getting a little bit into getting more Pokemon cards, I decided to go back and look at the price of some of them. Keep in mind, though, the ones I had weren't in near as good condition as some of the ones I saw.
Mhm.
But, like, yeah, when I saw the price of a couple of them, I just wanted to, think it just never happened. Like, I never had that card because I was like, kill myself. Kill myself. Why is this one $180?
Ooh. Yeah. That's just, I feel that. So, you got me looking at all these older figures, and I'm just like, I know most of these off by heart of what they made, but there's always like something new that like I didn't know that was made.
Yeah.
I think I had a phase like a year and a half ago where I was like ready to go buy a few, and I just didn't because like I think Chicago took priority.
Oh, yeah.
But, like I had like a it was Commander Cody who transformed into a clone turbo tank. I had that in my eBay cart for like a solid 4 months. Of course, it's sold, but like I came that close.
Going back to like how you said, like, sometimes it entices you to buy something you weren't going to get before. So
Yeah.
you see, it happened kind of like it was Christmas, so I was down there and like I decided just to like for some reason, because I knew that McFarlane literally just came out with like I forgot what year, but like the original Superman figure from like the original Superman movies. So I started watching when I was in the car. But then it's like I couldn't get through the first 25 minutes because I was like, man, this is so bad. Like the whole like, graphics and everything. And I was like, man, I can't get through this. Well, needless to say, my brother that morning or like over the weekend, because he became really into Hot Wheels,
Right.
to go to Evansville, Indiana, which was like an hour away from where we were. Which where we were, it's already at my like grandma and grandparents, so they're like 3 hours away from us. And so we decided to go out at 5 a.m. is actually when we left. Well, 5:45. So when we got to Evansville, since they're an hour behind, we got there like right at opening at 6 a.m. So then I went in there, and sure enough, because I knew the platinum version of that classic Superman was hard to find, and it was selling on eBay for like $90 to $100. So I decided, before I started helping my brother go through all the Hot Wheels and search for him to find some of the harder ones that we never would see near us.
Yeah.
I went to the special action figure section because for some reason there's like some of the figures are in the regular toy aisle, but then the others are near like the electronics section, and it has like its own special area. I went to that area, the first Walmart we went to, and they had two of the platinum version, and they had one of the regular versions. So actually, they had two of the regular versions and two of the platinum versions. And I was like, well, I didn't think I was going to do this, but I was like, I know I won't kick myself in the butt if I don't pick it up. So then I picked up the original one, the regular, and then I picked up the platinum. Well, actually, I got 2 and 2. I picked up all that was there because I was like, I probably want to find more figures I never would find, and then also save on like shipping since I had a lot of them on pre-order.
Yeah.
But I literally did just get one of the regular versions arrived at the house before we went to my grandma and grandpa's for the weekend for Christmas or for the week. So actually, I only picked up one of the regular. I remember that now because I had the one regular from pre-order at home already. So I only got one regular, and I got 2 platinum because the regular version was hard to find as well because everyone was buying it. So I decided to get one of the regular, 2 of the platinum. And I did not expect to get the platinum, but I was like, I see an opportunity to make a video blow up because everybody wants this figure. And then I was like, I don't know, if I don't grab it, that's $80-$90 I may have to potentially fork out if I so reason convince myself to get it. So I was like, might as well. So I picked it up, and then that enticed me to watch all the classic Superman movies, and I was able to get through every single one within like a week to 2 weeks. And it was almost like that figure influenced me to watch that movie and have the motivation to do so. And then I sold the regular version of that figure for like 55 or so on the eBay. I did free shipping, so I still made a profit because for some reason that Walmart had them for like $6 cheaper.
Oh dang!
So, secondly, I got a deal, so I made like a profit there, and then the platinum one I sold for like $88 shipped. The extra one I had, so then I made like a profit on the day. Well, actually, not on the day because I bought multiple other figures, but it helped me technically afford some of the other figures.
It pays for what you bought, yeah.
It definitely was cool, but at the same time, you know, do I really think I would have picked up the figure? Probably not.
It's just a bonus, you know, like it's there. You might as well.
To myself, I was like, you know, this is my trophy for the day. Because my brother was always like, go through this crate for the Hot Wheels, go through this area. Then I was like, because as a collector, I know another thing is things that most likely are valuable, someone hides in another aisle.
Yeah.
So like I found a treasure hunt Hot Wheels car because I was like, well, this one's out of place. That seems odd. So I found it, showed it to my brother. He's like, that's a treasure hunt. And then he was like, you can keep it though. So I kept that as a trophy as well for the day. And then I continuously just kept looking at other aisles and I would find more. And he would be like, where do you find that one? And I was just like, it was just someone, you know, in another area that someone tried to hide. And yeah, it's helping him for the day. But it was fun, I guess, looking at Hot Wheels. And now I do have multiple Hot Wheels as well. Because a lot of them my brother gave them to me. And then some of them I decided to have myself. So.
That's fair. That's fair. I haven't really done any like toy haunts with my siblings. They just weren't really into that.
Yeah.
I mean, I tried one time in a Walmart, and I think I did it in a vlog. I don't know, it might have been like a year or two ago, something like that. They just weren't interested. They're like, oh, that's cool.
And then we're over there like, you don't know how hard it is to find this one.
Yeah, no, for real.
Be happy for me. Gosh dang it, man.
I like that, like, I've at least got my dad familiar with some of this stuff, so, like, when I'm like, yo, this stuff's starting to find, he's like, okay, yeah, I believe you. So at least I got him in the know of things. So, like, when I told him, like, about, like, say, Series 27 and the Wolf Beastmaster, I was telling him how much it was going for, and he's like, why aren't you going around town buying them out? And I'm like, because I just don't have the time to do that. Like, it takes an hour to, like, rip to one Walmart, an hour to rip to another. Like, it's not worth it. So I think he's like, well, we're going on the way to this place. There's like 2 or 3 Walmarts. We could just stop in there. And there was like only one of the 3 Walmarts we stopped at actually had stuff. And so we just kind of cleared them out.
That's like, for me, like sometimes my girlfriend's motivated to go with me, actually enjoys it. Other times she just freaking hates it for some reason.
Right.
Sometimes, usually when we go look, which now I became more patient and I'm just like, you know, if I find it, I find it. If I don't, oh well. But sometimes I just want to go out and about to different locations. But I'm like, every Target, GameStop, and Walmart near me is pretty much crap. And I don't think some people understand that too, because some people are like, just wait till it's out, you're going to find it. I'm like, no, I gotta technically go an hour away just to find the good stuff, potentially, if that. But
yeah, because some Walmarts just are better stocked than others.
Yeah, so like every time I'm going with my girlfriend, we're somewhere far, I'm just like, if I see something, I'm going to grab it. And I tell her, I'm like, if I don't grab this either as well, then most likely I'm going to have to fork out more in the future, or like, you know, whatever. But also, when it's a new figure, I kind of usually have her ask the employee, give her like the little like code, because I'm just like, you know, employees talk better to girls than they do guys, because like sometimes some of them come at an attitude, they're like, a guy, they're just like freaking scalper, like right off the bat, and then it's just like, female.
I haven't really felt like that. I mean, I felt that in the Lego store, but that's a whole nother thing. But like, I haven't really felt that myself, and that's just because I go up there and I want to say I want to be. I just be myself, joking and all that, just very chill, and that normally works for me. Because I get it. I work retail. I get like the whole struggle and everything. So it's like, if I've found that for me, if someone's chill with me, I'll be chill with them. So that's just what I do, and it works for me. You know, like I'm still grateful that one Walmart employee who was like, "Oh, hello," because like it was like the one employee just didn't know what I was saying, and I was being very patient with them, and then they went and got their higher up. They talked to me, and within 2 seconds, like, "Oh, since we got some in the back, I'll be right back. Just if you want to follow, wait here for me," and I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And then just came out with a smile on her face, like, "Here you go," and I'm like, "Sweet."
That reminds me. So when I was kind of like actually this one weekend, my girlfriend and I went out like places 50 minutes away.
Right.
No luck on finding this one figure, although we found a couple of other ones I was after. So that was at least good. But then, okay, so here's what happened. Like during the week, after failing on the weekend to find this one figure, I decided to go to the Target that's literally 5 minutes away from me that literally never has anything. At least never has anything on the actual rack where it should be. So what happened was I asked this one lady that was near the toy section, and then once she turned around and answered me, I was like, oh god, I asked the wrong person, because she literally had like some type of Russian accent, and then she sounded like she had no idea what I was talking about. I was like, do you happen to know? I was like, here's the whatever. It's like she was like really handsy, like kind of almost like internally panicking. I was like, oh god.
Yeah.
And then like she started calling. She was like, I have the gentleman here, that with her accent and everything. I was like, oh my gosh, she even talks super slow. I was like, oh my goodness, I found completely the wrong person. So then she told me to around this one area because they would be out to help me, and I was sitting there for like 25 minutes looking like some type of creep. So then eventually I was like, forget this. And then luckily I saw like a younger employee walk by. So I asked him, and then I kid you not, within like 5 to 10 minutes, he went to the back, found the figure I struggled to find from the other locations.
Yeah.
That was also hard to find, and at the time was going for a lot of money on the aftermarket.
Okay.
But he found it, and I was just like, at the same time, I was like, man, I could have just asked the younger employee this whole time, and I wouldn't have been here for a whole like hour and a half. And then also at the same time, I was like, so you're telling me out of all the times my Target has nothing, if I would have just came here to begin with on the weekend, I would have found it. And I never would have wasted all that gas going 50 minutes away. So I was just like, man, sometimes I wish there was a way where I would just have like some spidey senses and just be able to get like some tingling sensation when I go by places, so therefore I don't waste all that gas and time going 50 minutes away.
I can see a lot of cons with this idea I'm about to propose, but I'm still going to propose it anyway. I think it'd be great if, like, in the, like, apps, like let's use the Walmart app, for example.
Yeah.
Like, you can look up certain stock of stuff, but, like, it'd also be cool if, like, you could find out when the next shipment is, or just, like, in general, just find out if they have it in the back. Just, like, the nitty-gritty details that, like, you have to bug an employee for. It'd be great if you just had that and you just be like, hey, here's a picture of the item. Here's where it says it is in the back room. Can you go get it for me, please? I feel like, I mean, it sounds great in concept, but there's like so many ways that could be abused.
Yeah, I feel like scalping would be like really bad.
It would. Yeah, that was the first thing that came to my mind. Is just like, yeah, that's the first con.
Especially for Pokemon.
Oh, you bring that up, and it's just like, I saw on Twitter last week clips from Canadian Costco's, and it was like hordes of people. And this is a pallet set up right by the entrance of Pokemon stuff. I don't know nothing about Pokemon. I just know it was like a Costco Pokemon pack, and it was like maybe like 50 of these boxes. They were gone in the span of a minute. And it's like, damn. Like,
a new
Do they
one.
not implement per person? Like I tracked it for like a few days to see what would happen with that story, and apparently other locations started like having security next to the things because people were fighting over them, which is nuts if you ask me. But to be fair, I mean, if we all saw like a Comic-Con set on a Costco, we would all be the same way. But anywho, security, cool. Limits though, because people were filling up their carts. I'll admit, I'm guilty of filling up my cart with Lego and walking out, but to be fair, it was on clearance in Costco. It was obviously sitting there. I had the money. I was there first. I let people get what they wanted. Didn't fully hoard it. But yeah, filling up your carts is kind of a bit nuts.
Yeah. So
especially if there's limited quantities like that and it's obviously a popular item.
I know for a fact, like, there was a new... I only know this because since I was collecting Pokemon cards here and there, I joined some Pokemon groups just because.
Yeah.
So it's like, I know there's a new set that was released, but do I know why some sets people go crazy for and then others they could care less? No, I do not. But it's like, so that one I know is recently released, and today at GameStop is kind of funny when I decided to buy some Funko Pops, but it's kind of funny because I literally saw, at first I thought it was like store closing, whatever, but then I realized they had like almost, I think it was like 10 slips of paper that said, you know, the new Pokemon set is sold out. We do not have it. It was like all over the place. And
dang.
But then it's like, because I saw some videos too of how some people went crazy, and then just some YouTubers I follow, or at least like am subscribed to, that do Pokemon, and then seeing their, I guess, their perspective of what they went through trying to get this set. I'm just like, dang. But it reminds me of COVID, because that's when I got into Pokemon cards, because first off, you couldn't do damn near anything during COVID.
Yeah.
You like couldn't really go out and about. But I remember during that time, I had to wait in line to, like, you had to almost be there once they were gonna have like an associate drop off the Pokemon in order to get any Pokemon cards.
Okay.
And then you're limited to like one or two things, and then you go out there and tell them what you want, but you know, depending on where you are in line, what you really wanted may have been already taken. And of course,
that sounds like Lego released it in Calgary for me.
It's like it was bad during COVID, and like even Targets, people were literally like getting into fights over it. I avoided Target or going Target even for it. I knew someone at the time that worked at Target, and I was like, "Do you guys just happen to have Pokemon cards?" Because I didn't care. I wasn't like one of those that wanted the brand new stuff. I just wanted Pokemon cards because that's when I was
in general, yeah.
But yeah, that was a rough time. But anyways, what I was kind of like getting at is, it's kind of funny because like during Christmas, I kid you not, my Target literally had so many Pokemon cards and like so many other, like, you know, booster boxes, all the stuff. And you know, I don't know what's valuable, what's not, but like it was so stocked up, it was kind of like overflowing the Pokemon section near like the games and stuff. So therefore it also was like filled up in the actual toy section, and that was probably the most I've ever seen. And it sat there for like months. And then here recently, when I went to Target, all the Pokemon stuff was like gone, and I was just like, what the flip happened? I was just like, did people just decide to go crazy for Pokemon again? Like, is there certain times in the year people are just like, no, I don't want anything, and all of a sudden everybody just communicates with one another? It's like, all right, guys, let's just raid the Target of everything.
I think it's, I don't know. I've had a few conversations with like coworkers, because like I work in a hockey jersey shop, whatever, and we sometimes sell hockey cards, and so we have conversations about hockey cards, and there's always like a chase card that's like only a certain amount produced. So of course, you know, these are mystery packs, so you have to like buy X many packs and hoping that you get that one card. I wonder if it to me it seems like it could be that's probably why the certain themes are more popular than others. It's just they have like a limited run of a certain card. So like, I don't know nothing about Pokemon, so I'm gonna sound like a complete idiot here just trying to make sense of this. But it's like, I don't know how popular Bulbasaur is, but let's just say he's generic as fuck. Bulbasaur, you know, like he's the limited card. You got like 2,000 of him in the world. Go Lucky, and everyone's like, ew, Bulbasaur. But you throw Pikachu and make him the same rarity. Yeah, let's go crazy for Pikachu. I don't know. That's how I'm putting two together with how things could be for popularity.
Being a few months into Pokemon cards, like, still not near as highly as many of the others that were like in the groups, but that is the case because I know for a fact, like some sets, there's cards everybody seems to want, then others people are like, I don't care. And it kind of depends also too, like, because I think this new set that came out, some of the video, because I like watching just like, you know, card pull videos or like, you know.
Oh, geez, so you're telling me I should get to work on my Ninjago cards then?
So I like watching those, and I think this new set that literally just came out that everybody started going crazy for, I think they have like 3 hollow cards, or like at least, you know, I like shiny stuff, so I just call them shiny cards at the end of the day. So they actually have 3, and usually there's potentially only 2 or 1 in each pack, but this set seemed to have 3 for some reason. And it seemed like you're guaranteed, because sometimes like the other packs of other sets, it would be like sometimes the rare card could literally just be a regular card, no shiny aspects whatsoever. It would just have a star at the bottom. That's the way you tell it's a rare. But this one seemed to be different. So I was like, okay, I can kind of see it. But at the same time, you know, do I want to lose my life potentially over it? No.
Yeah, it's like I feel like I have a collective addictive personality to a degree, and that's why I never got into trading cards as best as I can, because I feel like I go nuts over something like that. And at the end of the day, I know it's gonna piss off someone, but it's like at the end of the day, it's just a piece of cardboard with some ink on it. That's all at the end of the day, and it's like that's how I differentiate like that versus Lego. Sure, I'll spend $1,000 on like in the grand scheme of things, like 40 pounds worth of Lego. Sure, I'll spend $1,000 on 40 pounds worth of plastic, rather than $1,000 on a singular, perfectly cut piece of cardboard that's laminated with some ink on it. Again, I'm totally gonna piss someone off by saying that, but that's just the fact of the matter, in my opinion.
That's like kind of how I feel. It's like, you know, I'm a big artwork person, but at the same time, when I start like sitting back and I'm just like thinking about like when I was in the Pokemon cards or even the Lego cards, for example, I'm just like, at the end of the day, this is really just freaking paper. I owned a print shop, I probably could do the same freaking thing for like way cheaper. So I'm just like, almost like cards are so cool to look at, but at the same time, like, you know, if I compare how much I spent on these and I sit back and really think about it, I'm just like, what did I do?
See, I know I spent like maybe, what's the conversion? Let's just say what I think I remember from this year. I think I spent like 150 American on Ninjago trading cards. It's a big bag. I mean, I'll probably get some duplicates that I'll throw in my Bricklink store and maybe make some money back. But it's just, I was there in the moment. Just, it's cool. I don't know what I was getting with my point of this.
I mean, anywho. You saw I already did like 2 Star Wars card videos. I still have 2 in which I need to upload that I literally did in like, well, recorded in December. So I still have those, but yeah, I eventually, because I went heavy on them for a little bit. Yeah. Now I'm taking a little break, and then most likely I'll be back to where I started, going heavy on them once again, because some of the newer cards look pretty sick. But yeah, talking about Ninjago cards, got a little crazy into them as well. So
they're cool though.
Probably will have maybe 4 videos I do just of Ninjago cards, because I have like, I think I at least have over 100 Ninjago card packs to open. So there I am.
Yeah, I don't know how many I have that are. I just know they're all sitting in a Walmart bag in the corner of my room. They're kind of buried in between the boxes I need to review, so I guess I gotta be like, yeah, once I dig through that pile of reviewing the boxes or the sets, when I clear through the boxes. Then when it's like, oh, I finally dug them out, I can now review them.
That's
I don't know. I talked to Stud City because like he's also into like the trading cards and all that, and I asked for his opinions on like sleeves. Actually, do I have them easy to access so I can show them off? No, that's not what I was looking for. Anywho, he recommended some like sleeves I could buy for those cards, and so when I get around to opening them, oh, I mean, I'm a dummy. They're right here, right underneath where I have my laptop set up. There you go. I don't think this is gonna give away anything bad. This little QR code. Yeah, they're like penny sleeves.
oh snap! Yeah, I had a couple of those that I so happened to end up with when I was in the Pokemon. So like I have a bunch of other sleeves to do. But
Yeah.
me, it's like I just kind of have binders for them. So like that's where
I'm not gonna do binders because like when I was younger, I had a binder of hockey cards. I moved bedrooms and such, and I just lost the cards. I found the cards and the binders. I maybe overfilled the binders, sure, but they were kind of bent. And I just, knowing me, I'm gonna want to keep them all together. I'd rather do, which is what I remember seeing when I was younger when we first bought them. These like little cardboard boxes you can put them in. Does that ring a bell at all to you?
I think I have seen like, a lot of people that sell cards seem to have like these small cardboard boxes that have
Yeah.
Up.
So like I wouldn't mind displaying my cards in there, just because like it's gonna sit somewhere. Might as well sit somewhere where it won't get damaged over time. That's my train of thought.
Yeah, I don't really have to worry about them getting damaged, at least for now. But like some of the binders I have, they're kind of like the ones you put in through the side instead of like up down. It's more towards the side. So those get a little concerned about, but then the other pages are perfectly fine. But the ones that are like from the side, they occasionally try falling out if I were to like lift it up or move it. So I gotta watch out for that. But other than that, I think they do pretty good. But I will, whenever I open up those Ninjago cards, I'm kind of in the same situation as you because they're underneath all the action figures I currently have to review. Also underneath one Iron Man helmet I need to review, but really there's two helmets because I'm only going to do a review on one because it's the same helmet but just a different color. So technically also under two Iron Man helmets that are literally so being blocked just like your situation. So whenever I do those reviews is probably when I'll do the Ninjago card pack opening.
Yeah. I mean, I stare at these boxes all day, and I'm like, I need to work on these, but then it's just like, all this stuff just calls to me much easier. Like, what's a good example? Fortnite. I mean, editing. Dead by Daylight. No. Bricklink. That's another good example. Rocket League.
I'm so glad I'm not a gamer because I already I take that back. I can be a gamer, but good thing that Battlefront pretty much is dead now. So
my friend got me to try that last month, and he's like, "We're gonna try this game mode," and I'm like, "What is it?" And he's like, "It's a fun mode," and I'm like, "Okay," and I was like, "Why is it dark?" And he's like, "Don't worry about it. Just go hide." And I'm like, "Okay," because like we're stormtroopers and all that, and we're on Endor, and I'm like, well, I hear creaking in the noise. I hear. Is that yub nub noises? What's going on? And he's like, "It's okay. Just turn off your flashlight and hide in the corner. Wait until the ship arrives." And I was like, "What ship? What do you mean hide? What?" And next thing you know, I hear like the horns going off and everything, and it's just.
I didn't play that mode like at all until I saw a video, and I was like, let me try it. I played it, I think, a couple of times, and I was like, never again. I'm not going to experience that level of PTSD ever again.
For real. The fact that I was just thrown into it and said it was a fun game mode, and I'm like, no, this is not fun.
I mean, it wasn't fun. Like, I couldn't see them and then it's like I just hear a freaking call. I turn around, and then I start seeing my screen get lit up with red, and I'm just like, what the heck? And then it's like I turn another area, and then I see freaking yellow freaking eyes, and I'm just like, oh heck no! And then next second I'm dead.
I tell you, playing as the Ewok though is much more entertaining because like I still remember I would try and track down my buddy because like he was still a stormtrooper. He hid himself in a cave, and so like I managed to navigate around. He's just like flicking his flash around. I'm like, I just remember saying, "So how's it going?" And he's like, "Oh, it's going good." And I'm like, "Yeah, how's the cave?" And he's like, "What cave?" And I was like, "Oh, you know, if you look behind you," and he looked behind him, and that's when I started poking him with the stick, and he's like screaming.
It definitely was fun to be the Ewok because it would just be funny because you would just watch from a distance them like, you know, turn every angle possible.
No, for real, that's what happened. That's literally what happened when I was just like right next to him. It's like, what are we hiding from?
But yeah, it's like when it comes to gaming, also too, it's like I only have a PS4, so every new things on the PS5, and I'm just like, you know, I barely play games, so is it really worth buying a PS5 right now? No, but like once I do get a PS5, I'm probably gonna buy the, you know, Jedi Fallen Order 2 game and probably buy any other Star Wars games that have came out. So
Yeah. I know for me, I've slowly been buying more physical games. Like, I think the only Lego games I currently have are the Ninjago movie and the Skywalker Saga. I have like Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, some other stuff like that. But generally, I've just been playing Fortnite, Dead by Daylight, Rocket League, and Phasmophobia. Those have just been my general go-to games on my Xbox. And I try not to dedicate so many hours because I'm like, that could have been used for editing, but like sometimes time flies, you know, and people just once you find a few friends who are gamers, they start like, oh, I'm gonna sit down and edit. Ping, Discord ping, another ping, 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 and it's like, fine, I guess I'm hopping on.
That well, it's kind of funny when you say like, you know, sometimes you get addicted. So when Jedi Fallen Order first came out, right? So, you know, expensive right off the bat. My girlfriend got me it for Christmas. And let's just say I finished that game within maybe like 1 to 2 days because I was like grinding it out. So then when like I told her when the weekend came up that I beat the game already, or at least did every level, she was like, are you serious? She was like, you better be playing that game any way possible. So therefore I didn't just waste $60 for you to finish it in like two days. And I was just like, so secretly every day I was just like, yeah, I got on there, I did some things even though I didn't.
I've been pacing myself with some other games like Skywalker Saga. I could totally grind out if I just did it night waking to sleeping. But it's like, nah, I gotta pace myself and be more productive with my day. So I'll like have a few sessions where like I have just one objective in mind and just do that. Or like another game I've been playing is the Back to the Future video game. I would do like I'd literally set a timer for an hour and a half. And once that hour and a half is done, it's like, all right, fine, I guess I'm done. Because it's Traveler's Tales who made that game, so it literally could go on for days. So I'm like, no, I have to set a timer for that. Security Breach, I bought, played for an hour, and then just haven't touched again. And I feel like that's partially because I know what to do. I've technically beaten it on PlayStation, on Jordan's PlayStation. And that was when it first came out. So it's like I don't really feel the need to beat it on Xbox.
Yeah.
But I have it. I have bought the latest FNAF game, which was the Into the Pit. And that was like a digital only for a hot minute, and like I don't know, I should pick that up because I've only dedicated like half an hour just so I can be like, oh, cool. And I did like, I don't know, I was grinding the Xbox rewards points for like a solid 8 months, so I had like a $15 gift card that I could redeem for, And I think the game was like $20, so it was just a matter of just forking out $5. And conveniently, when I got enough points, I got a Bricklink order, and it was like, all right, that pays for that.
Yeah, I can't tell my girlfriend. Since you mentioned it, I didn't know there was a Back to the Future game, but yeah,
Here, let me go grab it.
I hope my girlfriend never figures out about that because she's a big Back to the Future person. So
I didn't know about it too, but like my buddy Keegan, he's a video game flipper.
yeah,
So he sometimes tells me about his lots that he buys and the games in it and just the values. And he just randomly mentioned how he got like all these games, and he sent me pictures, and I was like, wait, is that Back to the Future? And he's like, yeah, did you not know there was a game? And I was like, how much is it? Because I have to ask him in advance. I can't just say I'll take it, because, for example, the Deadpool video game, I think is going for like 100, 200 Canadian.
oh my.
So, same thing goes for the Wolverine game. So that's why I had to ask. It's like, okay, popular IP, and it's on for an older-ish system. I need to ask. He gave me a deal that I was like, sure, why not? But that's the game.
For some reason, I feel like I've seen that before, but never hit me like that. But
Trying to see
yeah.
if there's a year of release. It says 2010 to 2015.
Okay.
Graphics are a little iffy, but I've been enjoying the story for the most part. If you want, I could tell you where it takes place in terms of like the movies.
Yeah, go ahead.
Literally, if there was a fourth installment, this is it. It literally picks up, I want to say like a week after where the third movie ends. And I won't go too much into the details, just in case if you decide to pick up the game for yourself. But like, I've enjoyed it.
I won't be picking it up for myself. It would be for my girlfriend. So.
Okay. Well, still, I mean, like, the fact that they got Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd to voice these guys improves it even more for me. It's one of those, like, how do I explain it? Like, you played a Traveler's Tales game, right? Before?
No.
Okay, how do I describe what the gameplay is like? I almost want to say fetch quests, like a puzzle fetch quest style game. Like, there's no combat whatsoever, but it's like definitely a puzzle kind of thing. I feel like that's the best way I could describe it. It's probably not describing it all that well, but anywho. Actually, which platforms is this on, just in case you're curious here? PlayStation 3 and 4, Windows was available on the Wii, Xbox One, 360, and then, yeah.
Dang. Well, might be safe for my girlfriend since it is a bit older. So
That's true, yeah. Like I said, I didn't know it existed. To be fair, I never really researched much into it. And I don't know, I think he sold this copy to me for like 40 Canadian.
Oh.
So it probably is going for like 60 Canadian, something like that, if I had to guess. Maybe more, I don't know. That's just how much I paid, and who knows how much it's worth.
It's kind of crazy because, like, for some reason, it's like every time I'm on a live stream, I feel like on occasion I hear a new video game, like Star Wars video game that I'd never heard of. So, like, because I never knew there was one called, like, Bounty Hunter. Never knew there was one that was, like, I think, like, a pod racing one. There's, like, some others. I'm just like, when the heck did these come out? And then it'd be like, yeah.
Early 2000s. I remember those.
And I'm just like, well, dang.
Lucasfilm Games, like, oh, they put out a lot of good stuff, and it's just a shame that it was all shut down just because of the Disney acquisition. One thing that really irks me the most is we were gonna get like a Force Unleashed 3. Like it was in the works, and they're just and same thing goes to Republic Commando. They were like talking about like a Republic Commando 2, or was it? It was either Republic Commando 2 or an Imperial Commando, one or the other. Those were all in the works, and it was just they all just got canned, and it's like, oh, the potential.
I remember the first time I ever played Force Unleashed was at like one of my cousins,
Right.
and that was probably years before I even got the game myself. But like it was so fun because it's like, you know, it wasn't like that. Oh, you slice someone with a lightsaber and you just see a red line go down them, or like they just fall to the ground. Like you'll freaking get like their arms cut off, you'll get like their head cut off, and I'm just like, oh, that's so cool. And then so like, you know, as a kid, you know, knowing how kids work, there was me where I would kill my own guys too. So like I would just personally kill like the stormtrooper as Darth Vader, the 501st
Yeah.
stormtrooper that is. I would just be like, you know, he's useless to me, so I'll just kill him just because it was fun to see his heads pop off and arms.
Yeah.
And then it's like, but once you kill them, it's not like they revive. They're actually gone forever. So it's just kind of funny to see too. I'd be like, yeah, I'm going all by myself. But, you know, another thing, would I say I never got frustrated? No, it definitely made me frustrated on many occasions of that game because there's one level specifically I remember on the Wii, because that's pretty much first where I got the game, and then eventually I got them on my PSP. I think I had the first one, the Wii, and then I got the second one on my PSP. But I remember using the Wii, there was one level where I had to like, it was like some type of hallway, and like you only had a certain couple of seconds to like hurry up and run to the other side because each platform would like fall down into flames. And then I remember like if I took more than maybe like a second to jump from one platform to another, you would be dead. So I had to keep restarting that. And I remember there's one night I literally probably spent like 3 hours on it trying to just beat that part. So yeah, everything was harder as a kid. And speaking of another game that was fun, but I never really got past like dang near the first level because how hard it was. It's on the PS2. It's called Revenge of the Sith. Pretty cool game, but I kid you not, I feel like on easy mode, I feel like it was in hard because one hit by one of those electrifying or like electrified super powder droids would dang near like take away 1/4 of your health, and then it wasn't like you regained your health, you would stay at like the health level. So if you got hit, you would have to survive the rest of the level when you don't know what the heck is coming after that electrified super droid or battle droid. And I'm just like, oh god, what's coming next? And it'll be like the ultimate freaking magnet guard. I'm just like, you gotta be kidding, and then dead. And I have to restart all the way from front. So that game I never finished. At least Force Unleashed I did finish. So yeah, but it was a fun game. I wish they actually finished, or at least did another one, or you know, it came to like PS4 or something. All the good games always seem like they need to end for some reason.
Yeah, you got me wondering because, like, I think I want to. Oh, this is gonna be dangerous. So we're gonna do it right now.
Be off camera, but like you can hear my disembodied voice. I'm actually gonna boot up my Xbox and see if by some fluke Republic Commando or the Force Unleashed are like on sale or something. Because if it's like on sale for like $5, sure. I'm feeling nostalgic. I mean, I could track down physical copies, which is normally what I'd go and do, but like for those games, nah, I'm not forking out like $50 for that.
Yeah, I've never played Republic Commando or like any of the old Republic games, although you know I kind of do in the back of my mind want to play them one day, but I'd rather kind of like play updated versions, so that's why I'm kind of hoping for one day.
Yeah.
Also, going back on nostalgia, yeah, to this day I still have not finished Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga. Like for some reason, it just doesn't have the same vibes, I guess, as like the older ones.
Okay, so they have the games, it's just not on sale. Dang, I don't remember the graphics being as rough on these as I remember.
I remember when I was like playing Battlefront heavily on my PlayStation 2 because I really like Battlefront 2. Probably one of the best OG games ever, but I eventually got the original Battlefront. That was fun too. Like there's things that one had that the other one didn't.
Yeah.
And I definitely had some because I played against the computer. But there was one time I remember it was literally like, I think maybe there was 100 battle droids left to kill, and then it was just me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I literally pretty sure for the first one, it's not like when it says one that there's secretly you and another, computer version on your team. It was just you. So I remember I ended up going against 100 battle droids by myself on the original Battlefront. And it's so funny because it was like one of those, it was a platform into air. But like I remember I turned the corner and then I just saw like all 100 battle droids right there, like trying to track me down. I was like, oh god, here we go. Because I was trying to hide, just like kill one by one. But I was like, well, I gotta do what I gotta do. So I just started chucking grenades, and I'm pretty sure I got it down to like 20 or 30 battle droids before I got killed. But like in the back of my mind, I was like, man, I wish I was able to record that because I don't think that will ever happen again. Like it was just so funny and cool at the same time.
Huh. It's awesome how video games just have those lasting memories.
Yeah. Dang.
That's why we go back as adults and conquer them.
Yeah, I'm interested to find out that Revenge of the Sith game I mentioned, how hard it was as a kid. I'm interested to see if I were to go back and play it again.
Oh, literally what that was for me was it was like a Flash game. It was like based off the Buzz Lightyear animated series. We were just a point and click shoot 'em. I never could beat it. And so I went and somehow tracked it down. I wish I kept the link for it. It'd be nice to see if like by some fluke I could get it up and running again. I doubt it. But like I know I tackled it again in like junior high because like this is like when I was in like early days of elementary when this all happened for the first time. I went and tackled it near the end of junior high for me, and I just slayed it just entirely, and it was like, why was this challenging? Like, was the mouse too big or something? Like, what? It's literally just reaction time test.
Like, getting back to the... Actually, I kind of go along with what you just said, but, like, before I forget, also on PSP, they had Elite Squadron of Battlefront. They had Rogue Squadron. And I played both of them. I enjoyed both of them. I thought it was pretty cool. You had more customization options for your character.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, like, if I ever get a PSP again, I would want those games back because just how unique they were. And Elite Squadron had a pretty cool story mode. Like, it was basically two brothers. One turned to the light, one turned to the dark. So that made it even cooler. But another kind of like off topic, getting into hard levels I could never beat. So I remember on your one Shadow review, the Shadow bike, I said something about like Sonic Rivals, I think, and Sonic Rivals 2, and that was on the PSP, right? So there's this one level for some reason, like once I went into the loop, my character would just die. Well, not die, but like run out of energy. Like it would not even be able to run up that loop at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember as a kid, I spent so many days and hours just trying to get past that loop, never could. And like, there was a lot of times too, because you're timed, so you had to beat a certain time as well. So like there's a couple times I would get to that loop, not be able to get up it. So I would go all the way to the start just to hopefully get my energy back. And every time I got to the loop, I'm gonna get up it. So I was like, to this day, I'm like, was it a glitch? Or was I just not doing something right? I'm like, I wonder if I were to go back and play it, if I would just be able to clear it like nothing. Because I remember like what the map looked like, but I couldn't tell you what level. But like to this day, I'm just like, was that a glitch in the like game, or what the heck was going on?
I'm trying to see. I'm looking at like Google Images to see if I could track down the game, but like it just keeps telling me about the console edition game, and it's like, no, that's not what I want. All this looking at Buzz Lightyear's Star Command makes me want to re-binge the series.
I still, to this day, have not seen the Lightyear movie.
What? You should. You really should, though.
I need to, because I've been like trying to find stuff to watch, and can't really
I think it's a great watch. I'm a little biased, I guess, but like I think it's a great watch.
Like here recently, because I don't think I ever watched the Lego Batman movie in full. I think I've just seen some parts here and there.
Right.
I watched a decent amount of it. Technically now 2 days ago. But yeah, it's like need to finish that, and that was just something I was just like, might as well go and watch it again. But yeah, I'll probably decide to watch Lightyear just because I'm trying to find stuff to watch. Plus, it makes my Disney Plus account not useless because I still have to watch what's it called? What If for Marvel. For some reason I can't get into it. Like I tried watching the first episode and just wasn't grasping my attention. So there's like technically nothing else I'm really watching on Disney Plus, but I'm paying for it.
I mean, What If started out okay. It's just the third season that like really annoyed me because it's like they know it's the final thing.
Yeah.
And it's just a slow descent into sludge. It really is. That's the best way I could describe it. It starts out great and then it just turns into sludge the more that it goes on.
That kind of reminds me of how they did Tales of the Jedi and it was so good, but then they did Tales of the Empire and then it was just like complete 360 from Tales of the Jedi.
It's not even Tales of the Empire. It's Tales of something. It's just Tales. Tales from Star Wars.
Tales of evil characters.
Supposed evil characters. I don't know. I still don't remember Morgan Elsbeth's origins because she's just that forgettable of a character to me.
Yeah, that was one. I was just like, you're telling me I have all these Empire characters? How the heck do you come up with Morgan Elsbeth to literally tell Tales of the Empire about? Like, that made no sense.
Well, but we can bait people into watching it because we'll tease Thrawn for like 30 seconds, and that's actually all screen time he gets.
Invader.
I still want to know. Like, I don't know, maybe if I go rewatch the shorts, I might find the answer. But it's like, why did he rely on her, of all people, to, like, come and find him? Like, it feels like we're missing such a large chunk of context.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, she felt a calling through the Night Sisters heritage she had, or whatever. It's like, okay, sure, Magic MacGuffin, let's go with that. Like, oh, yes, of all the people Thrawn probably knew, let's go with the nobody.
Well, that was almost like the, we're all hyped for the Barra Sophie one, too.
Oh.
And then it's like, it kind of if I remember correctly, 'cause it's been a long time since I watched it, but it's like it kind of ended on a cliffhanger where we're just like, did she die? Did she survive? I think, but it was
Yeah,
like,
they want to leave it open ended in case Filoni is like, oh, we're gonna have a surprise character.
I was just so like disappointed. Yeah, in the OP one, just all of it in general, because it was like you saw Vader for like a couple of seconds for the OP one or OP
Yeah.
one, and it was just like, in the trailer, we're all like, oh my gosh, is he going to remember? Is he going to like threaten her because of what he remembers, what she did to like Ahsoka, got her kicked off the group? But it's like, no, that stuff just went out the window, I guess.
This is wild. Oh, good. I got tracking for my Lego order. I placed a Lego order like a day or so ago. Just because like in Canada right now, like on Lego sets, they're like rated 16 and under. There's like no GST on it, so it's like, I got like a handful of sets I could just knock off. I'm like, in the grand scheme of things, I'm like saving like $8 maybe Canadian, like whoop-de-doo, but like I'm still saving $8. And then also like get qualified for a gift with purchase as well. So it's like, okay, I'll just place the order. Why not? So I'm just waiting for that to come in.
The action figures I collect, it's like sometimes I'm just like, because here recently there's one that I knew was like processing, but there's a way you can still cancel it.
Yeah.
And I saw it in store, but it's like the one eye, the little glowing part was a little off center than the second one of the same figure that was in store, same situation. So I was like, let me just take the chance. I mean, it's only $4 more for shipping. But then at the same time, I was like, but I could save $4 in shipping. Because I was like, well, I think the one's going to not have that mistake or that kind of like print error. And then I was like, well, also too, packaging. I need packaging. I need the little like bags and stuff, the nice box. So it's like,
yeah, I get that.
So then I was just like, is $4 worth it? No. But then the one I ended up getting, that little like glow kind of like poking out a little more than the other side seems to be just a common quality control thing.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Did I save this image? I did not. Let's do that. I completely forgot I stopped trimming an image, and it was like I was done, so it just needs to be saved.
The more I look at the shape of just like the feet so far, I'm just getting like the mines, like the little like things that blow up once you step on them. I'm just getting those vibes.
Oh yeah.
I'm just like looking at it, I'm just like, is this the feet or is this gonna blow up my hands any second?
Oh, that makes me think about bricker builds. I keep looking at their stuff, and I can't justify like $100, $200 for stuff. I can't. Not for something like that. Proceeds to buy like $200 worth of custom figures. I don't even know what have they been putting out lately.
On the instructions here, this piece is supposed to be red, but like in the instructions, it literally looks like it's orange. On camera,
It's like a reddish orange, yeah.
Like, like I'm over here staring hard, and I'm just like, no, it's supposed to look red.
Huh. Collections. What? Darth Vader life-size bust for
$1,100. I really hope this is not for the instructions. Oh, that's bricks and instructions. Thank goodness. How many pieces? This is not me trying to bash on bricker builds. I get the level of like whatever, but it's just that's crazy to me. It's like almost 3,000 pieces.
I like sometimes I like think things out, so like, you know, some customs, my thought process, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna spend over this much money, but if it's like a figure that, you know, I get knockoffs here and there just because I'm like, I just can't justify spending $100 on a figure, especially waiting potentially longer than the time the pre-order stated originally.
Yeah.
So, like, I stay away from it. So pretty much like the highest I'll go to buy a custom is maybe $30. But it's like I just can't personally go over that. So then that's also why a lot of times I do just buy knockoffs, or like I do what I do for a lot of clones. I just buy knockoff bodies, keep what I like, and then I buy custom parts because I'm just like, you know, it's just nice to look at, and pretty much that's all I do is just look at my figures, or I just throw them in the bag and then throw them in the storage. So I'm like, I just can't justify that. And then it's like another thing here recently is, so my girlfriend, she really wanted the Lego Friends Botanical Garden set, and honestly I thought it looked pretty nice as well, so that also made me be like, that's gonna be a nice buy. And then I also knew the modular one was going to come out, and then I was at the same time, I was like, asked her, I was like, and showed her, I was like, would you want this one eventually over time instead? But then when it came down to it, I saw a rebrickable model that combined two of that friend set, and then I was just like, honestly, I think the, you know, 2 times that modular using the rebrickable thing is going to look a lot better, and then it's going to be a lot cheaper to do that. So then eventually I just bought the one which she knew about and gave it to her for Christmas. But also on Christmas I gave her a second one that she didn't know about, because so what happened was, one day I decided to go into Kohl's because I had Kohl's cash to spend, and it was after we were kind of like out and about trying to look at other Kohl's to see if they had something I wanted to spend my Kohl's cash on, and they didn't. But then eventually we ended up at this other one she didn't want to get out. And then since I had notifications on from Target, let me know when that set was back in stock, that's when I ordered the second one. Especially when I saw like used copies that have already been opened being sold for like $55. I was like, Target has it on sale for $63. You know, it's just better to get a brand new one at that point. So I got a second one, and so I gave in the same like present, I had the second one in there, and then I bought a base plate. So eventually gonna do that rebrickable model. I think I already bought the instructions. Actually, no, I haven't. So that's the plan, is to make that one. And honestly, I think it will look better than the modular one, and also look better in terms of price, because technically I only spent like $130 to do that modular from the rebrickable one using the 2 friend sets, compared to the like $320 or $350 for the modular one. So I'm just like, yeah.
Customs are fun.
Yeah, good thing I just didn't know about rebrickable this whole entire time until like a year ago, because I probably would have bought so many sets I originally thought I wouldn't want just to do a rebrickable model.
Yeah. I haven't gotten to that point yet. It's just, then I feel like I'm dipping into my store for parts, and then it's just like, it's just another money pit, and it's just like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Let me claw myself out of one first.
Which I've almost done. I've almost done that. I'm very excited to have this rare item paid off.
Then I can start doing like my top 10 rarest items in my collection. I've told my coworkers and my friends like how I imagine revealing. Like, what the heck did I just say? Did I just give the store away? This is what happens when I'm tired, man. I don't think straight. Anywho, whatever. Yeah, I know how I'm like gonna show it off and everything, and no one's gonna be able to guess what it is. That's ultimately what I was trying to get at with this. I mean, like I was telling you, like someone could guess if like they were trying back in like July, looking at eBay. But like the only hint I gave is like so specific. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've gone to such lengths to, like, cover up what it is. I haven't told price points or nothing. But I'll put it this way. If I imagine, like, all my rare items are like a pyramid, you know?
Yeah.
This item is going to be at the tippy top of the pyramid and will stay there because of its rarity and its price. Yeah. Calculating if I've overspoken.
Well, if someone were to figure it out that typically watches your streams, it probably would be what, like Squid Man, I think, is the one that usually is onto everything for some reason.
I think he tried and he just gave up, which honestly is fair because I wasn't giving much to begin with. Like, honestly, it's something that like it fits for my collection. I think I've said that before. It fits for my collection. And like I was saying, I've only seen one person on social media talk about it since it was purchased. As for when that was, I'm not saying that either, because then that's like that really narrows it down. But I have seen one person talk about it.
You probably made Squid Man over here like stay up multiple nights, all because you wouldn't tell him.
That's okay.
He's probably like,
oh. I'll totally hype up that video, just that like it probably catches his and everyone else's attention. I just it'll be my way of tackling for a reveal. Like I tell my dad how like my humor is, and he's like, "No, you got an interesting sense of humor." That's another thing. I had him read a section of my channel lore script, the sequel, and I was like, "Does this come across?" Like I explained the scene to him, and I was like, "Does this come across as interesting and hilarious to you?" And he's like, "It's frustrating what you're doing." As like someone who would like see that scene, it would be frustrating in a funny way. And it's like, okay, like because like for context, I've had writer's block on the script for the past 2 months, and then I was just sitting in my bed listening to music. This is always what happens every time I work on this script. It's always when I'm doing nothing, listening to music, and I'm with my own thoughts. Every time. So it's like I was just on my bed listening to music, and it was like 3 a.m, and it just hit me what was causing my writer's block. So I called up Jordan because he's like the guy who like I collaborate. He's got as much of a hand in this as me. Well, I don't know, but anywho, I ran it by him like my thoughts, and he's like, "That's what you think has been causing your writer's block?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "If you want to remove that scene and save it for a later date, I'm fine with it. If you think it'll make things flow for you writing it out better, go for it." And so I literally started writing, and I told him, "Okay, I want you to start from this point and pick up from where I'm typing. Just ignore this whole section." Because I sent him the copy of the script, and he's like reading along as I'm typing, and he's like, "Dude, you're cooking." I don't know, I'm hyping this up a bit just because it's something to brag about, I guess. But technically, we are going to be removing 3 pages worth of a scene of the script, but we're saving it. we're saving it for another installment. It's just that one scene, as much as I was so hyped for it being what it was,
Yeah.
it completely ruins, in my opinion, the whole other rest of the point of the story. Because, like, him and I, we thought of, like, random story, and he just left it to me to, like, flesh it out and, like, pave the road so that it all makes sense. But, like, if that makes sense?
Yeah.
Like, so it's just, that was the roadblock, and it was like, no, we can't do that scene. As much as it's cool, it probably work better in another installment. Just for the whole, like, pacing and everything. I mean, I feel like I've left enough tidbits for what I'm trying to get across for people to theorize. And, like, I gotta realize, like, if what I'm wanting people to do is theorize about my channel lore, I need to be able to have them talk about it. And like, that's what 5 Minutes at Freddy's does, is it gives you answers, but it also raises questions at the same time. So I'm just toying around with that. That being said, I need to get off my ass and actually film some end credit scenes for some vlogs, because I have, like, the last vlog I have to still release, that's, like, the oldest, is from the Bumblebee release. That was, like, July.
God.
Yeah. I think I've edited it. It's just the fact of the matter of making the thumbnail and then doing that end credit scene. That is the only thing that's held me back, I think. Actually, you know what? I can actually pull up the editing software and double check. When was the last time I touched it? That file. Bumblebee vlog unfinished. Last modified January 1st, 2025 at 3 in the morning. Yeah, I'm totally on time with working on stuff. Mm-hmm.
Oh crap. Shoot. I was gonna say, that reminds me of I don't know how many action figure reviews, because honestly I added that extra part, like I said, in my newer ones.
Yeah.
You know how many action figure reviews I did in secret, had the parts recorded for, but since I added a new update, I just deleted, especially how old they started being. Yeah, I probably did that recently, deleted probably like 10 reviews, and that's not including the ones I deleted months ago.
Yeah.
So I secretly probably recorded for a good 20 other reviews, and those basically wasted my time.
Oh, no, I didn't finish editing it. There's a certain way I know how I can tell, is I'll insert like a 3-second clip, and all it'll say is progress bar. That's how I tackle bigger, like, projects with multiple clips, is I'll throw in a progress bar. Literally 5 minutes into this 17-minute vlog, there's a progress bar.
I mean,
the internal pain.
I mean, you can just act like you never recorded for it.
It's fine. I'm sure no one like you is gonna be like, hey, what the hell are you doing releasing this almost a year later? It's fine. It'll be fine. I stopped recording vlogs ever since October. I knew like these vlogs were piling up, and also just nothing was going on that I just needed to vlog about. I don't know, like November, December, and I guess this month as well, I've just been in a point where it's just like, I don't want to say I'm on a YouTube break, but it kind of feels like that's the word to describe. It's like I'm just doing like the bare minimum to keep myself afloat in the algorithm of sorts.
At this point, I don't think you can become any worse than what Tyler's doing. This dude said he would be back. Literally, like, I can't remember. He said he would be back, what, by like Brick World or something? And then he changed.
I mean, technically that was true. He did technically fulfill that. He went live on Brick World.
This dude said he would do a video though, and then all of a sudden changed it to like, oh, he would be back in like a month. Never happened. He said like 2 months from that. Never happened.
I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes, officially. I just know that like he's been busy doing stuff.
Yeah, I know for a fact he hasn't really been on the ACOB, at least for the past like I think couple of weeks now. If I'm being honest, the only times I really care to 100% watch ACOB are when he's actually on, because I don't know. I guess he just makes things happen.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know. From what I've observed, he's just working on some stuff, so it's just a matter of when he gets those things figured out, I guess, whatever they are. It's pretty much like me. I haven't, like, I just... It's a mixture of YouTube and autistic burnout, I feel like. I have spurts where it's like I want to work and do stuff, but then it's like for the rest of the month I'm just like, eh. And I do feel like the gaming is a part of the problem as well, which is why I've been trying to cut back as much, or at least like trying to be smarter in the sense of like, hey, Fortnite, for example, they want you to level up in the span of like 2.5 months to get all the rewards. And I don't mind paying the $16 a month for that, for the battle pass and stuff like that. But it's just like, how can I effectively grind out Fortnite so that way I have a period where it's like I'm done the battle pass, I have nothing to do but bore myself to the point where like I start getting motivation to work on stuff.
Yeah.
And it sucks because literally when I started getting in the groove of things at the end of November for that, you want to know what they did?
They took literally all these past things that they've been doing, where you had to like grind out certain modes to unlock the certain passes, and like that was easy enough as it was. They made it so that every pass refreshes within a month, so you have to keep gaming. Like just like right now, I just finished all the passes. Guess when the next pass refreshes / comes out?
When, like a day?
The 31st. I finished all the passes literally like 3 days ago. And I have until the 31st to get more shit done. I mean, hey, I managed to get a Tuesday review out, and I have Friday's video filmed. Thursday's video is like, whatever, it'll take like 2 seconds to do. But like, what else do I have to show within those like 3 days? It's not a lot, I'll tell you that much.
I just saw someone pop up in the chat, so hey, what's up, Endura? Appreciate the support and thank you. Even though I haven't really streamed in months, but hopefully it becomes more of a thing.
Yeah, people tend to like if you do consistent streams, which I'm one to talk.
Like, I kid you not, like I'm pretty sure when I started this stream I had like I think it was 837 subscribers. And I think now I'm at like 856 or something.
That's not bad. Yeah, long streams tend to do that.
Yeah, like I like earlier, because it was like I don't really look at my phone, but I decided to check. I had to use the restroom one that multiple times I've had to, as anyone have to, especially at this point. But
yeah,
I'm like, I looked earlier and I was just like, well, first it made me question, was I at 827 or 837? But at the same time, I was like, dang man, I'm gonna bang near like 20 subscribers just for going live. I'm like, that makes me like motivated to do more in the future. Yeah, I'm at 858 now, so I went up like 21 subscribers.
That's pretty good, man.
Yeah, I'm actually proud of that.
It's a nice feeling, it really is.
Like at the same time, and like, you know, I partially do it YouTube to have fun and like kind of like what you do, kind of like show off my collections or just interests, hobbies, and then also kind of like just show off my life just for memory's sake as well. But at the same time, do I eventually want to get paid even if it's a little amount, yes, because it kind of, I guess, motivates me even more, and I like being motivated. It's kind of like having a goal I want to achieve.
It's a nice extra token for like the work you put into it, you know.
Yeah.
Like I'll admit, it's nice getting that $100 YouTube check every 3 or 4 months. Like, do I go paranoid if I don't get it within a certain time? No, it just is what it is. You know, I'm very grateful that like I have people who are members or who donate, or even just like I said, people who watch the videos. That's revenue as well. Like I just, numbers don't really matter to me. That's all I'm getting at.
Speaking of that, it's kind of, it would be funny because like your video, like the first 1 to 2 days, sometimes it'll be like barely any views, and all of a sudden like you literally fall asleep, and the next day somehow it went up 300 views. I don't understand the algorithm. Let's just say that. Like I'm just like, what the flip am I doing right? What am I doing wrong? Like I have no idea. So because I watched.
I'm sure I could be like all the other people in like the Lego space that I know of that like go on like deep dives and figure out this and that methods and reasonings. I feel like that would ruin the fun for me personally if I started doing that. Like I'll do it to a degree. Like I did it with like, you know, like, oh, I want to get people to at least be somewhat intrigued when they see it in their feed. And it was like, okay, you need to work on thumbnails. So I took a basic crash course from BFAB about doing thumbnails. Have I changed my format in the past 2 years? No, I don't feel like I need to. It's kind of like my format. People recognize it to a degree. The only thing I really feel like I need to improve on, that I would want to improve on, is the channel lore stuff. Like, that stuff I care more about it because in the grand scheme of things, it requires effort. A review, for someone who's just doing it for fun, I just put my thoughts out there. I show off the set. It's all that really needs to be done. I don't need to. It's not to the point where I'm like I'm making bank on the review, so I have to be perfect with it. Could I? Sure. I don't see the point in it when I'm juggling YouTube, Bricklink, and also my job. It's just I'm already getting burnt out as it is. I don't need to like add to that burning pile, you know? Hey, Josh Bricks, how's it going? Where was I going with this?
I guess you already
with the channel lore, it's just that stuff needs care, because it was so funny. I was talking to Jordan the other day because like I was telling him how I used to like do vlogs, and it was like I had to pretend it's like a story, a beginning, a middle, and an end. Thank you, Josh Bricks. That's how I did vlogs. I mean, I had to make sure it had those 3 things. Otherwise, I don't know, it just kind of was a bunch of footage cobbled together. To me, at least. So it's like with the channel lore stuff, I'm tackling in that same way. Sorry, I keep going back to that channel lore. I'm very passionate about it. I'm sorry, I'm like a broken record. I'm just so passionate about it, okay? I'm very excited, okay? Just tell me to shut up if I ever get like annoying with it.
Hey, you're not getting annoying, but I may have to tell you to shut up because at this point you may accidentally spoil things.
Nah. I don't think I'll reveal the title. I don't think I'll reveal the villain's name.
Second. I mean, you said there's a villain. That's something I didn't know about before.
I mean, every story has a villain. Jordan was the villain in the first one, technically. Well, also I was. Jordan and I were the villains. I was the villain because I let my anger get the best of me and destroyed the gauntlet. He was the villain because he screwed up the whole timeline and everything. He screwed up my profile picture, you know? And then, of course, if you want to be really technical, the secret third villain was 712 and Ghost, capturing us. For what purpose? You're gonna have to wait and see.
Hey, thanks, Josh's Bricks. Appreciate that.
Appreciated, Josh. Yeah, it's just like I want to like get a whiteboard and just write a timeline of events that I have planned. I've gone as far as to write a character sheet. so I can refer to like the characters' personalities that I'll be introducing and such,
Yeah.
and their brief history. But yeah, the one thing I want, like, okay, if it isn't obvious enough already based on the first installment, multiverse, we know that, it's established. Yes, that's not a spoiler to you in any way, shape, or form, right?
Yep.
Okay, one of the things I want to tackle, just for the sake of challenging myself editing wise, is clones, like visual clones. So I've been looking up in my free time just how to do that editing wise, and I was talking to Micah about some like free programs I could like mess around with. I haven't tested anything yet, but just like I want to do like a demo reel that like maybe I'll release, make it like a members only exclusive, something like that, just whatever, just to show that like, hey, I'm serious about this, because like it's challenging, and it also, because like I go back to watching like say The Flash and how they tackled certain shots, and it's like, yeah, I could totally do that, but I feel like you get very old very quick if I just went and like pan shot other side of the room, just back and forth. It just kind of get boring. The cooler scenes are when they're side by side. And so like I've been talking with Jordan how we could do that. My dad, he's all on board about this with like the camera angles and such. And he's like totally down to be a cameraman and help, which is great. And I don't know, at first he was questioning like how I would do all this, and I'm like showing him my thought process. It was so cool. I think I said this on stream before. The DeLorean moving, I think, is the one thing everyone I talk to about the Snap, they're like, they always ask me, how did I make the DeLorean move? And I let them guess first before I tell them. But when I remember like when I was filming it, my dad, he was like, why are you filming it in this order? Why not do it this way? I'm like, Dad, just listen to Director T-Mug for a second. It'll all make sense once the final product comes out. So like I just told him, because like I had my brother holding the camera, Jordan and I in the alleyway, and I had my dad holding the string that was tied to the DeLorean, and I had him holding the Nerf gun, and I just told him, fire 3 shots at Jordan and I. Just aim it straight for us. Just fire some shots at us at this point when we say this, after the DeLorean is pulled. And he's like, well, why? And then I was like, just do it. Just do it. And then it came to like, okay, Dad, you're the cameraman now. You're going to film this angle where I'm going to come out with Jordan in these costumes, and we're basically going to be variance capturing. It's going to be, and he's like, that doesn't make sense. And he just couldn't wrap his head around it at first. And then I had to show him while I was almost finishing editing it. And he was like, oh, I didn't know you were going to chop it up to line up. And I was like, that's what I was trying to tell you. I was going to chop it up to line up with the shots. So he got a kick out of that, and I was glad. And like, yeah, everyone I've talked to, they are very intrigued just based on that whole, like, how I figured out how to pull the DeLorean on its own. Because it looked convincing for a second, you know? From what I've heard.
You know,
and so, like... Sorry, what's up?
Since you brought it up, for some reason, I literally watched that go down, right? But like now, since you brought it back into my mind, I didn't think anything of it. But now I'm just like, you know, I never would have realized if there was like, if the string probably could have been the most obvious thing ever. And
I made sure it was clear string, and I told him hold it low to the ground and just tug it quick. And like I think we only had to do like 3 takes. And all the takes, you couldn't see the string unless you like super enhanced it. So that was great. That was great. If it was like any other string, it would have been obvious, and then it would have been cheesier. But like, I thought that was something cool, because like I've watched on occasion some like behind the scenes how they make movies and such, and that was like one thing I remembered is like that's literally like the simplest thing I could do here. Because I wanted that DeLorean to move. I wanted it to be shooting off. But it's like, I'm not going to buy some power functions or something like that. So have someone with a remote control. No, there's a simpler way around this. So. But yeah, the sequel will definitely... Like, I want it to be like every installment I do for Channel Lore. I want to have some sort of challenge for myself. And I feel like I'm jumping off the deep end when it comes to like going from pulling string to actually editing clones. I feel like it's such a big unnecessary leap. And like the funny thing is, I'm telling coworkers this in my free time, like the channel Wars story and all that. And I had one coworker, like after I told them the full story of what I had planned, they sat there for 2 seconds and they're like, you did all this just because you wanted to change your profile picture. And I stood back and I thought, he was like, you know what? Yeah, I guess when you put it that way, yeah. All this crazy banana shenanigans that is gonna possibly take place all because I wanted to change my profile picture, and I didn't want to do it like every other generic bozo. I had to stand out because that's just who I am. Like, just the concept of the snap alone, just the fact that I want to change my profile picture and give lore to it is crazy enough. But, like, when I'm literally gonna have, like, a whole cinematic universe that spewed just from that, that's what I find the most hilarious aspect.
Was it worth it? Yes.
Oh yeah, totally. As like I said, I'll keep doing YouTube as long as I can keep finding ways to have fun with it, and as long as there's at least one person that can enjoy what I have to do. My only concern though is that, like, I shared the script with Will. He didn't get past like the first paragraph, and he's like, "Nah, I'm not vibing with this." So he's the only one I've like told the story and script to that he's just like told me I should rework it. And like, as much as I get where he's coming from, I kind of want to not listen to him, respectfully, because how do I say this without like tipping my hand? I want to try tackling emotion more.
Okay. Well, speaking of emotion, I mean, it may be kind of off topic.
Sure, what's up?
You know, as a YouTuber, you know, I kind of cheer when I start seeing two people argue in my comment section.
Yo, yeah, that's so funny as well.
Because recently, I literally, like, on one of my action figure reviews, it was like some guy said something about McFarlane, how it's like basically crap, articulation crap. So I responded, you know, nice, and then I think they liked my comment. And then someone underneath them, or at least, you know, commented on their comment. It says something like, unless you have like weak hands, weak arms, and baby hands, you should be able to deal with their articulation. And then I saw he responded back with another comment and be like, "Excuse me," is basically what he did. I was like, oh man, you know, I'm not gonna get involved, but keep on going, guys. I hope this other guy responds here soon, and it just ends up being like a bunch of comments, else for the video get into the algorithm even. So I was like, sometimes I'm just like, all right, guys, go ahead, get into an argument.
Yeah, pull out the popcorn moment. That's funny.
Yeah, I know. There was Will one time on like one of my thumbnails. I think he came up and said, he like said something. He was like, you know, it's just not really telling the full story. And I'm just like, what do you mean? I was like, from my perspective, I thought I told like the story was going to be showing the video pretty clear, but from his perspective, it didn't. And I think that video, I mean, it didn't do the best, but I think it did better than expected. But it's like now, because I randomly have gotten some like, you know, YouTube tips and trick videos. So like I watched some of them just because they're interesting to see. So I have changed like some things up. Like I think one video I tried doing one of them, and it just didn't really seem like it made a difference. So now I'm just kind of back to the usual. But now I do put more effort into my thumbnails, which one, it kind of helps that over the past month, I learned how to do certain things like the reflections on like the surface and stuff like that. So that kind of helps. and then just being able to. I don't have the best lighting to do so, but like, some people just take like a pic they do, and then they're able to add text like somehow in the background where it actually looks like it's in the photo or was like standing up. But I don't have to do that, so that's maybe like some thumbnail I may do in the future. But it's like, I feel like my thumbnails, I've changed the thumbnails for my like reviews for the figures multiple times, but now here recently I kind of stuck to one specific like look, and I'm satisfied with it, and definitely with the views I've gotten on them compared to old ones. So I think I figured it out there. Now when it comes to the Lego ones, I mean, there's nothing I do that's really going to be consistent, so it's not like I can do the same really style. But it's like I kind of figured out some things of what to do, and then what the title certain things as. Like sometimes it's better to just be like very bland with the title for some reason compared to being like super specific. Is something I've kind of
sometimes
learned.
Less is more. 100%.
So it's like, that's also another thing I just kind of find it to be fun, is just like, it's almost like that search, like like experimentation to see like what works best. So like like all these other people say, here are 3 simple tricks to make your channel blow up, and I'm just like, I don't know, sometimes I feel like it honestly is luck, but also a lot to do with how many subscribers you already have. So it's like, that's kind of like another thing. And like,
you want to know another trick? Another trick you can do is you can reply to the email from the guy who says he can help you if you just contact his WhatsApp.
Speaking of that, so I had recently, if you go to one of my Instagram posts, it's of that one Lego video I recently did. There was someone that posted like a GIF, and then it said, check your DM. Well, I checked my DM, and yeah, sure enough, it was some foreign name lady that was like, all I did was read like the first 2 words, and then I was like, yeah, nah. So I didn't respond, but it was like, if you want to know how to blow up your page, I can help with your whatever. And then I just looked at it and I just never responded. I was just like, yep, seems like a T-Mog situation. I was like,
I've had a time in the summer where like I didn't reply, and then like 2 days later he said, hey, I'm waiting for your response. And I'm not a jerk per se, I don't feel. I just politely said like, I'm not interested, man. And he said, okay, thanks for your response. And that was it. And then, I don't know, with like that recent instance, I actually went through the hassle of actually fully explaining. Like I said, like, I don't know. Did I actually post what I said? Here, let me double check. I literally said, listen, I get an email from you guys every month, so I'm going to say this in hopes you can pass it along. I do YouTube for fun. I have no interest in increasing my watch time and reaching my target audience. If my channel flops, it flops. My channel is strictly something I use as an extension to express my love for my hobby. Now, with that being said, please stop emailing me. Within like 10 minutes, he replied. Like, it's so funny. Like, the first email is obviously a copy paste.
Yeah.
With like an edit. But like the response email is just so, how do I put this nicely? Broken English. Like, it literally says, I am extremely sorry for disturbing you. And that's all that was said.
It's like, can I go like one beginning of the year without some scam shenanigans going on? Like, I think the biggest scam shenanigans was like 2023. Was that when it was? I know if I go to my lives and I pull up and I just type in scam, it'll tell me when that stream was. I think you were there for that, right?
Honestly, with it being 2023, I can barely remember what happened in 2023.
Yeah, it was February. But it was just me basically venting, getting off my chest the situation I had gotten into that day. And funny enough, like I had the scammer, like the supposed head honcho, like actually call me while I was on stream, and I in that moment I was tempted to end the stream, but I was like, you know what, I'm gonna milk this. Just show a little bit of myself, I guess. And I still remember the comment section literally like screaming at me for me to swear at them and be an asshole, and I'm just like, I'm just toying with them the whole time, saying no, I'm gonna cancel, and just calling out their logic, whatever. Like, there's different levels of me being pissed off, and I was like passively pissed, you know, where I just start to become a troll. And that's where I was at. Like, you gotta really piss me off if you want to get those other levels. Like, for example, you have to change my profile picture without my permission. That's how you get to tier 2.
Speaking of like scammers and stuff, so okay, well, in the job market, for some reason, everybody harps on freaking LinkedIn, but I think it's like the dumbest thing ever. It's really just a business type social media where people brag about themselves or post the most stupidest things, and then somehow tied into business. Like, it could just be someone drinking coffee, and they'd be like, as I sit here today and drink my coffee, I really started to think how my life has changed a lot. Coffee is like how my work story or career started. I had no energy until something changed. And I was like, this is the dumbest thing ever. Anyways, getting into it. So, like, I started seeing, like, just posts. I decided recently here to, like, get back onto it and just, like, comment some things that were, like, posts that kind of, like, explain what I'm as well currently going through, like, with the job market. And I was like, blah, blah, blah. And I give, like, my, you know, like, paragraph comment. And then once I did so, I started getting a lot of messages and emails from foreign named people that are aka recruiters. But I'm just like, you know, it's clear as day these are like scammers, and they're all like contract positions that would only last like 6 months anyways. But it was so funny because I was like, you know, my activity has been very low, and then all of a sudden, once I make one damn comment, I get all of these scam people that literally like comment or like send me inbox messages. There was one that literally sent me like one message, I didn't respond, and then they sent me another message 2 minutes later, and then did the same thing, but I didn't respond. I still never responded. And then that same day, they tried calling me like 3-4 different times when I was trying to eat dinner. And then next thing I know, there's another one that like messaged or inboxed me, and then they called me. And then I got like some other one that I guess emailed me, and then I started getting like even personal messages, not even on LinkedIn, but like to my actual phone number. And I kid you not, within like 2 or 3 days, I got so many phone calls from those freaking scammers. And then I got so many emails. So I kid you not, like, once I get a job, I can't wait until my inbox is not flowing with freaking foreign name people that are scammers. Because look, I'm just like, dude, this is so annoying. And then, like I said, I didn't get any phone calls really until I commented on freaking LinkedIn. So now I'm afraid to even comment on anything because somehow those people will come in contact with me. And funny enough, one of them that did message me ended up being from the same company as the one lady that like messaged me 3 or 4 times and tried calling me 3 or 4 times. So I was like, well, I think I know one of the main, I guess, head honchos here that likes trying to scam potential people. But yeah, I'm just like, can't wait until I get a job, so therefore that can stop. And then sure enough, it's like a lot of these jobs, when you apply, somehow you end up getting like all these updates or messages about like, oh, this position's open. So it's like months later, I'm here again, like updates, and I'm just like, when the heck did I like subscribe to this? And I'm just like, I can't wait until this stops.
LinkedIn sounds very interesting. I never really used it. Like I fluked into it getting my job from a job fair.
Yeah,
but
don't do LinkedIn. I think it's the dumbest thing ever. The only times I posted on there was when I did like had my internship, and I was just like, I'm only going to post here because some reason it means so much to many of these employers, and to me, I'm just like, it's pointless.
Yeah.
It's just another social platform that I need to act like I care about when I don't, and I already have enough social platforms to deal with. So
Yeah, I get that. That is so weird. I just opened up Facebook Marketplace, and the first thing it recommends to me is a Xbox fridge, mini fridge. Like, cool? Not like we were talking about Xbox stuff like an hour ago or anything.
I'm telling you, they have to be listening to our phones. There's like a lot of times I'll be over here like talking about something to my friends, and yeah, I'll open up Facebook Marketplace or just be scrolling through Facebook, and I get an ad about exactly what we're talking about, and I'm just like,
yeah, it's too suspicious sometimes.
Just watch. I'm probably gonna get like a Force Unleashed, like something that pops up.
Yeah.
Well, T-Mog, I am screwed.
I came across something in Walmart the other day, and I looked on it, and I've been looking at it on Amazon, and I'm seriously debating pulling the trigger. I feel like I'm opening Pandora's box if I do, though. I mean, I already am, because I have another version of it, I guess, in my backlog. Now, keep in mind, I have never, ever touched this before, but I just know what it is. You know what I mean? It's okay. It's a Halo Mega Block set. I know who Master Chief is to a degree. Never touched Halo. Been meaning to, just have never touched it. That goes for the show as well. That being said, I have the Xbox 360 Mega Bloks set sitting in my backlog because my mom told me that she found it, and she's like, "Oh, you were buying these Lego consoles recently. I thought, you didn't have this one." I'm like, "I don't, because it's not Lego, but like, send me some pictures and prices." And she's like, "Oh, it's like $80 and it looks like this and this." And I'm like, "You know what? Whatever. We'll cross that barrier when I get around to it. Just buy it. I'll pay you back." So that's been sitting in my backlog. But it's like, I'm looking at this Halo Warthog that's based off the Halo TV series.
Yeah.
That's besides the point. The Warthog looks cool. For something that's brick built, it looks cool. I have no idea the quality of Mega Bloks, whatever. The figures, you've heard me rant about posability time and time again. The figures having posable joints. Hello? And then it's like, I get the Warthog, some weird side build, but I get 5 minifigures. You care to guess the price point of all this?
I know they're usually cheaper, and it's kind of amazing, but
it's 45 Canadian on Amazon. Like, I'm just like, dude, I'm not about to go head over heels for another brick brand, but it's mighty tempting to dip my toe in that pond. Just to see, if I fall in, I fall in. But right now, it's in my cart. It would go nicely with my Xbox 360 set, which has a brick-built case of a Halo game, and I think it has Cortana as like a microfig inside the Xbox build. So it's like it would pair nicely together, right?
Doesn't that one light up too, if I'm not mistaken? Or
I'm gonna pull up an image. I'm not digging out my backlog. Like, yeah, we were talking about boxes earlier. It is so deep in the pile. Let's see. I think it does. Yeah. Yeah. I saw that and I was like, yeah, it's a console build. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Flashbacks to the McFarlane Five Nights at Freddy's set. I tell you, the one reason I was like so skeptical about buying that Xbox kit was because I had literal war-like flashbacks to the McFarlane kit. When was that actually? Like I've never okay. Starlight Pit is a pretty close comparison, but I've never gotten so pissed at a build. That was 2021. Fun. I know I never got so pissed off at a build before.
I don't think I ever got, as heated about a build until I built that dropship and Rebel.
Oh yeah, you felt like you threw your money away because it's like, what the heck?
I was like, what the flip is? I was like, man, it doesn't even look that bad until it's in person.
Yeah, like my favorite thing of that is the Rebel troop transport thing. I've literally thrown the other build behind a corner of other stuff, and I'll dig it out when I have to do the review, and then it'll be buried again. But like, yeah. I'm trying to remember, what did I hate about that McFarlane kit? Like, what was so frustrating? And it was like it was like, I don't know if you've like seen Five Nights at Freddy's whatsoever. Like it was based off of the Pizzeria Simulator game. This kit. So it was like a stage with like the 3 characters.
Yeah.
So the stage had no supports for it. It was literally like, okay, imagine if you could build like 2x4s stacked on top of each other, and then you have to do a bunch of plates to make the stage, and you're putting tiles that don't support the 2x4s that well. And so like you're trying to add on all these sections on top of the floor, and the floor is always caving in every time you push down on it. And then on top of that, the background of the stage had curtains.
Oh, God.
McFarlane, because that's the company who made this, the McFarlane. Instead of doing what Lego would probably do in this situation, which is include actual cloth curtains.
That's Todd McFarlane, right?
Sorry?
Is that Todd McFarlane? Because I was
yeah.
Toys is the one of the action figure line I collect. So
yeah. They made the curtains paper. Not even any fancy smancy paper. It was like lesser quality than construction paper.
Okay.
And then here's the fun part. You had to crease it to look like the curtains in the game for the kit. And then on top of that, you had to weave it through a rod and put it on the already said weak platform. And the clip pieces were just too tight, so you really had to press down to get it to clip on. Have I painted a decent enough picture for you for why I swore on that stream?
Yeah, I would have quit. Like, I probably would have just, like, put that in some box in some room I never go into, and then bang my head against the desk to hopefully get some, like,
I don't know what I did that after that set was built, but I definitely probably hit my head out of frustration. I don't even know where the hell I put it. I think I had it up on display on my upper shelves here, but I think I moved it to make room for my brick heads. I don't know where it is now. I don't think I want to know.
Yeah,
it's probably for the better. If I move out and I find it, it'll be a vlog moment. I'll probably put it in its proper home.
You're gonna see it on a day you're either having a really good day and it's just gonna ruin it, or when you're having like the worst day of your life and you're just gonna be scared.
You're just gonna be the thing that broke Campbell's back, yeah. I think there's only one other non-Lego kit I have in my possession, and that's like the Ito Suro dragon that I was like, it was so weird. Like, I would expect to be reached out on like either through email or Instagram, stuff that like is officially tied to my channel. I got reached out on my personal Facebook, which, okay, I don't have a channel page for Facebook, but like, I don't know. I mean, I'm an idiot. I have my channel linked in my bio, whoop-de-doo, because I just don't care. But like, it found it so weird that I was reached out on my actual Facebook asking if I could be sent something to review. And I was like, what is it? And they sent me pictures, and I was like, do I have to pay anything? And they're like, no, we'll ship it to you for free. Just be entirely honest. And I'm like, okay, sure. Here's my address. Like 3 weeks later, it arrived in the mail, and I was like, okay. And I know Will was calling me like basically a sellout for that, and I was like, how am I selling out if it's free? I literally bashed on the set.
Speaking of that, so there was this one action figure company. First off, I had no idea what the heck the line was.
Right.
It was just an action figure, and they messaged me on Instagram saying, "We've seen your action figure reviews. Would you be interested in like having one of our figures? You choosing one of the figures you want to do a review on?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." And I found which one I wanted, and pretty much the one I chose. It's just because I was like, it might blend in as like some alien in like the DC universe, so that's why I got it. Well, I recorded the review and everything, right? And this was probably like a couple of weeks after I received it, and the paint kind of like, the more you touched on it, it seemed like it was kind of like chipping. And there's a lot of accessories, but then it's like when you took one thing off, it was almost like you're scared to put the original part back on. So there was a bunch of accessories and a bunch of ways to, switch and make it whatever you wanted to be using what was given. I did a review on it, and I was going to put it together and put it out, but like one of the parts broke because how they had it in the packaging, they had like, it was basically like a baton, but had some like thicker elements. And the way they put in the packaging was, it was like one circle cut out and another circle cut out. They stuck it in like the end of both of those, but then it's like it was almost being held down by another part. So the only way to get it out is if you tugged and pulled on it. So sure enough, that's how it snapped. So then I messaged them asking if they had like, could send a replacement. And then I saw they just looked at my message and never responded. So then I decided to just never do or put that review out. And that was one of them I deleted a few days ago. Because I was like, nah. And I was just like, it wouldn't have been a good review anyways. Like, it would have been like, yeah, this figure ain't that great. And honestly, I don't really know what I'm talking about. And then another one is, well, kind of when I got it, it was months after I originally said, like, yeah, I'll do like a reel or short using it. It's the, what's it called? Clean My Bricks. I got the vacuum, and I was supposed to do a reel on it, but then like I kind of messaged them. I said, I'm currently with my internship, I'm pretty busy. I don't know when I'll be like available. I have enough time really to do so. And plus, I mean, I just didn't know how to go about it because I didn't want mine to be just like everybody else's. I kind of want to add some humor.
Yeah.
But it's like, for some reason I never had the motivation to do it. So it's still sitting in the box. But now I've seen they came out with like a new version. So I'm just like,
yeah.
Like they even messaged me asking if I wanted to do a giveaway. Not a giveaway, but like enter their giveaway. So I'm assuming they just kind of don't care. So I think I may just open the vacuum and use it. Because I could use another vacuum and just not do the reel. Because I'm like, it's kind of too late now. And then the box is beat up compared to how it arrives. So.
Yeah, brand deals or just like being sent stuff is just an interesting process.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Bildo.
It's kind of funny though, having like a long stream and then just like seeing people return that were like here like 3 hours ago, and you're just like,
I find it
that perspective is almost like, man, this dude's still going, Jesus.
yeah, I get comments like that whenever I do a long stream. It's like, yeah, I could sit building for hours and hours on end. I
You
got
know,
no
at
problem with that.
this point, I think I dang near might just be pulling an all-nighter. I am like beyond effed anyways. So.
Well, I know
Around-
for sure sooner or later, like, not to put a time stream on you or anything, but just for myself, max I'll stay like another half hour because, like, again, I need to get some sleep.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I should probably stop because all the bag 7s look like they're pretty loaded.
Yeah.
Let's, like, stop after this because, yeah, there's 4 bag 7s and all but one are pretty much seem like they're filled to the brim with pieces.
Well, I mean, you're just doing the feet now, right? Like, does it? I don't know. Does it look like you could attach the feet and then progress? I don't know.
No, I'd still have to do the lower leg, so that's going.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, I got
Okay.
the feet, then got the
Huh.
lower leg.
Interesting. I was looking at my schedule, like, when am I free next? Like, not working, and it's like, because like I want to know when I can do another live build,
Yeah.
and supposedly that's Friday. So it's like, I think I know which build I want to do. I've had the Lego delivery truck in my backlog for a hot minute, and Jordan picked up one recently. I just got to deliver it to him. So we'll be building that side by side, I guess. Maybe Friday. Sleeping? What's that?
Yeah, Bildo. Right now I'm cooked, as some would say. So I just kind of, probably just take a little snooze for a couple hours.
Yeah, my snooze is gonna be like 6-7 hours. I'll wake up and I'll be like, dang, I got all this time. What am I gonna do? Is that $80 of the figures? Sorry, I'm not at all looking at Marketplace again. What?
There's sometimes on Marketplace I just wish I didn't see like certain deals, because there's one I saw the other day, right? New in box, it was the Palace Cinema, and then it was also the Detective's Office, new in box. And combined for the two, they were asking, and the pickup was pretty close to me. They were asking, I think, $400 total for both.
Huh.
And of course, it was an older, like, grandma. But then I realized, like, I messaged them and they came back and said pending pickup. And I saw it was posted literally like 6 hours ago, but for some reason that was the first time I saw it, even though I'm like constantly looking at Facebook Marketplace. But I was just like, man, at this point, I wish I never saw that, because I'm like, I would have resold them because, well, I need the money, and two, it's not really something I need at this time to be taking up space. So I'm just like, I would have sold them, but it still would have been like a really good profit, especially help me buy like sets I currently want. So it's like, that's what I would have done. But at the same time too, I felt stupid because I remember when I like slid up and then sent that message, like, kind of have more pictures. One, for like, to certify that it's 100% real, but also two, like, make sure there's no other creases, because there's only one photo. So that's another thing. But like, when I slid up, I just kind of like spaced on the first part because it said PPU. And for some reason, that didn't hit my mind until she responded where she said pending pickup. I was like, oh, that's what PPU means. I was like, gosh, dang it. But I was just like, man, I wish I never saw this to begin with. But then you have the people on Facebook Marketplace. You could be the first person that literally slides up, but then they don't respond. They just look at your message. And then, like, 3 hours later, they come back and are like, it's pending pickup. And I'm just like, what?
I don't even get that. I just get left on red, and it's like, dude, I'll be there in a heartbeat. Just tell me.
Yeah, that also happens, where it's like they just literally just read my message, and then sure enough, I go to the post, And then 3 hours later it says pending, and I'm just like, dude. I'm just like, well, I guess saying, is this still able to pick up, or just asking a simple question is bad? Like,
Yeah.
I'm just-
My dad says he gets annoyed. It's like, oh, you can't even put any effort into the message. And I'm like, well, you can't even put any effort to respond.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I go a bit above and beyond when it comes to replying, and also just, like, accommodating selling the item. That same thing goes for Bricklink. Like, I've had a few orders that are, like, local pickup, and people have been like, hey, you say in your terms, like, you can meet at any train station. Like, is that legit? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, are you able to do it today? And I was like, yeah, it's just a figure. Sure, I'll be there in, like, an hour. And he's like, okay. And it's, like, all the way across town, he's like, it's a $5 figure. Like, I'm happy to give you the business, but, like, why? I'm like, I like cataloging in my head what kind of stores have certain Lego stock, so I make it worthwhile no matter what, where I go when it's something like that. I make it worth my while. I have something I can do on top of that. It's not just a waste of my time.
That reminds me, so a few days ago, from the lot I got, I think it was like September when I got the lot.
Right.
I had like Tron disc, and well, obviously I'm not a freaking Tron person, but the expensive item, so that's also another reason it's taking forever, or it took forever to sell it. But this one guy, he slid up on Mercari, and then he said something like he's been looking for them for however long, and then he said if I could wait like another couple of weeks, he would have the full amount I was asking. But then he also was like, but if you would take this amount, I can do cash right now. Or like, well, not cash right now, but he was like, I can do this right now. And then it's like, well, Mercari also too, you can't say certain things in messages. So we're like dang near sending like secret codes to one another. So like eventually I got his number because he said he mentioned he was also like Indiana, and I was like, we're at Indiana, and he was I think 2.5 hours away, and I was like,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not gonna go there to message, but I was like, would be nice to meet up because then that saves one, the fear of it arriving damaged, because it's not like he really wanted inbox, but he just some things he knew more information than I did because he didn't know anything about like that certain item really besides the cost of it.
Mhm.
So I honestly had it priced pretty reasonable. But yeah, he was like, well, this isn't on there. Then eventually he was like, well, all I can do is probably like 220. And then I was like, or actually no, he was like, all I can really do with that condition is 200. And I was like, would you be able to do I was like, probably the lowest I can do is 220 or 230, and that's probably the lowest I can go based on what I'm seeing on eBay, even though the prices were pretty crazy, but still I felt like mine was pretty low. And then eventually he was like, I'll do the 230. And he was like, I just been, whatever. And he was like, thanks for not overpricing them. I've seen many people overprice them. And I'm just like, I didn't really say anything to that, but I'm just like, yeah, I understand, like conditions important and everything, because I collect a lot of things. And I was just like, yeah, no, I was like, in my mind, I was like, well, of course, I'm not going to overprice it because then it would never sell. And I'm like, I'd rather be reasonable just because I know how that thing also works too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like we met up. It was basically like an hour and 15 minutes away from where I am.
Mhm.
And then he arrived late. But like before he got there, he was like, I'm gonna be arriving late. He's like, I'm just gonna do the full 250 because, to thank you for your time and like being patient. And it's like, even after we met up and like whatever, he sent me like messages. He's like, yeah, I just really appreciate how you're reasonably priced. And then also for being a good experience, like good exchange. And I was just like, it's kind of sad at the same time that like, some people react a certain way on meetups, and I'm just like, it's kind of sad that anyone really has to go through that. I'm just like, I understand things are going to happen, like it's not being me up, and pretty much I'm like, I could have cared less. and he understood my situation. But yeah, it's like in certain situations like that, especially when I know something's valuable, it's like I'd rather meet up or try to find a way to meet up, because
Yeah.
UPS and USPS can be kind of unforgiving when it comes to packages, no matter how well you package it. And then just the fact that, like, you know, that takes away my fear. And then I just feel like it's better to see like hands-on. Plus, you avoid all the fees and everything. So that's just how I kind of looked at it.
I know my buddy Keegan, he went to meet. Sorry?
Oh, I was saying bye to Lego.
See ya, Bildo. My buddy Keegan, he was, I think he was buying gold C3PO. And the guy wanted to meet at a transit station, and he was like, nah, that's too sketchy for something like that. Like, the guy wanted cash. And it's like, nah, I'm not carrying like $1,000 in cash at the transit station. Like, no. So he asked the guy if like he'd be down to meet at like the Dairy Queen just down the road from the transit station. He's like, yeah, I can do that. So he was like so worried. Like, I offered to go with him, and he's like, nah, I'll just have my girlfriend come with me. Because he was worried he was gonna get jumped by some fluke, you know, like if it was just a scam, he's just gonna get jumped.
Yeah.
So
this guy, he said some things which, when I met in person, I was like, okay, yeah, he definitely doesn't seem like the most normal person.
Yeah.
But like at the same time, like he did say some things through text messages. I was just like, why even bring that up? Because he did mention, he was like, it kind of came out of nowhere. He was like, yeah, he was like, I hope, you know, I can trust you. I've just had many bad experiences. And he's like, I will have my gun on me if something does go wrong. And then like when I read that message, I was like, oh dear God. But like, you know, I was like, no, everything's going to be good. I'm like, I don't, you know, do that type of stuff. So then when we met in person, I was like, okay, yeah, I guess see that he probably wasn't thinking 100% straight. But at the same time, I was like, yeah, if he said that to somebody else, I don't know where that would have gone. But like, there's also
again, I'm a Canadian. I don't at all know what it's like living in America with that kind of stuff. I just see it as he's just letting you know that he's protecting himself.
Yeah.
And he's letting you know that he's doing that, and then not trying anything funny. And to me, I don't see that as anything wrong. It's just simply like, I'm bringing my form of protection. This is what it is.
Yeah.
Please don't give me a reason to use it.
Like, that's partially how I took it, but like, really what threw me off was just what we're talking about, and all of a sudden that was randomly brought up. I was just like,
oh yeah, okay, yeah, I can agree with that.
I say to make that happen.
Probably was just on his mind. He's like, yeah, I gotta clarify this while I'm thinking of it.
He probably had some type of like PTSD that popped up in his mind right at that moment. But
yeah,
also, because it's like, you know, I've done many meetups at this point. Like, the craziest one wasn't even something of my own, but it was of my brother's that he wanted me to sell.
right.
And I mean, it was good thing it was at a Meyer or whatever. So like every time I go to a meetup, I make sure there's like a camera around, and I park almost right underneath it.
Yeah.
But this one was interesting. This was probably about 2 years ago, if not 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was a dad and his son. So like I literally just opened up, I think, or I literally pulled in, and sure enough, they like opened up the doors and just sat in my car and started looking at it. And I felt like uncomfortable because one, his son was like in the seat, not exactly behind me, but the other one.
Yeah.
Behind his dad, and then it was his dad. And then it's like they tried talking me down, be like, I don't know. And he kept like handing it back to his son for his son to check it out. And I was just like, you guys better be careful. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm like, I know how well my brother and I have taken care of it. I didn't tell him that, but like in my mind, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know. The dad kept trying to like talk me down. I was like, no, this is for my brother. I'm like, he's not going to below this amount. I was like, I even know myself that there's more expensive ones out there that are probably in worse condition. So, because it was the PSP, and pretty much my brother wanted me to sell his because a couple of weeks prior I sold mine on eBay for like a pretty good amount, but this had like a little less. And then my brother's like, you know, as long as you get this amount, I'll give you some of it.
Yeah.
But like just them getting in my car, I was like, what has to be going through your mind to even like think to just get in someone's car? Like,
that is awkward as hell.
like once they started trying to talk me down, I was like, dude, I feel like a gun's gonna be pulled out on me like any second now. But like they didn't, luckily. But like once they left, I was just like, what the flip just happened? And then it's like there's another situation on Marketplace. There's some older lady, and I can't remember. This could be completely wrong because this was like a year ago or something like that. But she's trying to sell this one thing, and then I told her, I was like, I can do this in cash. And then she was like, no, can you go to a bank and like do a check and then like direct deposit me or something like that? And I was like, no.
That's sketch.
Yeah, like I think it went from Venmo, and then she said, no, I don't want it. I don't like those types of apps. So then I was like, I can give you cash. And then she was like, no, I don't want to like meet up or something like that. She's like, can you go to the bank and then get a check written out to? I think it was like a check or it was something. It was just, needless to say, it was a very shady situation.
Yeah.
Especially for an older lady. Like there's a point in time which you need to realize, like, even you may have your ways, especially being at that age.
Yeah.
You need to adjust to the times. And like to want a check written out for like, I think that thing was only maybe like 150, 200. But like at the same time, I'm like, I'm offering cash. And then I'm just like, I'm like, I don't understand. So like, she just was being super shady. And then eventually I think I just stopped responding. So I was like, no.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yep. I'm going to stop on step or bag 7s. I like to have all these landmines over here with tails and arms. That's how I'm viewing it now.
I keep thinking I need to buy another UCS set, and I know what's coming in May, supposedly, but it's like I need big.
Dude, I don't know what to think, because when it comes to UCS sets, I'm like one of those people, besides Batman, because it kind of goes against what I'm about to say, but it's pretty much all they make for Batman anyways. But when it comes to like Star Wars, now since collecting, getting into the UCS scene, I'm like pretty much MBS ones I'll go after, or pretty much what I stick to is if it's a large vehicle like AT-AT, it makes sense for me to get the vendor because it's a larger, obviously like Star Destroyer type ship. It's larger than others. But like when it comes to like, the Slave One, X-Wing, TIE Interceptor, I'm like, no, because that just will look weird next to like the vendor, for example, I think. So like I kind of just like passing on those, but like this Jango Slave One kind of has me, tempted in a way. But then I know if I were to get the UCS Jango Slave One, then I would be tempted to go back and get the UCS Boba Slave One. So then
see, that's where I'm at. I literally am in talks with someone right now about getting my hands on a Boba in advance before Jango.
Yeah.
Just that way, like in theory, my backlog. I'm not talking about you right now. In theory, I can do back-to-back streams of both.
Yeah. So it's like I'm like in that pickle because I'm like, if I do this, then I'm going against my way, and that may eventually go another loophole where I want every single UCS set in the future, or it will tempt me to get the Boba Fett Slave One. But then at the same time, I'm like, is it really worth it? Well, there's the freaking bubble thumbs up again. I don't know why those keep randomly popping up. That's the second time. Like, anyways, getting into it, it's like, you know, I'm kind of tempted, but at the same time, I'm like, is it really going to have anything special? Especially now after I literally just saw, like, there's supposed to be a play scale one. Like, it's rumored.
Oh, right.
So
Darn.
now I'm just like, now it doesn't really make sense for me to really want the UCS one unless there's just something so great about it. But then, yeah, like I said,
Well, supposedly there's a Kaminoan. There's that going for the play scale one. Boba would probably be a reuse. I think Django would just be no arm printing, but the
Yeah.
same one with the UCS set.
hey, but they can do the same thing they screwed me over with my first Lego Star Wars UCS set, which is say something's exclusive, and then they include it in a cheaper set. I still will never get over that because that really pees me off.
No, that's fair. That's fair. No, I get that. I get that.
Freaking UCS Star Wars set I ever get, and they decided to make a figure that was supposed to be exclusive no longer exclusive.
Yeah, it's like Lego doesn't like they think that we're mad just for the sake of being mad. And it's like, no, listen to why we're mad. It's what you said.
I'm like, it was a special occasion for me. I'm like, all you needed to do to make me happy was to change the freaking face print, and then I would have felt.
Or even better, just because this would cause the whole debacle, change the wording that gave you the impression.
Yeah, that too.
That requires even less effort for Lego.
Yeah, and I'm just like, to this day, that just really.
No, I get that. I mean, I've hummed and hawed on that vendor. I think I'm finally at the point where it's like, yeah, I probably will get it, but I just won't have that emotional attachment to the Rex figure.
Mhm.
It's just the Admiral Yularen is the draw for me, and then also it's like that anniversary brick that I think is exclusive just to that set.
Well, another thing that really pees me off about my first UCS Lego Star Wars set on release day is the fact that freaking promo was shit, which was the freaking patch. So that's another thing that throws me off a wall because, you know, usually I sell the promos, like the sail barge one. I'm trying to sell the Luke's lightsaber because, well, first off, I'm already way behind the lightsabers, and that's a lot of money. So therefore, I'm just going to sell it so I don't get attached or want to give to others. But for that moment in time and the occasion, I just had to also get the worst flipping Star Wars promo known to man. Like, if it was a coin, right?
Yeah.
I actually probably would have appreciated that. But it's flipping patches. So I was just like, I don't have much going for me for my first time ever. Because, like, I'm just holding on to them, even though it's like a shitty promo, but it's a great memory. No matter what, would have kept the promo just because of the occasion, but like, it really just had to be freaking patches. Like, did they just like predict my future and just want to screw me over so bad in so many ways? So it's like, now I'm just like, you know, where's the dual molded pilot Luke from the X-Wing set in the cheap set? Where's that Lego? And then if they release a exclusive Django, no, I'm going to be harping to the comment section. Oh, so now we decided to keep things exclusive, don't we? I'm going to from now on until we literally get like no exclusive figures, because I'm just like, nah, you guys have started my whole villain origin story just because of that one experience.
Villain origin stories. They're interesting.
So yeah, to this day, that's just what I'm gonna base everything on. If I see something exclusive, I'm just like, oh, now it's exclusive, huh? An expensive set. Well, I at this time can't afford it, so I feel like this is very rude of you to do, Lego. That's just like, for example, you know, it's kind of like a small joke I had internally, but like getting the sail barge on release day and then realizing somehow they downgraded the dual molded legs that they had in a cheaper set. I was just like, oh, Lego, So you just want to screw me over from this aspect too, because at the time I didn't have any of the sets that had the dual molded C3PO, but now I do because of the buildable C3PO. But at the time, I was
about to pull up my buildable 3PO pig.
just like at the time, I was just like, oh, Lego, I can't afford the buildable C3PO. So you guys are really keeping an exclusive set to an expensive one I can't afford. Although honestly, the joke was that I had a more expensive set.
Yeah.
I was like, what are we doing? And then sure enough, because of the sail barge, yeah, I got printed tiles, so that's more cost on top of what they should have done to begin with, which was no stickers in an expensive set. Which first off, this AT-AT, I forgot it was a freaking sticker plaque. So that's going to be interesting. I hate that so much because pretty much now when it comes to the plaques, if it's a sticker, I just personally go to customer support and say I messed up to get a replacement one, just in case. Because most of the time now it's a little crease or a little bubble, but like knowing it's there personally and always want to be like make my stuff perfect, it just bothers me. But like I'm also at the same time not motivated to try again, so therefore I just kind of like order a replacement and probably just have it sit there just until the day I decide to actually do it. But like this here, it is retired, so therefore at the same time I'm just like, yeah, I'm not looking forward to doing the plaque. Like that's going to scare the crap out of me. But like getting back to the sail barge, I got the replacement tiles, which since also the bib Fortuna was lazily done because they used the fat bib Fortuna or like Book of Boba Fett Fortuna head mold, I decided to go back on Bricklink and get one of the old bib Fortunas, which ended up being $15 to $20 figure, or at least $15 to $20 purchase. That's more money on top of what I already spent. So I'm just like, almost. It's just Lego just causing me to spend more money than I need to.
That's how they work, man.
Speaking of that, yeah, I 100% agree. Oh, that's a crazy name. Glubtupus Weapel. I completely probably just botched that, but yeah, good point.
I'm too lazy to look this up. What's the 300 US Star Wars set? If you know off the top of your head.
I honestly don't think there's a $300 one because Lego, for some reason, I think those are $350 instead of $300 now.
I'm not at all trying to do math for if I can do something really stupid in May. Get UCS Django Slave 1 and then also get the Venator because of double points.
Yeah, so Buildo, currently what we're talking about is honestly just a bunch of rants, if I'm being honest. Just random stuff going on.
Maybe there's not anything Star Wars, but there might be something like in other categories. Natural History Museum. No way! Wait a minute! No way! Sorry, I'm not talking about chat. I've just.
So, Buildo, why I stopped is because it is currently 4:59 a.m. So I stopped because there's a bunch of bag 7s, and the bag 7s are pretty thick. So that may be another 2 to 3 hours alone. And I think you see where I'm going with this. And I wouldn't want to stop once I open those bags, I wouldn't want to stop, and probably should get some sleep. So yeah, that's basically what it came down to and why I stopped building, because I did not want to get into that. But as of right now, I have 4 of these creatures, even though they're the feet, but it looks like they have 2 arms, some little paddle feet going on here, and then a little tail. So yeah, that's where it currently sits. So you got dead robo dog over here with the body, and then you have these 4 robot looking creature things. So decided to stop there. Hey, you want to know what else I bet you did not have to deal with? I've been talking and responding to the comments, so therefore that also comes into play. Now, could I potentially get this done in 15 hours? No, because I know myself. I probably would have found a distraction that probably would not have finished this in 15 hours anyways. But yeah, needless to say, this has taken pretty long already.
I'm debating if I need to cause a fuss with customer service. I don't think I will, but for a brief second there, I kind of wanted to, just out of anger. So I placed a Lego order, like at night on the 27th.
Yeah.
I just checked Lego.com, which means this must have happened on the 28th, which is technically for the start time of the 29th, but besides the point. Basically, 24 hours later, they started a gift with purchase where if you spend $50 or more, you get a poly bag of flowers. On top of the Valentine's Day one they have right now. So it's like, for a brief moment there, do I want to cause a fuss saying, like, I would have waited a day if I had known. Can I just have the poly bag? And it's like, do I even want the poly bag? And it's like, yes. And it's like, what do you want? Is it for part out or for your own collection? It's like, So it's like, yeah, I probably won't throw a fuss, but it's just annoying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But speaking of customer support, it's kind of funny how it's like you'll get like the ones that honestly just vibe and just don't care. Like they'll just be like, "Oh yeah, you want a free set? Yeah, I'll just go ahead. I'll just order it for you." But
Yeah.
then you'll get like on occasion, Miss Karen.
Yeah.
I had one out of like all the times where everything was perfectly fine. I had another that literally was like came back and I think they're like asking me for all these information, like asking for all these pictures. And then I also like they said something, they're like, based on your history, if you like keep this up, we may have to cancel in the future. I was just like, usually I get this as an email, but you're saying this, so I'm just like, I guess it depends. But I was just like, I can't remember her name, but I'm just gonna go with Sarah. At the time, I was like, I hope I never get Sarah ever again.
Yeah. Well, I know that they've like banned people just because like they made multiple purchases, and it's like it's for their own collection. They generally want the gift with purchase so that they can use for parts, but it's like an anti-reseller thing. If you like hit it so many times, multiple gift with purchases back to back, whether it's coincidental or not, they can ban you over it. Like sometimes without even a warning.
Well, the funny thing is, like, how I said usually like now any set that I deal with that I potentially even make a small error with a single sticker, I just go to customer support and request it. Well, usually I like having the chat instead. So usually I just make sure if I can chat, or else if it says we're too busy, then I send the email and deal with it.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I do it so much it ends up turning into like 3 separate orders. I'm just like, ooh. But anyways, like getting back to it, like, man, what the heck was I trying to get at? I had a brain fart just now.
It's all good.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, like, yeah. Now it's just gotten to the point where I'm just like, if it's the plaque or I mess up, now request it. Because I'm just like, first off, one, the stickers shouldn't be in the set, but most importantly, I'm just like, might as well Gosh dang it! I had a freaking brain fart again. I literally had it on my mind.
It's the tiredness, man.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
It'll come back. Try in hopefully a couple seconds.
I mean, if I go to the Lego store and like I buy some stuff and I like bring it up to like an employee I know I'm chill with, maybe something might happen. Not that I'm expecting it, but like that's how I could play it, just to test my luck a little. But like again, like it's just a poly bag, the botanicals poly bag. If it was like a genuine gift with purchase, I would have been like, yeah, I'm calling them up because that's like, I'll throw a fuss over that. But it's just a poly bag. It doesn't even have a minifigure, so it's like I'm just gonna part it out. I could live without the $5 part out stuff. I can live. It's just frustrating. That's all. And also, I don't want to walk that thin line of like abusing their policy shit where they ban my account because I've heard stories about such things.
Oh, that's what I remember now. It came back again, hopefully for longer than it's been coming back for. But so what I was getting at too, it's like it's just funny because it's like sometimes all the time every time it's like I mess up on sticker now, it's almost like I get the little threat where if you do this again in the future, we may have to cancel it based on the thing. Because the one I get is that when I literally go through the chat and then even talk to one of the customer service people, it's like I still get that email soon after that's like, if you keep this up based on your history, we may have to cancel in the future. But then it's like it mentions where it seems like you meant to purchase a brick instead of order like replacement. And I'm just like, no. I'm just like, why? I'm like, what's their thought process? But at the same time too, like another thing I'm getting at is like they do realize that we don't all just have like one set at a time. Like I could literally build like 3 sets within a couple of days, so therefore that's why I could make multiple requests within a 3-day span. Because I'm just like, I don't know, sometimes I think they just think that some of us only have one set every 4 or 5 months. So it's like,
Lego's policy is weird. I don't know. It's just interesting.
How long have I been going for?
10.5. No biggie.
I think I did earlier see the like time at the top, but now it's gone. Did it reach to a certain amount where it just said, yeah, no, we stopped counting?
I do know like if the string goes over like 12 hours, it won't be as like a replayable thing. So it's like if you ever see me like do a 24-hour stream, if I like cut it up into segments, that's why.
I think
because YouTube's just weird like that.
Austin did, I think, recently with his 24-hour stream. I think I remember his was like split up in the couple hours.
Yeah, get that replay action then. That's all it boils down to. Otherwise, yeah, just YouTube deletes it. Like they'll credit you the hours on, it's just they won't make it replayable.
Forgot I'll have to do that too, is add hashtags and stuff once I upload it or once it uploads to YouTube.
Yeah.
Man, I haven't even gotten to stickers yet, so I can't really use stickers as a bookmark. The mark where I was at last.
I normally use sometimes the little baggies I use to pack my orders. I've on like rare occasion use those.
I have plenty of these. I just forgot about them, that they've been shown on my bed. But there we go. That's the book.
That works.
I have so many of those. It's kind of crazy. At this point, I'm just keeping them just to, I don't know, I guess hoard them.
Oh, I need to dig out those stickers I got from Brickworld, and like I don't know, maybe I'll do it on stream, and just I needed to deck out my Xbox. Like I literally bought those stickers with that intention. I need to be true to my word.
There's someone that like I follow on Instagram that like whatever background they use just to do like some reels of like showing off the action figure, they just have a bunch of those stickers like on the background. I'm just like, at this point, I dang near should just make a random wall or choose a random corner and start putting their freaking stickers everywhere. Just so therefore they're not just stacking up on like my desk.
Yeah. Take care, Bildo.
Once you literally said that, I literally was about to click on his comment. See ya, man. Have a good one. Pretty sure my
February
mom
3rd is too long
now.
away. I don't know about you, man. I think I've gone on longer than I should.
Yeah, I was about to call it quits.
Yeah.
10 a.m. Yeah, I think I need to stop.
I need to get some rest. I need to like do my like nightly rituals to wind down for bed. I mean, whatever.
Well, I guess I should keep it short and simple before we get on another tangent. But
Yeah.
thanks for joining the stream, man, and thanks
for having me, man.
By. Definitely a long, good stream. Who knows how long it may be until I go through one of these others, because you usually got to go for a long time. But hopefully never this long for quite a long time. But hope everybody has a good one, and I'll see you in the next live stream. Peace out.
Take care, y'all.